table or podium?
Wherever you're more comfortable.
I can stand. I've been sitting all day.
Okay.
So I hope you had a chance to review what I put together, and I hope that's what you were looking for. Basically, I just went through each line item. If they've used more than 25%, I put that on the sheet that was attached. If you want to go through that sheet, we can. I mean, I'm not sure what you're expecting from me, so.
So, yeah, I think...
Can I ask her a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, we've talked a little bit about it. I would want to know what would be your recommendations for those who are quite a bit over their budgets. What would you recommend that we do as a commission to? Should we have them come in to a work session? Maybe.
Well, I think ultimately you're worried about the bottom line. Are they going over on their bottom line? They have little wiggle room here and here and here, but I don't feel like the budgets were created, what's the word I want to say, adequately?
All of them, you mean? Some of them
not
were.
all of them, some of them. I just think we need to go line by line when we're preparing for next year and have a better vision about what we are going. I mean, things always come up, I get that. But I mean, there's some line items, there's not even any money in them. And department heads are trying to pay bills out of those line items, and there is no money in there.
So how are you handling that right now with that?
Well,
Did you just tell them there's no money in that line item?
we did. The road department was one of them. We had to stop, and then I talked to you guys, and you said, well, let's talk about it. And I have talked to Brett, and I have notes here. Would you like to go through that? And I can tell you what they've said. There are some adjustments that need to be made. Mike and I had talked about doing a resolution at the next meeting, kind of doing a work session here and then having a resolution at the next meeting just to take care of business.
So we've approved some modifications
Yes.
and additional expenditures, and that's what I would anticipate that resolution to be.
Yep.
With respect to matters in their budget that need to be reclassified, and they're saying, well, I want to move funds from this line item in my budget down to the other and do the expenditure, because
Which
that
we
would
don't
be...
have to do that by resolution.
Right, but that's something that I think you could work with them on doing.
Correct.
In order to accomplish. And then the ones of these that I would be most concerned about are ones where they're saying, yeah, you're right, I think I am going to be over budget in that area. I'm not going to be able to make it up with any other area of my budget, and it's not just a timing issue or some other thing. That's what I think it would be good to review.
Yeah.
That's my perspective.
I think something that's going to be ugly for us is our fleet budgets. With fuel prices, I think we're going to need to look for some money.
Okay.
Yeah, and fleet to me is really difficult because the big items that come out of that are typically like a once or twice a year payment, like a big lease payment.
Right.
And so it's difficult to look at until you get to the end of the year.
Right.
Because you may look at it now and we're way over because, at this point in the year, because we've already made payments on vehicles or made some purchases.
So, yeah.
And maybe...
But we know gas is doubled.
We know gas is doubled.
Yeah.
We know that portion of it's going to be more.
So just brace yourselves for the end of the year when we have to fix that.
Well, and I think that's why we have a rainy day fund.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully midterms change things and maybe gas can come down again, but that's when I feel fine about using a rainy day fund is when we have a rainy day.
For emergencies.
So I agree with your perspective, and maybe that's the approach we ought to take, is identifying these line items that the department head says, we're going to be over here, and we don't have another place from our budget that we'd like to move that funding over to.
Okay.
Where we can move within the budget, within that department's budget. I would prefer that we make those adjustments earlier on in the year and not wait
Okay.
till the end of the year so that we can see it as we go through.
I
You know,
agree.
Okay.
if Brett tells us, hey, I want to move, $1,500 from this line item to that line item, let's do that now
Okay.
so we can see what it looks like and we don't get to the end of the year and have
I'd
a
be
lot of
happy to do
shuffling.
that.
Yeah, and so we're not seeing every 3 months tons of red. We can see,
Yeah.
we're back.
Okay.
In
I'm
working
happy to
order.
do that.
So, looking through the list, all of the red items were just the ones that were greater than, how far are we through the year? 25%?
We're 25%. Well, a
25%.
little over, but.
So if they were greater than 25%, they were red, right?
Yep.
Okay.
So the yellow would be employee coding issues that I gave to Julie to fix. We found some things that were not coded correctly for payroll. Have you been able to fix all those? Okay.
Okay.
The first one kind of on my list was the treasurer. Zach had to pay $2,000 for the wall in his office, beginning the project. And I don't think you have the money basically to cover that, right? Do you? Okay. Overall, you think you'll be okay?
think so. The
Okay.
special department, one was the tax notices where the tax commission approved the wrong rate, so we sent out notices and then we had to resend them out. So I only have enough to send them out once, and the tax commission gave us the wrong numbers, we had to resend them, and we just got the bill in March, so
Is that the office supplies and expenses?
that was the special department.
Oh, special department, okay.
So who gave us the wrong numbers?
The state tax commission.
So do they pay to send them out again?
That's good. We sent them out last year, I paid for them last year, and then we got the bill for the second one, just like in February or March, so that's why that one's there. It's probably gonna be over.
Although if we don't have additional notices this year, we should still be okay, right?
Well, Bonnie budgeted for the exact amount that it cost to send it, so when I send them correctly the first time, it uses the whole.
But that was paid last year, the first time, wasn't it? In last budget year? Oh, they were both paid in this budget year.
No, so I sent them out once, paid them last year, sent them out a second time, and we paid them out of this year.
So how much money do you think you'll need to send them out?
Is there no money for this year?
That's what it
is.
How many households does it go to?
If we paid it out this year, there should be money.
I know, but how many is that?
That should be.
8,000 households?
Something like that.
And price of stamps,
It's, yeah.
But
you're
don't we
talking
have a rate that's-
$4,500 or
So
something.
what?
don't we have a special government rate?
Yeah, because it's.
And we don't
printing
have it through Pitney Bowes or whoever we're going through to have a special rate? Because I know they purchase them at a different rate. Okay. Should be.
But Zach, we haven't done any notice for 2022, right? So in theory, if we don't do a tax adjustment in 2022, we may not need to send
He's
them at
talking
all.
about tax notices in general.
Yeah.
But is this just a general notice?
No, that was the extra notice.
That was the extra notice, right? So we may be okay
Yeah, we might be okay.
if we don't do another tax
So do you just
adjustment.
want to kind of wait on that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's good.
Because the general tax notices, we budget separately, correct?
Sorry.
The general tax notice, we budget separately for that.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're still okay there.
Okay, we won't worry about it for now then. The assessor fleet, 29%, but that's gas prices, so just heads up on that one. Julie's budget.
Well, the assessor also may have,
We don't have a budget for her yet.
No.
It's a mess.
She's gonna have money left over in the permanent employee line item. Are you good if I take some of that money and distribute it through her budget to make it work?
I think that would be wise, and then
Okay.
if there's a shortfall, we should talk about what that
Okay.
is. Anybody disagree?
Non-departmental. You might have to help me a little bit with that one. Book subscriptions and memberships, I tried to put in there what we've paid so far. I'm thinking they're probably just one-time fees, but we are over there. Professional and technical,
Well, didn't we, like the YCC, didn't we make a large donation there?
$750.
No, what was the one we did for
3,000
their center?
Oh,
wasn't
it was 7,500,
Yeah.
I think, 7,500.
Oh,
That was
So,
But
which
that shouldn't
wasn't
have come out of
budgeted, but
that.
we were gonna pull that out
Yeah,
of.
CARES,
Not CARES, but
ARPA.
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 So
Yeah.
which one did you say?
The
Oh,
YCC
yeah.
money that we donated for their building.
That building was
Okay, so that should come
$41,000.
from ARPA. Okay.
So we need to look and see what that was. If that was
Okay.
pulled out of here, that may be part of our
Okay.
issue there.
And you say it was a building donation?
Yeah.
So
I don't know if we guys
there's
all
a
paid
couple
it.
of amounts. There's an annual amount that we pay,
Right. And then there was
which I thought we bumped up to about
We doubled it.
We may have made another.
We also did the other one that was a $41,000. We made it a flat $41,000 that was supposed to go to the building of the YCC, or whatever it
Your
is.
YCC was $7,500.
That's
Yeah,
just
that's the annual
Just the
thing.
annual. Never mind.
Yeah, the
That's
YC,
not-
the building we contribute to is not the YCC.
So your NACO was $450, your American Lands Council, was $5,000, Utah Association of Counties was $30,000, Sterling Codifiers was $500, and then the YCC was $7,500.
And
That's the one we doubled, right?
Well,
YCC.
it was about 2,500 more, right? From the year before.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it was
I think it was-
$1,500 more. I think it was $6,000 the year before.
I was just
But
reading five.
the American Lands Council, we didn't budget for.
Okay.
Yeah, we
So
didn't
that's
budget
the
for
one.
it, yeah.
We intended to bring that money out of the fund balance, general fund balance. So we probably ought to make that one of our budget adjustments that we
Okay.
do next meeting. That was 5,000, correct?
Right. Which I still
And when we adjust that, that may bring that back into.
Okay. Anything else?
But the ARPA one was 41,000, and we haven't seen that go out yet.
Yeah, I don't think it's gone.
No, it hasn't been paid yet.
I mean, I've only seen one item from our ARPA funds that has gone out, and that was $32,000 recently, last 2 weeks. And that was the only thing I've seen go through that is classified as ARPA from that $1 million that we got. We are supposed to have more. We've got some set aside for other things, but that's the only thing that has gone out as far as a check.
Well, that brings up a good point. We probably ought to talk about how we move that funding over for those line items that were,
So,
like for the attorney, we added some money from ARPA to help
Right.
cover
That's
his
right.
extra costs. We added some for the sheriff's department.
so I've been working with Cassell, and what they suggested is that I do activity codes. So I've created an activity code there was already one for COVID, so I created one for your ARPA funds, and like, we're gonna do grants that way too.
Good.
So we won't actually be moving the money around, it's just gonna be coded that way.
Oh,
And that's how they suggested that we do it.
So is it going to show on there, like under
grants.
salaries and benefits for the sheriff's department?
It should, yes.
So will it look like their budget is upside down?
No,
Because that funding will be coming.
Yes.
Okay.
yes, so we just have to make sure, that's what I emailed you about today, when we
That
do
she
hire
codes
those
it correctly
deputies,
on those. Okay.
that we code those correctly so they'll show, they'll track.
And likewise, if Garrett submits
Yep.
anything that he pays,
Yep.
it's
We just need to
intended.
make sure we set it up correctly.
Does Kimberly understand that? Because she helps me with those codes.
She could. Yeah.
And we haven't used any at this point, and we hope not to. Things are looking pretty good so
Or
far.
his,
Oh,
or
good,
his assistant.
good. So, a question I have is on the tourism. Did they ever decide what they wanted to do with that? Because it's a completely separate department than economic development.
That, I don't know what we're gonna do with yet.
Okay,
That
because
one-
money is completely separate.
And I'm guessing that's probably what we'll do, but that has not been resolved yet.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're going to have grants that are in trails that are going to be coming through, trails grants, you're going to have economic development, you're going to have tourism ones. I don't know what else we're going to have.
So,
There's a lot.
I'm assuming that's probably how we're gonna do it, is with
Okay.
activity codes.
Because, I mean, I'd like to keep them separate to where we have each,
So that you
you
can
know, what
track
we
it.
can track,
Right.
so we know what we're doing.
Right. So your professional and technical, that was for legislative executive consulting, that was 40,000.
Okay.
We're gonna have to move funding over for that too, because
Do you want to do it now, or do you want to wait?
well, we know the total amount, right? For the
Have we
full-
paid it in full?
If we pay
No.
the
It goes out on a monthly basis.
Goes out on a monthly basis, but if we
Okay.
know the total amount, it seems to me like we ought to move the total amount over.
Yeah,
You guys agree?
I
we
think
actually,
so.
well, I thought, had James worked with you on the other stakeholders involved in what they're reimbursing yet?
No.
I thought he was gonna talk to you about that, but there is an amount that's been, well, not agreed upon via email on what the payments we'll get from various stakeholders, so.
Okay. So we pay the bill and then we're going to receive money from?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Some of it back, not all of
Yeah,
it.
correct.
Okay. Do you have any idea what that figure is? How much we would need to move?
The total?
Just the total, because we're gonna have to pay for it
What
anyway.
was it?
125.
120.
120,000.
Okay. And you want that from fund balance?
I don't know, are we getting 75?
70 or 75?
70 or 75 is what I heard.
So I guess what we'll do then, if we should probably just pull the full 120 from the fund balance,
Okay.
and then when we receive those other amounts, we should put it back in the fund balance.
Okay.
I don't know how that works on your end, Zach, for putting that money back in, but, I mean, maybe it's just a reimbursement line item, but it'll eventually roll into the fund balance at the end of the year, I don't know.
Your services not otherwise classified was what we paid the chamber out of, 25,000.
Okay.
Do you want?
I don't know what other line items we typically take out of that, do you?
I don't.
If that's the only one, it would make sense that we've used 100% of it and that's it.
Okay.
So I guess for now, we leave that
Just
alone.
leave that one.
If we have any other expenses come in that should be coded to that, we can talk about that next.
Okay.
You could probably ask Stacy if that's all that she ever,
I can look back in the records
look
too
in
and see. I'm not sure what happened with the insurance. So we pay workers' comp and like our member contribution, we pay all that and we're way over 109%.
But our regular yearly one is the big line item there, right?
Right, it's approximately
Our use of,
$92,000 normally, and we ended up having to pay $70,000 more this year.
so it's a lot higher this year, which
So
we
we
knew it was
paid-
going to be because of the
Fire.
We paid USIP
And the windstorm.
46,000 and then another 92,000 and then we paid some workforce services bills from
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
So if it was an increase over our budgeted amount, we need to do a resolution.
Yeah, and it would have been an increase over that. So do we know, how often does USIP bill us? Are we done?
Just once
Yeah,
a year, I think,
Right,
yearly.
I'm sure we're done there, but we still have,
Do we have an estimated amount for the workers' comp and other items for the rest of the
like the
year?
workforce services, I don't know. I mean, I can look back in the past and see.
Do you know, since you're on that board, or we're on that board, the USIP board, do you have any idea? As far as any of that workers' comp or any of
That
the
doesn't go
insurance?
through USIP.
No,
Workers' comp, the way
that's
it
something
works is
different.
you pay USIP, and it's just a pass-through.
Okay.
USIP gets nothing in return for it, it's just each year contract with workers' comp as a whole, and then they just send it out, and so we pay USIP and they just transfer it to the
Do you
So
wanna just leave that
I'm
one?
sure we didn't budget for the increase in the USIP dues because we didn't know what that amount was at the time. But my thought would be, let's try to determine
you
roughly
and your
what
wife.
the workers' comp costs will be for the rest of the year, and then transfer whatever we need to make that account whole.
And is this, with it being this big of a difference, was it a surprise that we were not anticipating, or can we not talk to these groups ahead of time and understand what they're gonna charge for the next year? Or is it just,
USIP didn't have a large increase. I bet you anything that money is our copay of all the claims we made, because we had significant claims.
we did.
Yeah, and USIP calculates it by taking, I think it's 10 years, and they remove the lowest and highest years, claim years, and calculate our dues based on
I
it.
know that there was an increase for our county for the impact. There was a lot of stuff that was not on the schedule. There was a lot of buildings, there was a lot, just for example, the TV tower, we never knew about it until it got blown down, and they covered, but then they come and the individual did the survey, and so there's significant items that are added that should have been that weren't, for some reason weren't. I know that was an increase.
We'll try to do better this year.
Let's hope we don't have any accidents
Right.
this year.
No more.
Well, compared to the
crazy
full amount we would have to pay, the
Yeah.
copays not
It's a fraction.
I'd say that's a pretty good
Okay,
return.
I will see what I can find on that. Under the ambulance, that's something I can take care of, just some bills were paid out of a wrong account, I'll go ahead and fix that. Your fire fleet, your wildland fleet, and then the sheriff on travel and training, equipment, supplies, and maintenance. There was a 2021 bill that was paid out of 2022, that will be fixed by the CPA.
Okay.
And the search and rescue building, or account that's 38% used is for utilities for the building, so I think we're okay there.
That's on city property, right?
What?
Search and rescue building, is that on city property?
No.
So is that a Rocky Mountain power thing, or is that a city power?
We pay city
it's
utilities, and then
Morgan
there's
City.
also federal gas, which is the
Propane.
propane.
Okay. We don't have natural gas over there?
Well, we do to the search and rescue building, our storage building,
Oh, okay.
different, and then a little bit of a fight with them over that.
So what can we do? Because, I mean, natural gas is a lot cheaper than propane.
When we had that done, it was right in the middle of COVID, so we needed something instantly. We were told that natural gas was at least 6 months out. We needed that done, so we had the propane put in. The issue I'm having is I'm getting bills of $500 a month to have it filled. But I shut off all the valves and shut everything off, and for some reason it just
Keeps appearing.
disappears and gets refilled. So I'm in the process now, we're looking at options, and we want to run natural gas to it.
Okay.
I hate to get rid of the propane as a whole in case
Right.
something happens, we can still have it, but we want the main one to be natural gas because it is significantly lower.
Yeah.
What do you mean it disappears?
Explain it to me. I turn off valves at the tank, I turn it off going into the building, and then all of a sudden I get a bill that they just put 400 gallons back in.
Is the tank,
That's not good.
I don't know if the tank's leaking or if somebody's going up and turning it on. In our building, I know at the past, there was people that were going in there and turning it on and having it at 70 degrees. But I still can't believe I'm $500 a month for that.
so do we have a lock on it, or is it just something inside the building?
It's locked. The building's locked, but I can't lock the tank. It doesn't have the capabilities of locking it. So I just shut it down, and next time they get a bill, I'm gonna tell them no.
So why can't we put a lock on it? I mean, I know all the gas stations
The
do.
cover is not adequate. It's broken off, and it's just kind of sitting there. There's no way to lock it.
Is average $500 a month?
I've had some up over $700.
Wow.
And then
Let's get a camera.
For an empty building.
I lost my mind over it, and I went up and I turned them all off, and then I got another bill.
Is it possible to steal propane?
No, I don't think so, and
It is if you
I have some
know how, I
questions on
guess.
it. I have no proof or anything like that.
What size is the tank?
It's like 500 gallon, it's a large one, and it seems like they're filling it to capacity, and it's always bone dry.
But every time I look at it, it's an 80%.
Yeah. And so, like I said, I have some questions, I have no proof of where, trust me, I I shut it off because we have the valve on the tank and then we have a valve going in the building. And I shut both of them off and I've gone in and shut the heat down,
Who's billing it? Who's that?
Feller gas.
Keller Strauss?
No, Feller gas.
Feller?
How old's the tank?
It doesn't look too old. It's got electronic monitor on it that I guess notifies them when it gets low or something. I don't know.
But they put it there, what, a year and a half ago?
Right, when COVID. Yeah.
It was during COVID that we put heat in that building. So,
With CARES money. And there was no intention of keeping it to 70 degrees. It was just more or less keep it from freezing for fire trucks that we want to keep water and stuff like that. But I walked in there before initially and it was up extremely high. And so I said, nope, we're not doing this. But, yeah, so that's not.
All right, we'll keep working on it, in my opinion.
I'm not looking at it. Trust me.
You know what I mean?
Leslie, courthouse building and grounds.
Can
Looks
I
like
ask you about emergency management? real
Yes,
quick?
sorry.
Yeah.
In talking with Austin and Blaine, Austin's wondering why he was not given a budget for this year, wages, benefits, that money's in Blaine's budget. Do you want me to separate that out and put that in the emergency management?
I thought we did that so he could get
I thought we did.
Yeah, I thought that was
Yeah.
tied to your
That
grant.
was the intention. We do need it separated
It
out.
was not, so I will fix that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And then we do have a budget adjustment to move funds over from the flood fund.
Correct.
Right.
And
To make that
that's in the
whole.
blue there.
Okay,
Yep,
perfect.
I will add that. I talked to Brett today about Class B roads, the salt, we've used 47%. He says that he thinks that's probably okay at this point. His shed's full for the fall, winter, just, you never know with the weather. He also said on the signs and the equipment, supplies and maintenance, he's way over on his equipment, supplies and maintenance. He said he will just have to save some money from his paving projects to cover that. So he told me just don't worry about that at this point.
We'll have to transfer some out of B and C is what he's thinking.
Probably, yes.
Okay. We probably ought to figure out what he wants to do there though and get that transferred now so that we're not
Just
getting to the end of the year.
talk to him Monday about that.
Could I get a list of what he's paid?
Yeah, it's in your,
From these accounts,
Yeah, where he's saying he's over, he'll have to, I'd like to see what got paid out of that we've gone over so quickly on.
anybody else want it? That
Yeah,
information?
just send it out to the
Copies.
commission.
All of you?
yeah.
That'd be great.
I just want to see if it's something unusual or if it wasn't properly budgeted for. That's all I'm looking for.
Okay. He did ask on Public Works if I would transfer $4,000 from his engineering line item to his equipment, supplies, and maintenance. So that's just something I can take care of.
So what does he want? Why does he want to move it from engineering? Because it seems to me like we need engineering.
He said he didn't think he would need all that, and he can use that to cover this line item that was not properly budgeted for. He's already used 134% and we're in March. He also told me that utilities, he expects will go down for summer, so he didn't seem too worried about the utility line item.
Well, and looking at through this list, there's a lot of utility line items for this building, for search and rescue, for that. I think they're all gonna be over because utility costs are
Well,
up.
you've got air conditioning in the summer, so.
That's true. It's transitory. Yeah.
So basically on the courthouse, you skip by that, so the same thing as the utilities? I mean, I thought we
So-
kept basically the same.
I think we missed, when I was speaking with Brett today, I think we missed going over his building and grounds budget under the courthouse. There is no money in that account, and he keeps paying bills from that account. There is nothing in there.
What kinds of bills is he paying out of that?
Because we have employees doing everything.
to get that for you.
And I guess you said you didn't go over that with him,
I
Right.
think we missed that one because I didn't have any notes.
because I guess my first, if there's zero in there, my first question would be, why is there zero in there in your
So we
budget?
paid a Mountain Valley mechanical bill for $1,800. We paid Jimmy's Flowers, we've paid bills to True Value. Codell, Vicks, who does our locks.
Did you ask him about all these items when you?
No, they
No,
missed
I
that.
missed this one,
Oh,
unfortunately.
okay.
So we need to ask about that.
Yeah, will you copy us on that too?
Yep.
Doesn't the one sound like building improvements?
Yeah, I mean, mechanical, it's probably repairing HVAC here.
And I don't know if it was just overlooked and nothing was budgeted in there, but he's submitting a lot of bills to be paid from there and there's no money in there.
Yeah, that's,
And I don't know if that can technically, if capital improvement can cover that or not, but it seems to me like we probably ought to transfer it from that, not the general fund, if we need to transfer money.
Sure.
I'll send you that information, and then if you guys will just let me know when I prepare the resolution where you want me to take that from, I'll get that prepared.
Awesome.
Do you put in the memo what it was for? When we see that, like,
Yeah,
you do?
sure.
Okay.
Shoot, where were we?
So back to your parks, we haven't even started the park season yet, and we're over budget quite
So
a bit.
he told me that they are buying fertilizer, they're getting ready for the season, and
Okay.
it's 26% used, it's barely over, and he says that they are in preparation of preparing the parks for this to be opened, so.
And that's another thing that's gone up.
Fertilizer's got way up.
Way,
Yeah.
way up.
Everything has.
So we talked about public, economic development.
Yeah, tell me where that one is.
So that would be what, you've got your restaurant tax, transient room tax, and tourism tax. That's where we pay Ebert from,
Okay, we can't pay him from that one.
well, right, but we're gonna have to work on it.
Yeah, we've got to work on that one. And the reason is because we got that $200,000 grant that is supposed to be going to pay Ebert Solutions. Now, part of that was supposed to be going from the tourism. That's why we've got to separate those two budgets.
Yes.
So that way we know what goes where and what's being paid for.
I think we can handle that with activity codes if we've just got to dive into it and get it fixed. So I think at this point, I don't think we should worry about it too much. I just wanted you to
Okay.
be aware.
Good, I'll tell them tomorrow they're over budget.
Cindy says that she's going to need probably another $5,000 for garbage cans for this year.
How much are each one of those cans, do you know?
They're
Don't quote me, but I thought
130,
they
I
were
think.
80 something.
They went
But
up.
maybe they, did
the
they?
last time.
Okay, then I don't know.
So in other words,
We
we're
do like
looking at
once or
50
twice a
of
year,
them.
we make a big order.
So in essence, what we're doing is we've got all these developments, we're gonna be putting in new ones. 5,000 is not gonna even cover this year.
Depends, I mean,
Well, we,
Don't know when they're all coming
yeah, you don't know
online.
when they
Which
come
ones are you?
online. So the good thing about the garbage is it's an enterprise fund. We generate revenue to cover this.
right,
We have fees that we charge, initiation fees, setup fees for their account that covers a
Right.
good portion of the garbage can cost, the initial cost too.
So would that transfer from the enterprise fund?
Yeah, we
Not
should
from
we
our
should just
general fund?
transfer that out of the
Okay.
enterprise
but
fund
that has to be on
balance.
your resolution, right?
Yeah, because it is budgeted,
Okay.
yeah, we will have to do a resolution, I think.
so every time a new garbage can comes in, we need to do a resolution? to
No,
transfer it
no.
over?
No, we'll just transfer. She's
Busy all
estimating
day.
another 5,000. Just making sure. We're just gonna transfer another 5,000 into that. We budgeted for it, but
Okay,
the cost for the
More
cans
than
went
what
up
we budgeted.
and we've had more need for new cans.
it's hard to gauge how many you're gonna really need, so.
That one doesn't concern me a whole lot though, because it's not coming out of our taxes. It's,
Yeah. Just
if
out
we
of
get
your
in a
money.
position where the fund is in trouble, then we increase the garbage rates.
Okay.
We've had to do that in the past a couple of times.
Yeah.
So,
The last one was the library. I talked to Erin. She said that was a big purchase. She needed to make it the first of the year, and she says she feels that she'll be fine. So that's all I could find. I will get that information for you if you guys will let me know where you want those taken from. I'll get that resolution prepared for your next meeting, and let me know if you need anything.
Can you let me know when we're having the accountants come in or the CPA, and that way we can make sure that we get the correct
Yes.
coding of all the
It'll be
stuff?
next week, so I'll let you know.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any questions?
oh, this is great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for doing that.
For going through that, I
It's
know.
very helpful.
I think this is a good exercise, though, for us to go through, and hopefully it helps us hone the budgets in the future,
Okay.
so that when we sit down to budget, for our department heads to know exactly what they
Yeah.
need and where.
And you want to continue to do this quarterly? Is that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So can I ask a question as far as that goes? If we're moving funds from one area to another, how do we end up knowing at the end when they go to budget again that they don't do the same thing again?
We need to look at actuals. When we go to budget, we take that report and say, what did they spend every year for the last 2 years?
Instead of just looking at what they're asking for.
Yeah, and say, okay, well, you budgeted 5,000 initially, but you ended up spending 10,000 from this account. So moving forward, do you need 10,000 or do you need a different amount, and why? So as long as we're looking at actuals for the budget, in years past, my observation was that they looked at the budget and budgeted based on last year's budget. And I don't find that very accurate. I think we need to budget on actual expenditures.
Sure.
So,
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you, Leslie.
okay. Julie,
So I'll give you guys my request. I know that there's no money, so I just wanted to put this out there to see if it's something that we would consider at some point when we figure out where the money can come from. After talking to a few employees, we just thought that something like this could maybe help morale and boost some things here with the county and the workers. So this is just a concept. It could be altered to fit any budget or take out what you don't want. I just wanted to figure out some ways that we could just kind of be a little bit more cohesive with all the groups and try to build spirit a little bit.
and the total amount is $4,500, is that correct?
And just like that.
For all of the items that you have listed? Okay.
I'm a good shopper.
One that we didn't include was a Christmas party, so I'm not sure what your thoughts are this year. We haven't had one for the last 2 years. We called it, but we did do gift cards, so throw that in too.
I'd love for us to go back to doing an actual Christmas party. Gift cards are great, but it's good to get together too. Do you know what we've spent historically on
I
that?
want to say roughly 8,000.
And do you know where we've typically taken that money from?
I don't know that, but I can find out.
For how much we spent.
So I don't know if we've already budgeted for it. So we never budget for it, we just pull some funding out.
Okay.
Probably take it from the fire.
Don't take it from the fire budget, you said? We'll take it out of planning and development, they got it. Okay, well, I'm inclined to talk about this and not the Christmas party budget. I don't think we talk about that separately and decide what we do towards the end of the year on that one. Does anybody have a different thought on that? Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with it because one thing, we might know where our budget situation is by then. More of it.
Yeah.
So
So,
you're saying no Christmas party then? Is that
no.
what-
No, I actually do want one.
Yeah, we'll do something for sure.
Just don't know whether it's steak or lobster, or
Yeah, that's
hot
right.
dogs and beans.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know, that
Wow,
might bankrupt us.
that would be,
That's $100 a piece.
Yeah, it could be.
Okay, so,
You're right. I got a Metro you can get.
I guess what you're looking for then, Julie, is a kind of thumbs up on whether we want to do this, and if so, we need to talk about adding it to Leslie's budget adjustments for next meeting. Is that,
And her and I can work together and figure out where's the best place to pull the money from. And I don't know, it might be able to come from HR, but we just haven't fixed my budget yet. And I have had some expenditures this year. You know, a few things electronically that, hey, put a bit of money. I don't remember how much we spent total, but
well,
That's something we don't have in the budget set, was an HR.
we're probably best off just transferring that $4,500 from the fund balance. And then at the end of the year, if we have some stuff we need to move around, great. Or if there's extra in your budget, it rolls back into the fund balance. So it's not like it's lost in anything.
But we don't have a fund balance is the problem.
Well, yeah, we have a general fund balance.
No, I don't mean that. I meant an HR budget. We do not have an HR budget.
Well, yeah, we do have an HR
No.
budget.
we do, it's just not very, it wasn't
There's
done right.
just some line items that don't have any.
It's just,
Oh,
the
okay,
HR
all right.
budget just has,
Like office supplies and.
it
Like
has
$0.
permanent employees, employee benefits, books and subscriptions, travel and training, and
Okay.
equipment supplies and maintenance.
And then if you look at the little spreadsheet I did, I kind of show where we maybe could put the budget instead of how it was. Because it really doesn't make sense how the money was divided up in the existing budget. And so this was my suggestion based on what I'm seeing happening so far.
Okay. So it looks like though, based on this, you're suggesting more than the 4,500 because you've got in supplies going from 100 to 1,000 and equipment from 50 to 500. Travel and training going from a combined total of 600 to a combined total of 1,000.
There's a lot of opportunities for me with a lot of other HR groups to get help and training. I signed up for one in Duchesne, so that's an idea of, it's a way for me to get to know the people that are in our HR group and learn from them and their experiences and that, so I'd like to start going to those. But that's just an option.
So the total difference here is
$6,000. $6,250.
yeah, 6150. You did it in your head. Look at you. Well, I'm not an accountant.
She's an engineer. All engineers can do it
These
quickly.
engineers can do that stuff. Okay. So, we're not really voting because this isn't an action item, but if there's consensus from the commission, we can have her bring that back with your budget adjustments, and this would be a budget amendment.
only one on the list that I wonder about, and I don't know if you need to do it weekly, is the Monday donuts or bagels in the break room. If I look at all of the other ones, I can kind of, well, I guess the birthday mini gift bags kind of fall into the same category, but that was a pretty small item. I can see how some of the things you've listed are more group-oriented. We do donuts and bagels and fruit every Wednesday at our law firm, and that's just down there and people walk through, grab it, and move on, so it doesn't really do a lot in terms of bringing people together. And, you know, for those of us that can't have a donut on a regular basis because our wife tells us we're getting too big, it's just something I'm paying for, you know? So that's the only one I kind of question, but I don't have a strong objection to it. I pay for it there, so I'm, you know, these aren't my funds here, so, but I do want to be conscientious of it.
One of the reasons I added that is that Liz, who's one of the custodians, she buys donuts every Friday and brings them in and puts them in there. And I just started thinking about it, and I don't know why she feels like she needs to do that, but it is very sweet of her, and I think it is kind of a nice thing that people enjoy going in. And oh, Liz brought goats in, and they get one, and so it just kind of lifts their spirit, I think, is kind of what I was trying to go for. But she'll continue even if we add a day where we do something, so.
Okay.
I'm okay with it. The big thing is you can try it for a while, and if it doesn't work, you can come back and make an adjustment.
I mean, I do it in my business because I think it helps morale, I think it's good for us to see people in different lights other than just the angry work light.
When I got hired, the most significant compensation my dad thought I got was free soda pop. And
that's something you could do too.
Wasn't impressed with my salary or my other benefits. Really? They give you a free soda pop?
My last job did that, but it wasn't good.
I know with Jeremy, we'd have to put in a case of Mountain Dew. Where'd he go?
I'm back here.
Oh, there you are.
So it sounds like everybody's.
I think it's a great idea.
Yeah, I think sounds like there's some consensus. So if you'll work with Leslie and, if what you've listed here is what you think is adequate, let's just put that in as our part of our resolution. Okay, we've got about 9 minutes left, so let's go into employee and pay policy.
Okay. Oh, this one will take longer than 10 minutes. You want to save that for next time and just do the Morgan City incentive real quick? That's faster.
I think
Sure.
I was going to say the big thing with the Morgan City incentives, I asked her to do something like this and go find out as a potential for something for us to go forward with. So.
Yeah, and I found out from them that they don't compensate the departments that save money. That's something that Blaine was talking about, that if we incentivize the workers by saying, if you save money in your department, then you can do something different with that money, maybe bonuses or something at the end of the year, just to try to get them to save instead of always looking at it as they can overspend or buy expensive things. And then they did say that they leave the overages at the end of the year if it's not above the percentage that the state makes them use up. And I'm not sure what that was, but they do give bonuses based on performance. And then I loved the opt-out program because it concerns me the fact that the employees that don't get the insurance, they lose a lot of money and the county gains it, and that's okay.
So hold on though.
Right.
We gotta stop on that. I'm gonna make you pause right there. The county doesn't gain anything, and here's the reason. We don't gain or lose, in my opinion. We don't budget for it if we know that they're not using it. So when we've done our budgets in the past, we budgeted based on our actual costs. So it's not like the money's just sitting there,
right,
waiting to be used. And that's why this would work if that's how we budgeted. Right. If we just assumed that every employee was getting family insurance across the board and we budgeted accordingly, then that would work. But the way we currently budget, we look at what we actually spend on employee benefits, and that's what we've budgeted for the coming year. So if we decide to go that route, we would have to fundamentally change how we budget. I would guess we're talking a several $100,000 adjustment to get there initially in order to do that. I don't disagree with the idea behind it, although I would push back a little bit that that's not customary in
right,
the business world. I mean, I don't know if any of you have experience with that in your businesses, but
Well, they must budget it, and that's why they do it.
Yeah, so if they budget the full amount, then it's doable. But the other thing we have to remember is Morgan City employs far fewer people than Morgan County, which also makes a big difference. They're probably doing this for a handful of employees. We've got 80-plus employees, so it would be a big difference.
So at my job, we're working extremely hard to incentivize in what works in my job and how it works. I agree that we need to do something. I just think it's finding what works.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm worried if we're able to save money. I mean, if I were told as a department head, what can you do to save money? Well, first of all, I'm going to budget as high as I can. And then at the end of the year, I can say, hey, look at all this money I didn't spend. Well, you probably over budgeted. So at the same time, I think there has to be, obviously from what we did this past year, we're looking forward with employees and trying to keep them happy to be here and what they can look forward to being here for. So I actually do agree with an incentive. It's just what is that, and how do we make that fair for everybody across the board. So if you do, when you base on performance evaluations, you can have two department heads and the staff are equally working hard, but one doesn't do their performance evaluation the same as the other. So it's very, very hard, I think, to try and, I don't know, I want to find a way to incentivize. So I just don't know what that is.
I can check with counties that have larger amounts of employees and get some more ideas.
I mean, something to talk about. I personally don't, the opt-out on the insurance program would be a really hard pill for us to swallow. These are huge dollar amounts. I mean, it would cost us a tremendous amount above and beyond what we're spending now. But I think there's other programs that certainly could work, whatever
Well, and
those
it's
may
only
be.
for full-time, do you know how many full-time employees you have? Do you know? I don't know.
42, 43, something like that.
So it's still half the employees.
Yeah.
It's still quite, now, that being said, I don't know how many are on our full insurance program, how many are not.
There's some more.
We could look into that. I personally am a little hesitant to get into that kind of incentive that's not a norm in the industry, because I have this issue. We've historically said, well, government employees often make less money, but they have better benefits, right? But lately we've used this line of, well, we need to be competitive with the business market, pay-wise, in order to attract employees. So we bring in employees at a more competitive wage, competitive with the market, with private enterprise, but we're still keeping the good benefits. I mean, our employees, their insurance, the portion we pay their insurance is tremendous. I know of very few companies, with the exception of law firms, that pay so much of the employee's insurance cost. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying it's a fine line we need to walk, and we need to be careful how we do that.
Including other municipalities.
Yeah, including other municipalities. I mean, we pay a large percentage of it.
Yeah.
So when we're looking at incentives, I want us to really think about that. And do these incentives make sense in the business world as well as in government, if that makes sense?
And always remember whose money we're spending. I think that's really important, that we always remember that this is just not a pool of money that just comes in every year. It's the people of this county's money.
Yeah.
Can we take a small break?
Yes, we're going to take a 4-minute break here.
Okay.
4? Will that give you enough time?
I will still work with you on coming up with this incentive that I've got.
Because that's what we talked.
Yeah, but this one that they were talking, that I found out about is it's a different kind of an incentive, and that is the employees they find something where the county can save money. I gotta stand up to
Which makes sense.
Boy, Dennis, stay around in case I need to. You mean this or that? Oh. It's because we've got a controversial thing down in that way. No, this is a different one that came up just recently. With this packet. So I know what the reason is. It's cold.
Did Bailey ever come in?
It's
Did Bailey ever come in
Yeah.
to do the?
No, she didn't.
No, she must have.
Yeah,
That's the
sorry. Oh, airport.
Yeah, he just handed it to me. So.
Okay.
Is it too cold in here yet? I kind of turned it down.
Is it too cold? You can shut it down. In my opinion.
Is it really cold?
Yeah.
I didn't feel it till I walked in with you guys.
Yeah, it's kind of cold over here. I want to just go say hi. Because it's not, you can't do anything. I mean, you carry this thing around with you, or else you carry a long cord. It's really debilitating. Okay.
Which item was it you wanted to move up? Was it the broadband?
Yeah, so it looks like he's on the agenda twice.
Yeah, he's on the agenda twice. But I don't even know where he is. He's not here.
Not here, that's good.
No, he was postponed.
Well, we,
What's that?
economic development.
Oh, review.
We can see if he's here by the time it starts. And then, 'cause that's right after public comments, and then what you would move up is item 6.
That's how it should be.
And move that up if James cuts. Thank you so much. Thank you.
On a sissy stick?
I didn't get one.
You didn't get one?
No, I didn't get one. That's Julie's. Thank you. Did you get something for me, Matt?
I did.
Oh. What
You
about
didn't ever say anything, so I just figured
I didn't either.
works.
No? Would you like some root beer? He knows I like root beer, so.
You said you had one weakness in this life, and it was root beer, so I
That's
thought root beer works.
right, I do, man.
I have a lot more than one weakness.
I got more than one weakness, but you know.
Okay, are we
That's
ready
my
to go?
soda weakness. I hope it doesn't cause me to cough.
I don't know how to watch what these are. We want some peanut butter bar cookie.
I do.
Break them, share them, whatever you want to do with them.
You asked Matt last time.
In fact, I'd say let's move up.
Let's see the water.
Item 6.
6. I don't even know what one that is. Lines this things in, we have more people.
Ballot initiative.
I don't know, it's up to you. A lot of these people are here for the next public hearing.
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
And we can move our decision down at the end.
Okay,
Welcome to the Morgan County Commission meeting, April 5th, 2022. All members of the commission are present. We will start with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll go ahead and do that. Our Father in heaven, we're so grateful to be gathered here this evening as members of this great community. We're grateful for the beauty that surrounds us and for the good people that live here. We ask Thee to bless us as we discuss the needs and desires of the county, that we will do so with open minds and make wise decisions. We ask Thee to continue to bless us with moisture for the coming year, and bless all those who live in Morgan County. These things we pray for in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we will move to our consent items. We have two items on the agenda. The first one is approval of the minutes from the March 15th meeting. Do we have any adjustments to the minutes?
Did you ever figure out who the commissioners were that first and seconded it, that were on the last page of
On this one?
on the hearing the last time?
Yes, on the other
On
one.
the one that we have approved, to approve today?
Oh, I didn't notice on that one.
You did. Let me.
So I gave Julie some comments with respect to the commissioner comment section. And then the only other change I would make is on item D, the 5th bullet point, where it says many members signed. I would just put residents, because members suggest it's the Airport Advisory Board, but that was something she prepared and had residents around the airport sign.
And then you had this motion to go out of closed meeting to discuss disposition of real property. You don't have you've got commissioner and then nothing there.
I made the motion.
You made it? Okay, yeah, I thought so, and I seconded it from what I read.
Thank you, I'll fix that.
Okay.
Okay, any other adjustments to the minutes? Okay, if not, we'll look for a motion to approve the March 15th, 2022 minutes.
I move that we, oh man, I'm really good tonight.
So moved.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a
Hard
motion
time to talk,
from
guys.
Commissioner Fackrell and a second from Commissioner McConnell to approve the March 15th, 2022 minutes as amended. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Consent item number 2, approval of employee number 1002, request for 2 days off without pay.
And the only reason that I even put that on the agenda is the policy in the handbook doesn't make it clear if I have to bring it to you. So I just put it in there for your signature, but we really don't need to discuss it. It's already been approved by the department head.
Okay, perfect.
And that's something we need to fix in the handbook.
Yeah, I would say we
Yeah,
have
it's
to
not
fix that in
something
the handbook, so
should
it doesn't need to come here. Okay, do we need to make any motion on that, or are you good to move forward? Okay, declarations of conflict of interest. Many commissioners for items on the agenda. Okay, and then we did get a declaration of conflict of interest disclosure form. Everybody should have that in your packet if you'll fill that out and return that at the end of
With
the
the
meeting
notary,
today.
and if you need Bailey Smith in the planning department as a notary.
Okay.
Okay.
So can we leave it and Bailey will notarize it, or does she need to come down? Is she here?
She's not.
All right, I'll bring it back. I'll have my assistant notarize it.
I can witness because I used to be a notary.
Well, yeah, I
legal.
mean,
I
don't want
am
her
a
to
notary.
Violate the notary rules.
And I have my stamp here.
Oh, okay. So Garrett can probably do that for us.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. Okay. Moving to our first items on the agenda, before we move on to presentations, we'll have our public comment period. This will be a time for any members of the public to come forward and speak to the commission. We'll ask that you please keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We do not have public hearings. Yes, we have one public hearing on the agenda regarding the zone map amendment. This is item G, proposed amendment of the zone map of approximately 5.38 acres going from RR1 and A20 to R18, located at 5460 West Old Highway Road in Mountain Green. That will be a public hearing item, so if you'd like to discuss that one, there will be a time to come forward on that later on in the meeting. Any other items that you'd like to discuss that are public comments may come forward now. Please just state your name for the record. Yes.
Would you like me to move public hearings up to earlier in the evening so people don't have to stay for our meetings?
No.
No, I think this is okay.
Well,
Yeah, typically we do the public hearings
Later so that more people have the opportunity to come.
Okay.
In fact, some of them are required to be after 6 o'clock. Not Lance's, but some of our other ones, tax ones.
Hi, my name is Andrea Franklin. I had a few concerns about the airport that I wanted to bring up. My husband and I have lived in the Cottonwoods for about 10 years now, and we have noticed quite an increase in the noise pollution with the airplanes. And just this last Saturday, we were out working in our yard from about 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., and there was a constant noise of the airplane. So it seems to be becoming more of an issue the last few years, and we recently learned that there was an expansion to the airport that was approved that would add approximately 45 more airplanes. And I didn't know if this development was advertised for public input, like with the big yellow signs. I didn't see anything like that. I didn't know if that's kind of a different thing for that type of development. Anyway, I was just wanted you to consider if there was community input that was asked for that increased development. While I know that this brings in more revenue for the county, I was wondering how much consideration on the community impact that there would be, and if there was an environmental impact. And is there a recent environmental impact study that's been done since so much of the neighborhoods have been built up around there? There would probably need to be an updated one. This is kind of a big deal for us in our family. My husband works overnights in the emergency room, and he actually frequently gets woken up in the morning by airplanes, and if he doesn't get enough sleep, he gets migraines. So that's where I'm coming from. I also feel like there needs to be more community representation on the airport board. Currently, there are 5 pilots and 2 non-pilots serving on the airport board, and I think there needs to be more of a community representation on that board now, especially since the community around it is getting so much bigger. And I think that is everything I have to say. So I just want more community consideration around the airport. I'm not sure what sort of jurisdiction you guys have about the airport and the airport board, but those are just some thoughts that I have. Thanks.
Thank you, Mrs. Franklin.
My name's John Cannon. I'd like to stand up and just share a few thoughts today. And my family and I, we've been here in the county for about 30 years now. And we just feel really blessed to be able to live in Morgan County. So I hope nothing I share today would get me run out of town or anything like that, because we really want to stay here. But I want to talk a little bit. Sometimes we really appreciate the county council because it's a lot of work for you guys to do what you guys do. And very often you hear a lot of complaints, but I don't think you get to hear the positive side of some of the issues that that you guys are addressing every day. So when I noticed that the airport happened to be on the agenda today, I wanted to just publicly share a little bit. Most of you probably on the commission probably know these things, but I don't think that some of the public knows these things. So the airport was donated, the land that the airport resides on was donated to the county by the Wilkinson family. I don't know how many years ago, but it's been a long time. When the land was donated, it was under the agreement that if the airport was ever to not exist, that the land would be returned to their family. But they designated that land because of their love for aviation, and this was long before the Cottonwoods or any of the homes were there. And since that time, the airport has fulfilled some really important services to the community. We had a fire on the hill right here last year. The response time was probably 10 or 15 minutes to get a helicopter from the airport out here to Porterville to put that fire out. We've had other fires in Mountain Green, so having the Forest Service there at our airport, so close to our homes, where we live in a rural community where we can get a forest fire burning very quickly, and in the fall, with drought conditions, it's just really nice to have the Forest Service there. I think we should do everything we can to, keep them operating out of our backyard to help us out. Also, the other emergency services for air transport and life flight out of the airport is really beneficial as a community service. The other thing is that right now we face a pilot shortage in the country. I happen to be fortunate enough to do my training at the Morgan County Airport. It was a great place for me to train, and many young pilots have trained at our airport. Our school system has been involved with our airport, and I think there's some other pilots here today that will share more about some of the training that goes on at our airport. So in the future, with the demand for pilots and the shortage for pilots, and lots of airports are being absorbed and developed into homes, it's getting harder and harder for flight schools like the universities to have places that they train. And so the training that goes on and the affiliations we have with the schools are really beneficial down there at the airport. And then, a couple of the other things that we're really fortunate to have is, for whatever reason, we have lots of veteran pilots that happen to reside in Morgan County. Along with those veterans, we have a lot of retired military pilots, and they're a real asset to our community. They provide, services, and they provide flybys for our fairs, our rodeos, funerals, and other activities, and they work a lot with the youth in the community. And then I think lastly, I love living in a community where we have a lot of recreation for our kids and our family, and the airport provides a lot of recreation in the form of flying, and it's a great asset. It's a great thing for kids to get involved with. It's we think it's better than video games and things like that. So we're just thankful to have an airport in the county, and thankful for the things that it provides, and we are appreciative of the county council's support of our airport.
Thank you.
I spend entirely too much time up there. Just a couple things. I'm a pilot. I'm actually a flight instructor. I teach in Mountain Green. I was on the original airport board that was assigned here, and I think I served for about 4 or 5 years. The difference between pilots and non-pilots, our pilots understand airspace. Homeowners understand homes. Technically, anybody could fly over these houses as long as they're within 500 to 1,000 feet, depending on how congested they are. That's the rules. Most pilots, me personally, when I'm flying over the houses in the pattern, I don't like to fly early in the mornings. But we try to keep our people as quiet as we can. Some people don't care and understand that. I've got a neighbor on each side that has dogs that I don't care for, that bark about every morning at 6:30. That being said, when I moved in down there, I signed a thing, a navigation easement or whatever you call that. In 1993, when I moved in, they made me sign something there that acknowledged that I knew there was an airport there and that I wouldn't complain. I realize when people move, they don't get that same option to sign those things, but they were in place. So I don't want to see, well, I don't know if the airport will go away, but I'm just, thank you for listening. You need to know the whole story, I guess. I think that's all I got.
Dane, just say, Dane Wilkinson.
I'm Matt Pantone, and this is my first opportunity to speak up here. I am a flight instructor, mechanic, aircraft inspector, and aircraft owner and hangar owner of Morgan County. I was just reviewing, as we talked about those, John was talking about what kind of things that the airport has brought. And I was thinking about mostly the youth development, right? Because I know Joe and then numerous other mechanics and people and pilots who have started their careers just being exposed to the aviation environment at Morgan Airport. They have gone on to careers that, high earning careers as pilots and as maintenance professionals for major airlines and above. We have chose to be in this community based on the proximity. I've been here for 18 years, and we live right off the end of the runway, so we're, but again, we're airplane people, so it's just airplane noise, and we live through it, right? And I know on Saturdays it gets ugly, especially in glider season, when they tow incessantly. That's part of that development and what they're doing. This airport has been founded around gliders. As I've flown around the West, and I do so a lot to a lot of airports, urban encroachment on airports is a consistent thing, right? It happens in every municipality that I've Ephraim and down in that valley, I've noticed how those airports were so far out of town in the beginning, and the towns have just crept out towards them. It's a matter of the utilities, I'm sure, that are run. It's easy. St. George is going to run into it now because they've got this great big beautiful new airport, and they're already suffering urban encroachment within 10 years of its completion. So we have many opportunities at Morgan Airport for developing the high schools and even younger, right? I'm part of the EAA, the Experimental Aircraft Association. And I think every year, at least once a year, right? I think we do a program where we bring in kids 8 to 18 for the Young Eagles, and all the pilots in the community get together, come and fly those kids. So we're doing, and it's usually 30 to 40 kids that are going for airplane rides, all for free. The parents just show up, sign some paperwork, and off we go with them. We love to do it. The kids have a great time. It's a highly successful program throughout the nation. Our chapter 58 out of Ogden, we come up here to support it, is very successful in Young Eagles in scholarship programs. We're on our third pilot trainee, who we give them $10,000 to do their private pilot's license, right? They're coming up and they're helping with the kids at Morgan, and so maintenance wise, we've been bringing kids in, right? In our maintenance shop at Morgan, we've employed numerous kids to help get them developed along the lines of aviation technique, A&P mechanicking is what we'll say, airframe and power plant. Anyway, so and then all the air traffic that can come through there. The other day we had people from Alabama, right? They had a place in Huntsville, and they could find this was the closest airport. It's also a good emergency airport on this side of the front. If we've had emergency landings there on transient flights from Jackson southbound, all over. It's a nice place to land where you don't have to go over the mountains. And it's one of the only places that you have to go to Heber. But anyway, that's about it. I start rambling. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, last call for public comment. Okay, we will move. Thank you for your comments, all that made comments. We will move to presentations. First is an economic development review. Mr. James Ebert. Did they tell you the time limit on this, James?
It'll be quick.
Last time was an
I do
hour.
appreciate the mister. So, again, it's been a little bit of time, and so I want to go over a couple quick things, but I'm trying to drive to California tonight. So I see I'm like number 7 on the action items. Is there any way you could pop me up a little quicker? So
Yeah, we can move you to the top of the action items if that's okay.
all right, and then I'll open up for some general questions here at the end if you don't mind. But a quick update on our lobbying efforts on the Interstate. We were very lucky and fortunate through, I think, many of the connections that we worked on over this last year to be awarded $5 million for the environmental impact study moving forward at the I-84, hopefully new interchange at the Mountain Green area. We have a tremendous amount of interest, again, from Snow Basin and some of the developers that are looking at that property to build out what is tentatively kind of referred to as a Mountain Green Town Center. And so that is moving forward along probably the timeline of the awarding of the Olympics. There's a tremendous amount of energy right now for the 2030 Olympics, am I correct? Or subsequent. But I think the 2030 probably has more energy right now. And one of the things you probably are aware of, but I will just kind of state, is many of the venues that were used in the earlier Olympics are not as interested in being used, and so Snow Basin is going to be heavily relied on in that Olympic bid. And so the Olympic Committee is actually having conversations with Snow Basin, subsequently with us, about the impacts of that interchange on the Olympic bid. And so it's kind of something that's pretty important to that list. So we're very fortunate to get awarded that $5 million and start having a conversation in the future about some actual programming dollars to move that forward. We also will continue working with the lobbyist groups into the interim, and we have a meeting that will be tentatively set up. I'm working right now to get the invoice numbers together so we can have those invoices to kind of hand out, because we have some dollars that are sitting out there that will help offset the costs to the county. So we are having those conversations. I have talked to Mr. Stewart about when that meeting is, and so we'll have that as quickly as we can. Any questions about lobbying or the interchange? Again, the interchange and that development area is already starting to move forward. There's some general conversations that have started about a grocery store in that general area, and that is starting to move forward. I've talked to the city engineer, and they're having those conversations today to move that forward as quickly as possible to provide those services and amenities to the community. I've been talking to Lance. We've had several meetings. I don't like to say this about Lance, but I really like Lance. I like Lance. He's a straight shooter. He just kind of tells me when I'm a little off track. He reels me in, and he gives me great advice. So the next time I go talk to him, he's forgotten the advice he gave me, and then he said, yeah, I think I was right on that. So, but I do appreciate the relationship that Lance has opened up in his busy schedule to kind of fit me in to have some of those conversations. It's going very well. We have started our development subcommittee to really kind of review some things and make suggestions to the commission about the barriers and access and things we want to make sure we have ready as some of this development is looked at into this community and how that will affect the community as a whole, and what we need to do to make sure we kind of protect that rural Morgan feel. We want to be careful that we don't get overrun for sure, and that there's good and proper master planning to continue to keep the Morgan feel that everybody has either moved here 150 years ago or moved here within the last 10 years or 5 years. So we continue to work on that. The small county business grant through the Rural Economic Development Grant we received from the state has started. It was opened up. It was advertised. Thank you, Mauricio, for working on getting all that information out. I believe we have applications, and we're in the process of starting to that process of reviewing them. Again, the purpose of this was to kind of replace the state grants that they usually had, or they had several years ago, that helped smaller businesses make it through difficult times or start the process of expansion. And so that is moving forward, and I'm appreciative of Andrew from the business center over there who's really helping us. We continue to work on website. I think we're looking at trying to find a contract to continue to build that out. I heard a little bit of conversations earlier about communications, and I think the website rebuild or the build out will really help that, provide good information, updated information, and one point of information dissemination. The way that we're really working on building this out is that the website will interface within social media, and so all of those different communication points will all work together to push information out or gather information, which is a much better way for the county to communicate what's going on. And again, whether it's updates, whether it's action items within the commission meetings, or whether it's upcoming events for the community, we're trying to build that out and make that really become into the 21st century, which is really where we want to be. We'll talk about broadband here in a second, but broadband has continued to move forward. Liberty is working on the microwave system for wireless, and we still have some other providers continuing with construction. I think I'm not sure how far down Morgan Valley Drive we are, but I know they're working, continuing to do that. A report on the grant that we received to build out the Geodome Village in conjunction with East Canyon. We were awarded $100,000 for that. Commissioner O'Connell wanted me to vet out the total cost of it, so before we signed the contract, we were aware what the costs were. I have two construction/development companies working on giving us two bids as a general idea, but not as the official contract. We had put that out to RFP for sure, but to kind of give us an idea what those costs were. But for those who don't know about it, it's working with East Canyon to build out a very large event dome and then smaller overnight stay domes around it, so that we have a convention area within the county that we can draw TRT dollars to help then assist with recreation and tourism build-out. So that's moving along. As soon as I get those firmed up numbers, then I'll come back to the CED board to have a conversation with the commission about what those costs are and what we would need to do to move that project forward. Como Springs, which is an interesting development we've been working with for a long time. I think it's sat in limbo for a long time. I think Lance finally sent them a letter saying, listen, you either need to move forward or we're going to put your application aside. They have addressed all the comments in their application. Their application is presently in planning office for review, and hopefully will continue to move forward. In conjunction with that, they're working directly with Morgan City for water and sewer infrastructure, and they have all of the applications in for that for water and sewer service, and fingers crossed that will move forward also. We've continued to work on several different areas. Again, the Mountain Green Town Center, the Nine Springs project, which many of you have seen their initial public outreach to have contact with the public. I think what they're attempting to do is find out positives and negatives from the public perception, and then be able to address those to be a good community member in that development. And so I applaud them for reaching out to the community to start that process, and hopefully, and I have a strong feeling that they'll try to address community issues and concerns so that they're a good part of the community that they're building into, so for sure. And then regionally, let me check really quickly. Commissioner Anderson, and thank you, is working directly with Region 1 to every week or so remind them, let's get the EIS moving, If we're going to be on that same timeline as the Olympics, then the EIS becomes the linchpin to that, and we need to get that moving forward. So I appreciate Commissioner Anderson reaching out to them with the relationship that he has. And then regionally, I had a conversation with Stephanie from Economic Development in Weber County. They're having some of the same water issues that we're starting to feel, or we felt for a long time. But we're starting the process of really reviewing and addressing. If you were watching the state legislature this year, water was a huge topic of conversation. I think there was a lot of money, I don't even want to say what the number is, hundreds of millions of dollars that were set aside for several large projects, and to start the process of understanding, what the impacts of growth are. And so the impact on the Great Salt Lake and the impact on some of our other water sources. And so I think out of that, if we're prepared, there'll be some state dollars to start addressing water issues that we have. And whether that's water quality or water service or I think some of those dollars will start to flow. So what we're having the initial conversations is if we approach this as a region, so working with Box Elder, Weaver, Morgan, and possibly Davis, maybe we have an initial ask to start addressing what our water issues are. If we look at Salt Lake at $1.5 million, but then we look at our communities of Davis, Weaver, and Morgan, which is small but powerful, and Box Elder, our population is probably around 650,000, 700,000. So we have a voice if we will regionalize at least the conversation, but maybe not the services. So it's something we've started to have that conversation about, which I think is important. And then we're working on regionalizing some economic development. And what I've told the larger counties is it doesn't make any sense for us because we're not looking for manufacturing today. We're not looking for huge build out today. What we are looking for is to have conversations and be at the table when you start making these larger decisions, because we want to be able to assess what the impact to us in this community will be when these larger things happen. So if you look at the impact of Salt Lake with the airport build out, and now you're looking at them building the correctional facility there, there's a huge impact to the community, but also surrounding communities. And we want to be at the table when some of those larger conversations start to happen. So that's a bit. I may have missed something, trying to get through it all really quickly because I don't want to bore anybody, because I know not everybody's here for economic development. Should I talk airport? So, but I think those are the things we're working on today. There's some smaller projects to continue to watch and monitor. We want to be a good resource. Our role and responsibility is first of all, to have proper plan development that keeps our community going in the direction that our community standards are set, but also then be prepared for the impacts of what is coming our way. And that's where our focus is.
Questions for Mr. Ebert? Okay. Thank you, James.
I enjoy Mr. Ebert, though.
We've got one more item, and then we'll go back to you on the broadband item.
Thank you.
So our next item, Mrs. Nancy Potter. So I'll kind of give a little, go ahead and come up. I'll give a little detail on this item. Mrs. Potter reached out to me after we made our amendments to the county fee schedule last month regarding the rental of the auditorium. She and a group have been renting the auditorium for some time on a regular basis to do some community service projects, and she asked if we could discuss the ability to freeze the rate for her or grandfather their group in on that rate. So I told her that was something we needed to discuss as a commission and asked her to come. So with that, I'll let you...
Wow, you stole my thunder.
I'll let you share maybe a little bit about what you do and have done.
Yeah, so for several years I've had, I'm part of a quilting group. We sew once a month on the second Friday of every month, and 3 days in October. Did I say something? No? I was like, I heard something. So that's what I was just asking for, some leniency, and to grandfather us in at the old rate, because we're just a community members getting together to sew. We clean up after ourselves. We don't have any, we've been respectful of the building, and that's all we're asking. It's just for them.
Kind of a noisy group, though.
Yeah, I'm sure we are. I stayed in touch with Liz and talked to her about anything that's went wrong. And she's never indicated that we're not clean enough, or that we've needed to step up our game on any of that. So
I think that as we discussed that, one of the reasons we raised the rate was because we had some issues with people not cleaning up because the rate wasn't at a sufficient level that they cared whether they cleaned up or not. And I'm fine with that. Personally, I'm fine with freezing the rate for them. That's how I feel, because if they are clean, which I can't see the quilting getting too out of hand, batting going too far, so I'm fine with that.
I agree.
But what goes along with that is the schedule. The schedule is, we were coming in at 8 in the morning and leaving at midnight. So, we're never stepping on anybody else's time. We were always out of the building. But the way that the new schedule is set up, that's not conducive for...
You mean because we divided it into two portions?
Into two parts.
But as long as we grandfather back in for you in that situation, then we can...
She can reserve for that original time period for the original agreed upon amount.
I can agree with it. It's whether or not Garrett says it's legal and lawful.
Well, just you're setting a precedent, and so I guess as long as whoever's used it comes in and you apply the same standard of how you determine whether to grandfather them in or not, just as long as everyone's treated equally, that'd be my only concern.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. So, to be clear, I think the reasons that we consider this is just as you stated. This is a group that hasn't caused us any cleaning issues in the past, and has not caused a noise issue, which we have had from some more recent groups that have rented the facilities, particularly during meeting nights. So with those two factors, I think that helps us maybe clarify our reasoning for being open to them. Are there any other thoughts you might have on that?
I don't know. I just know there was a group in there last night that's there once every month, and they made zero noise. They had ice cream. Unfortunately, they didn't bring any to us. But, I don't know if they cleaned up or not afterwards. So, I don't know. I'm okay with it as long as legally we're okay with it. Or we just work something out with changing our rules. But maybe we need to put in a deposit. I don't know if that'll work either. I don't know.
I guess I've seen the ability to, if there's a fee like this and we want to give the ability for somebody to come and grant that, then we just have that stated that anybody that has to pay for the fee for the auditorium has the ability to request that. And we can make the decision whether we grant it or not, is my thought.
I think the other criteria I would add to that is that I think it needs to be somebody who's shown that they regularly use the facilities in the past, not just anybody that wants to come in and use it in the future.
I think we have been sewing for probably, I don't want to lie, but right around 5 years that this has been happening. So
let's add 5 years or more. No, I'm kidding.
That's some good history. Yes, long-term, greater than a couple of years.
So my request is how do we monitor that? Are they going to have to come to us every time? Do they go to Garrett? Do they go to Zach?
No. You mean if there's another group that...
Yeah, if there's another group that's been using it forever, and
they would have to do the same thing that Mrs. Potter is doing and get on our agenda and come here and speak to us, and we can apply the same criteria that we are.
I think it's just like you said, the water board. That's another one that would...
Yeah, I think it makes sense for us to...
Yeah.
There's certain uses that I think community-type uses, I think it makes sense for us to make the facilities available for that. It's very different when you're talking a maybe personal use or a business use, and we've had all three, In my opinion, if it's a business use and they're generating income using our facilities, well, they probably ought to pay the higher fee, right? If it's a community use where you're making quilts, I assume those quilts are not just for yourself.
Some donated to the fair.
Some maybe you
some are donated to the hospital. We do more than just do for ourselves. A lot of the work that we do, these quilts go out.
But it's not a profit center, is what you're saying.
It's not a profit center, and I think there's a key difference there. You're doing that for others. So that's my thought.
The only other thing for future requests is to probably have Liz or someone from maintenance verify. Not saying that you do make a mess, but just to, maybe there's someone that makes a big mess and they say that they don't, and it'd probably be nice to at least verify that. was part of the process. If that's one of the reasons we're
It is one of the reasons.
saying that we don't charge
Because we were
more.
having to bring somebody in to clean for the next group.
Right.
And the cleaning costs were more than the rental fee. So,
Right.
okay. Anybody want to,
Is it a presentation or an item at
Well,
the action level?
I think it should have been an action item, but I think it wasn't clear when it came to Julie on that.
I'll make a motion that we grandfather the rate for the quilters, the quilting bees of Morgan County, and that they can grandfather the price and time frame that they have been having in the past.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Thank you. Okay, we're going to move to our action items. We are going to move to action item number 6. We're going to move that up in the agenda. Mr. Ebert, we don't want you traveling too late in the night tonight.
Thank you. And I've got a good read of the room, so either quilting or airplanes gets people interested. Economic development is super boring. So just as an update, when we initially approached the legislature, we wanted to approach the legislature helping them understand that Morgan County understood the pressures that we were looking at, understood the pressures of development that were coming, and we understand that we have to take actions. And so we initially had kind of an infrastructure plan that we kind of presented in that, and Commissioner Anderson worked with us to kind of get that laid down. That our first was transportation, but we have water issues we have to address. We have sewer issues we have to address, septic, nitrate levels, all those things we have to be aware of. And the last leg of that is broadband, the communication component of it. Being a rural community with not as many citizens, it's not as easy for us to get providers to come up here and provide services to our citizens, but we are finding that a larger percentage than we had anticipated of citizens are using their homes as places of business, and they need some capacity. And so we've taken some initial steps from some grants, from some CARES money to start building out. We also then work with Liberty for some microwave systems and some wireless. But the issue we're finding is that all of these are kind of siloed, and they're all kind of working in their own areas, and unfortunately sometimes at their own paces. And so I think the strategy that we want to employ now is to create an open network that the county will look to finding with maybe state or federal assistance some funding for, create this open network that providers then can build off of. And so what we're hoping is that some of the providers that we initially provided some dollars to do some build out will participate. And so today I'm proposing that we put out a request for information, which sends this information out to providers. They review it, they see if they're interested, and then they'll write a proposal back to us on how large a network, how large an open space this will actually be, how many, within a certain distance of the open network they'll provide services, and then the methodology or the business model that they'll use then to allow others to tap into it. So the RFI isn't super specific, kind of gives a general idea and a general build out, and then we ask them then to respond to it with what their plan is. The reason this is super important is, whether you agree or not with the federal infrastructure bill, those dollars are being appropriated. They're going to come forward. The grants are going to be released. And if we haven't already built out a plan so that we then can make a grant application, we end up scrambling and piecemealing it. So this is our attempt to have a more coordinated effort for Morgan County broadband. So we have a plan, and then we have proposals that we then can use in a grant application. So that's what the RFI is for an open network. You can ask me a bunch of questions, but if they're super technical, I'm not going to be able to answer them because this is complicated stuff.
So do you foresee a cost to do this?
I have no idea. It could be $1 million to $5 million.
No, I mean for the RFI initially. No. We're just sending out a request for the information. They would send us their proposals.
Yeah. So an RFP usually is a company with an expectation that they put a bunch of work into it, and somebody will be awarded that contract for that service or equipment. And the RFI is basically saying, hey, here's what we're looking at, here's what we'd like. Can you provide this service, or can you build this out? If you can, what will your model look like, and what will your cost be? So that we can then start making decisions on, if that's the direction we want to go. If it comes back and it's $27 million, well then there's just no point in us even pursuing that, right? Because we don't have enough residents to support an application. But if it comes back, 1.5, 3.5 million, then I think that we can then do an application for one of these federal grants for infrastructure specific to broadband and moving that out. So I think there's some opportunity there if the dollars come back and they are reasonable.
We have some grant money or grant applications that are happening right now. There's 2 or 3 of them between now and August or September, and I'd like him to go ahead and work on all of those as much as we can to try to get them as much as we can.
It sounds like we need to do some RFIs so we can have proposals to attach to those grant applications.
And Chair, I think one of the biggest issues we have is because of the short timeline when all this money started rolling out, crazy amounts of money coming out. In order to kind of respond to it, we wrote quick RFPs, we got people under contract, but because we didn't have a plan, we have several companies now that are kind of out there in limbo, whether they're meeting deadlines or whether we've built into contracts and we have worked with your county attorney and reviewing those contracts to see if in there we can interpret some of that as open network. But there isn't a unified Morgan County infrastructure plan for broadband. And this is the first step to kind of provide that.
Are these going to be the same companies that we've dealt with in the past?
We'll open
that we're getting information from?
We'll open up the whole state, and there's a lot of companies right now, but my guess would be that your your Beehive and your All West, who already have some infrastructure, may have some interest, but maybe not. But there's a lot of companies right now that are building out broadband. They're laying in the ground right to today.
Because I haven't been impressed with what we've... They get a lot of money up front, and then they go at a snail's pace. And so they're always looking for these big dollars, and then they don't get their projects done. We're so far behind on our projects.
Yes, we are.
Well, and I guess the thought is it'd be nice to see who's already got the service from the money we've paid, and then who they're going to finish out getting service to, and then get this out for the remaining, if there are. Because I thought way back when we were told that everybody was going to get service, and now we're saying let's get a plan together to see who we can get service to. So I'm not quite. I don't know if I'm hearing the same message.
What I'm going to say to you, Commissioner, is I had nothing to do with that. And whether it was done right or done wrong, there's going to be a period and a pin put in there because there's nothing we can do about what was done in the past. What we have to do today is to start our plan, create an open network that the county can work to manage, have a project manager watching to make sure that the project's moving along if we were to award money through a grant process, and have written into the contract deadlines, have written into the contract service requirements, all that stuff needs to be written into the contract. When I read through some of those contracts, they're very vanilla. They don't set deadlines. They don't set, I think, service expectations or amount of customers to be served. So this would be an RFI to evaluate. When we get to an awarding, then everything that you're talking about, we would have that conversation and we would work around the table until we knew July 1st, this will be done. August 1st, this will be done. January 1st, this will be done. If not, here's your penalty, 2%, 5%, $100,000 penalty, whatever it may be. And so we create a contract that actually had stipulations and accountability modeling in it, which we do not have today. And it would be part of that initial phase to build out just the backbone. And then the backbone allows us then, if there's a community that wants to build into it, they can contact companies and get bids on it, knowing that there's a backbone they can build out of.
Now, in fairness to Liberty Broadband, they have until the end of this year to be able to cover the whole valley, the whole county. Now, I know for a fact that they are working hard, but not hard enough. Beehive, I don't know what in the heck's happened with them, and they're the ones I'm really upset with. because they've been $650,000 later, and we have a few people that have signed up, and a few people that are able to get it. So yeah, I'm very upset with it too. And this process of having the broadband be an open network, at least at that point, if somebody wants to come in and service off of that, that's a potential, but then we might own the network as a potential. It's just an option for us, but we don't have to necessarily come up with any money for it. But I know...
So I guess what the chair asked us is, what's the cost of the RFI? Is there any?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing for that.
I guess I wouldn't mind having an update from Beehive and Liberty.
I'd like to see
Bringing
them
them
come
in here and getting an update from them.
I agree.
And let's plan on it for next time.
I agree.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. Yeah, and I mean, going back to the original agreements with those, we were up against a very tight deadline. And had we done an RFI like this, I think, and had a better plan to begin with, I think it would have been very different than what actually took place. We had less than 2 months, well, maybe 3 months max, between when we thought we had to have the money spent. Of course, on the last week of that time period, they extended it a full year. Had we known that, we probably would have done it very differently back then. But the intention and plan has always been to try to get the biggest bang for our buck, which is what we did with the money we had, try to service as many households as possible, and to try to get fiber, not just wireless. But the wireless has been like a stopgap measure, to try to get to those homes that right now it's just not feasible to get fiber to.
And while we have time and we have opportunity, now is the time for us to get all that information, to get those bids, to get those proposals, to get those project areas, so that when we get into that 2-month period, we already have all that, and we're not scrambling to figure out what project, and then trying to write the technical aspects of a broadband grant can be kind of daunting. And so this is just kind of a step to get us ahead of the cycle and the grant opportunities. There are some out there, but there's going to be some larger dollars coming in. So, and again, what I would just end with is this is part of an overarching plan to address county infrastructure, water, sewer, transportation, communications. So it's the first step.
Good with that.
Okay, with that, we'll look for a motion on the item.
I move that we allow James to go ahead with an RFI for broadband service throughout the county, or whatever is needed.
Infrastructure
only.
Okay, I'll second, and then ask a question on the motion. That's for an open network proposal?
Open network proposal.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve moving forward with an RFI for an open network proposal for internet infrastructure. Any questions on the motion?
Sorry, a little bit of a question on the motion, but can we just make sure and see that before you send that out?
Yes, yep, there's a little bit more work to finish it out, and I'll send it out through Commissioner McConnell. And I need to talk to county attorney to make sure all square, and then they send it.
Sorry, that's all I got.
Okay, perfect. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, moving to action item number 1, Brett Heiner, Public Works 2022 road projects.
Okay, commissioners, that time of year again. It'll be about the same week last year. You looked over your packets on what we got proposed. Let's talk about the bridges first if we can. Talk about the Peterson Bridge, give you an update on that. You probably heard some about it. It'll be closed May 9th. Full closure on May 9th. We're actually starting on the 24th this month. We'll start underneath on some of the projects. Close it on May 9th. It'll be a 53-day closure. Be open by June 30th.
By June 30th?
If all goes well, yeah.
Oh.
So a little shorter than we planned. That's good news.
They're gonna have to build it mostly off-site then and move it in
Well, this is
place.
just a rehab. I don't know if you remember.
Oh,
that.
that's right.
This is just a rehab.
That's right.
Originally, it was going to be replaced, but we changed to a rehab. That's, if you was going to build it off-site, you'd be quite a bit longer time frame. So I think it's a good deal. I think the bridge is in really good shape compared to replacing it. That's why we went for a rehab on it. I mean, it's got some water damage. That's the reason that we're doing what we're doing. The columns need to be repaired. The girders, the end of the girders, got some rot on them. Of course, the deck's going to be repaired. The biggest thing is the joints. That's what they're worried about, the joints on the ends. They're attached to the ground. So. Any questions on that?
Schools and emergency services,
Yeah.
identified correctly and all that.
Yeah, we've been working, talked to our, through the process. There's a couple more wrinkles I think we got on the garbage. We're going to talk to him tomorrow. Now we know it's really going to go. Granite's the contractor, Granite Construction contractor on it. So they do have some incentive days in there, so they have an incentive to get it done a little quicker. So who knows? Maybe if it goes good, we could open it even quicker than the 30th of June. So it's never fun to be that big of a detour, but still better than a full replacement as far as time frame goes. So I think it's a good choice.
So just for the record, do you want to just, which Peterson Bridge is it?
It's the one that goes over the railroad, the taller one.
So that detour route to get to Peterson, you'll have to get off that exit, go up through Enterprise and Stoddard, across Stoddard and come back down into Peterson.
Well, the official detour is right here, 103. Right here, down Young Street, and then all the way down.
All the way down.
Yeah, and that's the official detour. The reason for that is truck traffic. We don't want the trucks on Stoddard Lane.
Okay.
They'll destroy it. It's not wide enough either. You know what I mean? It's a narrow road, so it's a safety fact. The locals, I'm sure, will find that they'll go across Stoddard. And we've timed it across, so it takes about 12 minutes to go up and back to the freeway here. It takes 15 minutes, a little longer than you think, 15 minutes to go across Stoddard and back down to Peterson. So it's actually a little quicker to the freeway, but you've still got to go down the freeway, so you've got that time to get from 103 back to 96. We give it a lot of thought. We've had conversation with Boyd and the sheriff. Like I say, the only thing I really haven't is the garbage. We're going to get that this week, because they'll have a little bit of a detour. And the mail, we're still ironing that out. I guess we do have another one. Is the mail. They're giving us a little bit of trouble on that.
Yeah, that's nothing.
What's that?
I say that's nothing. I used to do it all the time. So, you know, if you need me to go talk to them, I'll tell them.
So we are working with that. I haven't done much with that. I just got informed on that one. The problem is, I guess the mail carriers get a mileage rate. Is that right, Blank? A mileage rate, so that adds the miles, and they don't get paid for it. They just have a set rate for that. So
actually, they do. They do get compensated if it's over 4 days. They will get compensated for it.
But they're telling me they're not.
No, I'll go talk to them.
That'll help.
I'll go with you if you want me to, or I'll go over and talk to them because I know their contract up and
And that's just
down.
happened in the last week or so. That was kind of an unseen problem for me. But
Brett, I'm sure you'll do this, but let's make sure to get our signboards down there well in advance, notifying residents that it's going to be closed. And
there's quite a plan on that, really. There's been a lot of plan on that. So.
Awesome.
What about Heinz?
What do you mean as far as?
Are they well aware of what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Okay.
We really thought of Heinz. I mean, we feel bad for them. They've been in all the conversations with us. They've been in meetings with us. They're not looking forward to it, but it is shorter than it could have been for them. You know what I mean? So they know the days. They've got a schedule. And we've had a lot of conversation with them.
If I can just say a punch for Heinz, people will make the effort to go down there and get their gas It's a whole lot cheaper than up here. So take the extra trip.
So, any questions on the Peterson Bridge?
No, sir.
Good to go. So just remember May 9th, you have to drive around if you do it down there. That probably won't change. The Croydon Bridge, that'll be even funner. So it's going out, I found out today that it's probably going to go out to bid again on the 25th of this month. It'll be out for 4 weeks, so that'll put it close to the end of May. We'll see how the bids come back. The bridge really needs to be done. I think we're going to push pretty hard to get it done this year. It's coming apart, so.
It's moving a lot, isn't it?
Yeah.
That hole keeps opening
on
up.
East End, don't we? Yeah, it's moving a lot. It gets a lot of truck traffic, doesn't it, Mike? So if, let's say we get, it's a go, November 1st will still be the time frame to close the bridge. Probably about a 90-day closure. We don't know that for sure. It's just an estimate. 90-day closure, so that would put it into the end of February, 1st of March. So we all know that detour, right? It'll be up to 115 back around. It's going to affect school bus, everybody. Probably even the mail carrier, right?
Yep.
So anyway, we'll know more 1st of June, get a contractor in place. But it would be nice to get it done.
So
prices are going up.
So when you say the 115, do you have to go to Hennifer? I didn't even know there was another road back into Croydon.
Yeah, it's all the way
The
up.
old road that goes
So that's
past
my
the
marker. That's the
Croydon
second
Cemetery.
Hennifer Bridge. You got 112 and you got Croydon's 111. First exit's 112. The second Hennifer exit's 115. You got to go over on the East Hennifer Road all the way back into Croydon.
That's a long ways.
It's a very long detour. So, and 3 months is going to be a lot of fun for. Now, thankfully, part of that time period, the cement plant should be doing their annual shutdown.
Yeah, that'll help. So that part of the reason for having it closing down on November 1st, of course, is the river is its lowest point that time of year, right? And then the truck traffic is its lowest point for the cement plant. Sometimes it is busier in November, depends on the weather we have, but it always does slow down by December. We got to get started sometimes. We'll talk about the prices of that when we get into the road projects.
That bridge at Hennifer's completed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Any questions on the Croydon Bridge?
I know we've talked about this one too, but the old road up over the hill will undoubtedly have to be redone once we get the bridge redone with the truck traffic that's going to go over it.
Yeah.
I guess we'll just have to plan for that for next year.
Just planning on next year, we're gonna have to put some money into that road, however we do it. And I've got some repairs planned this summer to try to save part of it to make it last. I mean, it's really gonna come apart anyway. But we're just gonna have to do some greater overlays to get it to last through the heavy truck traffic. And Summit County's probably not gonna be happy with us either. Send it around their road, because their road isn't in much better shape.
No, it's
about the
not.
same.
And it's a narrow road as well.
It's a narrow road. So the shoulder will be beat up. Be nice when it's done. Okay, have you looked over the road projects? I got a long list and a short list. The reason I give you a long list is this really is the needs on the long list, okay? So you're aware of that. And then we've got it narrowed down to a short list. This is more reality, what we can afford to do. Any questions on the long list?
Which one is the long list?
So it's the first
one. I was going to say, the whole thing was pretty long.
I think, Brett, for the benefit of the public, in fact, I kind of wish we'd had this up on the
screen.
Can we put this up on the screen?
Maybe landscape.
Lance, can you throw it up there? I think it'd just be helpful for the public to see. You more than anybody in this county knows the road condition, and you get the phone calls from residents that are concerned about beat up roads in their community. But I think it's important for the community to understand what it really costs to maintain our roads and the kind of revenue that we receive specific to roads. So We have done some pretty major projects in the county over the last several years. We've done a bridge project. Well, we just talked about 2 bridge projects. To be clear, Morgan County is only able to do those because we receive federal funding for the vast majority of that. We pay 6% match on that, right?
6.7%.
Sorry, 6.7%.
And it's on your sheet.
So we're only covering 6.7% of these multi-million-dollar bridge projects. Morgan Valley Drive was recently repaved. Was that 2 years ago?
2 years ago.
And that project was a $2+ million project. We got federal funding to cover, again, all but 6.7% of that.
Basically the same grant system.
Yeah, same. Brett was also able to get a grant to do Old Highway Road, which will be next year.
We'll design next year, we'll build in 2024.
Okay, 2024.
So we got to get the old highway to hold together till 2024.
Again, that's a $2+ million project, and the only way we can afford to do that is because we get federal funding to do that. So Brett and his team do a lot of work with grants to try to get those funds to do the projects. Morgan County receives B&C road funds from your gas tax that you pay. Okay, and that gas tax, the portion that we receive is based on the number of miles that we have of roads within the county and the types of roads they are. But we receive, and it fluctuates every year because it is based on the gas tax. We receive between $500,000 and $600,000 a year. Okay, that $500,000 to $600,000 has to cover all of our road maintenance and upgrades and repairs for the year. Brett's long list here of what we really probably should be doing here. The total dollar amount at the bottom is $833,000, and that does not include the match money that we have to come up with for the bridges, the 2 bridge projects.
And let me point out that this doesn't do all the maintenance that really should be done. You know what I mean? Like chip a road every 7 years to save it so you don't have to pave it in 25 years. There's a lot of things you can do like that that are a lot cheaper. Saves your roads, and I'll give you an example out here on 66. This is a state road, but they chip that every 7 years, or they have, and they haven't paved it for years and years. If you do that maintenance to get that oil back on there, and Jared knows a lot about this, then you save roads. And this list, this is a short list. We go back to the long list.
It's up.
It's page 76.
Anyway, it really doesn't include the maintenance that I would like to do to keep some of these roads up. But we're having a hard time doing what we really need to pave and chip what we have to in order to do this. And that's the reason I give you the long list. So at least we know the needs and the immediate needs in the county.
Yeah, I just think it's important for us to recognize the actual cost and what it really takes. So the long list has over $800,000 in costs to it. We don't have that kind of funding to apply, and so we have to narrow it down. And Brett does a good job of doing that. He goes and looks at each road in each area and determines what's highest priority based on
And I have
condition of
a
that road.
system that I go from 1 to 4. But 1 needing immediate attention, 4 being, of course, a road that's in pretty good shape. So if we go to the short list, this is reality, what we could afford with the B&C funds. And give you a little example on the B&C funds. In 2020, if you remember, Mike, you was here on the council. We was a little worried about it because after 2020, everything got shut down, right? So, and we had conversations with you that, oh no, nobody's going to buy gas. We're not going to have any B&C funds. It's going to go down. Well, what happened? I had more in that fund that year than I've ever had because everybody bought a house trailer and went to Uintas and everything else, right? So it went the other way because instead of going to Disneyland, everybody bought gas at 7-Eleven on campus. So it did benefit us.
It's true.
So anyway, we go back to the short list.
See, I think,
Okay, so this is the roads that we really need to do if we can. Look that list over. The top is the paving, of course. I always include manholes, reconstruction. When you pave, you have to reconstruct the manholes. And then this is the chip seal. And that's when you go in and put an oil coat down and then rock, and then chips. And you put rocks down and then a fall coat over the top. Looks like paving when you're done. That's a thinner seal. That saves a lot of roads, and if you go on, say, Silverleaf or Willow Creek last year, you'll kind of see how that road changed just doing that application. So we spent a lot of time analyzing those roads, deciding what's the best, if we can get by with a chip seal and save the road for a few years, or we got to pave it if we're that far. If the road's that far, in that kind of shape, then we need to pave it. Any questions on the short list?
I have a question for you. On this list, you have, we've got a problem with a trail, which you're over also, is one that's been granted to us, and we need some repairs on it. Can we somehow put that into this?
You can't use B&C funds for
Oh,
trails.
you can't use it for B&C? Okay.
We'll have
Never
to
mind.
budget something else for that, and we really haven't gone that far, Blaine. And the reason that I haven't given as much maybe thought as we need to in the future is I've been short on funds just to do, and I'm showing you that list.
Okay.
I would be glad to set that up. It wouldn't be a problem to work on that. We just need the funds to do it. I would be able to, get bids out or decide what we got to do with that. And I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I think we can work on it. I was just wondering.
If you get some money to do it, that'd be great, because I'd be happy to do that.
Okay.
To get those. I know that one in the Cottonwoods is getting in really tough shape.
Yeah.
It really is.
Okay.
So
What
Chair,
about this?
if we add that percentage on sales tax, can that money be used for trails?
Yeah, the monies that come through COG can be used for active transportation.
Yeah, it could be.
That's my understanding.
So that is a potential revenue source for that. Yeah, otherwise, the only revenue sources would be property taxes from our general
Not
fund
necessarily.
or grant funding.
Yeah, we can get it through grant funding, or actually we can use it from the tourism tax that we receive already.
A small portion.
A small portion can be used for trail maintenance, and that's one reason why we collect that tax, is for that, for the trail systems. So that's one of the areas. Now, I've got another question for you.
So if we can develop a budget for that, we would definitely tackle it,
Okay, all right. Durst Drive, that's a brand new road. Why is that one on here?
Let's see. They're on the short list.
That's on the real short one.
Chipping.
At least the one I've got
I
here.
don't see Durst Drive.
I don't see Durst.
Well, it's on my list, the March 23rd estimate one. Look down under,
Are you on page 77 of the packet?
I am on,
Does it say 2022 maintenance short list?
yeah?
Okay.
Oh, no, it says street maintenance.
Yeah, that's the long
Page
list.
72, that's a long list.
All right, I'll go to the other one.
But to answer that though, Brad, on new roads, do they not have to be chipped within a certain amount of time to protect that pavement?
All these roads we pave, we really should go back and chip them in a year. It's hard to do, for enough funds, but that's the proper thing to do. And then you can go 7 years. On an average, you should go 7 years, re-chip them, and then you can go 25, 30 years without ever having to pave them. Fill the cracks.
But if that's a developer road, they should chip it at their expense for the first time, correct?
Well, okay, I know what you're talking about. Durst, that's just a typo. It's not really Durst, it's 3900 in Peterson Village, down in Peterson, so that name's wrong on there, Blaine.
Okay.
Yeah, Durst is down in Whittier. It's just when we pulled that up, that's what it pulled up.
Okay.
So it's really 3900 west of Morgan Valley Drive.
Okay.
So, or north, sorry.
So that's not part of the Wasatch Peaks one that they,
No, that's the next road.
Okay.
South of that.
all right.
So Brett, I know one road that we repaved a few years ago and really needs a chip coat, but it's a very long road, is the road to Lost Creek Reservoir.
And you've got Highland Drive is a real class. I'm studying that road now, and we really need to chip that road, but that's beyond this list right here. This list here is more important than chipping Highland Drive and Lost Creek as far as pavement preservation. So you see where we're at.
Will the state parks go and take care of giving us money for the Lost Creek one?
Possibly. I thought a time or two we was close to getting some money to do that. It's gonna cost about 400, we've already got an estimate, about 400,000 last year to chip that road.
And then we're gonna have to go to the legislature again.
I mean, we've asked for funding for that, and we'll continue to ask for it. There's no guarantee, they're not obligated to do it, it is a county road. They did give us 200,000+ to do the back road.
Lost Creek's a classic example. We put just over $1 million in that road, and we're kind of losing it now, but, you know, that road's drying out. It needs to be chipped to save it and not really waste some of that money.
I agree.
So it'd be great to get that, but that's a little over 400,000 to do it. And prices have gone up since last year, 10%. So I'm sure nobody's surprised to hear that.
I'd imagine that fuel prices are gonna have an effect on that for the coming year as well.
Right now, you're at a 10% increase to pay. Okay, any more questions on the short list? So now you'll see what I put in here on our matching funds. This is a little bit of a problem for me because we got to pay this to get these bridges complete or the current one started. So if we can't solve some kind of money to help pay for this, then this is going to come out of the B&C funds, and so this short list is going to get $250,000 shorter.
So what's the 250 for again?
Matching funds. That's my estimate on matching funds on the bridges.
The 6.7%.
6.7%. Now, if you look at that, you look at the Croydon Bridge, our matching funds, it's a $5.6 million bridge. So our matching funds is $375,200. We've already paid $86,000. And how we paid that is just payments. Every time they do something on that bridge, UDOT has a bill, they send us that 6.7%. So I'm always paying those bills all the time. So you can imagine when the construction starts, bills are going to ramp up, right? They're going to spend more money, they're going to send us this. So that $250,000 comes from about $150 is my estimate on the Croydon Bridge if we spend that much money from November till the end of December. And it's going to be somewhere in there. And then to finish building the Peterson Bridge, we're going to be around $100,000. That's what's left on the matching funds, and that will be done this year, so I know that money will go out.
And then we'd still have about $180,000 in match money in 2023 to finish these projects. We'll have a little bit of the same problem because of the Croydon Bridge next year, but I think maybe we can talk about that in the budget meeting at the end of the year. That upcoming, we'll have a better idea maybe too.
So we're currently looking at COG dollars, have possibly the ability to use some of those dollars to help with this matching fund. I talked to Brett about this, but our next COG meeting, Commissioner Fackrell, we can bring that before them and see what we can do there to help this out.
There's also some other things that we've got that meeting with the representative of those other kinds of dollars that they were asking us to at least consider. There's some potential of that money too. And there's also some other potential money from the there is some from the EDA that we can potentially get to help with, like Lost Creek, because of it being a state park. And there's another one that is, anyway, there's a few of them out there that we can go over, Jared.
We'll try and help this out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, today, if I don't have that, then I'm going to have to shorten this list and just get with the contractor and schedule what I can to get done. It's going to get a lot shorter. Which we'll still get done what we can. But I always pay the 1st of June if we can, so we can get the big projects done. Then I'll know what I have left, so I can do the little stuff. You know what I mean? I can't do a lot of little things until I know how much money I've got left to do some grader overlay, shouldering, that kind of stuff. That's the reason the time frame is real important to me, to get things paved and get it done the first part of the summer.
Okay. So for this evening, Brett, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're looking for approval to to move forward on the short list. And we'll have continued discussions on the match money, it sounds like. See if we can find some alternative sources for
Jared
that.
is right, I think we might be able to get some COG dollars there. And do you have an estimate of that, Jared, at all?
Not yet. I just know if it qualifies, we do have to ask, and then the board has to approve it. So, well, give the recommendation to be approved for commission.
I'm just having a hard time with the amount, so let's say 100,000 from the COG. Okay, that's going to help. That's going to help out. Then that leaves 150, right? I mean, the commission's going to have to decide a little bit tonight. Are we going to work on that hard and take a little bit of a chance, you know what I mean, and go ahead and approve a short list and get moving on what we need to do? Or are we going to scale this back and say, okay, let's just see how it goes and pay less for now?
How long before we'll know on COG?
Number is right now.
Well, we meet once a month, so.
We meet in 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, 3 weeks.
Because I think.
Brett, do you know what's in our B&C fund balance? Do we have funds there?
I've got 500,000 budgeted. I think there's more than that.
In the balance, though, not the budget for this
year.
year.
Funds?
Yeah.
No, I'd have to give us that and see.
Because we do have that's an independent fund, so there is a fund balance there.
I think there's closer to 600, but we budgeted 500, and that's what I'm going off of what we budgeted for the year. I'm not really going off the balance, so I think there is a little more in there, but we'll have to get with Zach and see.
Because, one way to approach it is to approve the short list utilizing B&C funds, and then have him move forward with that, recognizing that we're going to have to pay that $250 less whatever else you received from COG out of our general fund.
Or if there's any fund balance in B&C, which
right.
Sometimes
if there's extra,
but there may
great.
not be much there.
Right.
I think there's a good chance that we can get some COG money for that, don't you, Jared?
Yes.
For the amount, we don't know. You know what I mean? I would guess 100 to 150 in there, just knowing the balance that's in there and the things that are coming up. That won't be a guarantee until we get it.
But I don't know that we have a whole lot of other options unless we want to shorten the short list. And
that's
as he's already identified, and that just ends up costing us more money in the future.
Yeah.
We've started to move at a better pace on terms of keeping these roads well maintained so that we don't have huge expenditures in the future and so that we extend out their life. But it's going to take, from my perspective, we have to continue moving in that direction, and if that requires some use of the fund balance, the general fund balance, then that's what we ought to plan on doing. Assuming that we have sufficient in the general fund balance, which I believe we do.
Yeah, I believe so.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, if you want me to make it, I'll make it as a motion. So I would, Mr. Chair, I'll move that we approve the scheduled improvements set forth on the 2022 street maintenance short list, construction cost estimate utilizing B&C funds. I don't know if the motion needs to include, but recognizing that we'll have to pay matching funds with respect to both the Croydon Bridge and the Peterson Bridge. Peterson probably the entirety this year, and Croydon some this year, and the balance next, utilizing some portion of the general fund balance.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the short list as currently listed, and recognizing that we'll have to come up with funds for the matching funds for the bridges. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Brett. Yeah. And thank you and your
team.
team.
The worst case scenario, the highest price, so it could go down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay, action item number 2, Michelle Lyman, airport planning for landscape buffer and airport advisory board discussion.
Okay, and on that, those are actually two different items, and I probably didn't fill that out online correct. So the first one of that is just airport planning for the landscape buffer. The second part of that is a completely different item. And it was just for discussion, not a discussion decision on the second part. So glad to actually be able to converse back and forth on this item versus just making public comments. And I also wanted to thank, and I really appreciate the pilots coming and voicing their opinion on the whole situation. I think maybe there's a little bit of misunderstanding of what I'm coming today to bring forward to the board, and maybe what was said, because after your comments, I was like, I don't think they really know
Michelle,
what I'm here for.
if you don't mind, if you'll just address the commission.
Okay, I just wanted to thank them for their comments, because when I started serving on the board this last fall, one of the biggest reasons I did it is I was at a meeting and George stood up and said that there was a need, and I thought I have some extra time, I could do that, and I think I would try to do my best to look out for the community as a whole on that. When I met with them, one of the first few board meetings, and the berm was brought up, with living so close to the airport, I was put over that on the board just to maybe research, try to find the agreement that was between the county and the developer, which we have found and brought forward, and the commission has very gratefully has said that they would move forward with finishing the landscape buffer that was contracted to be finished back in 2005. So with that being said, the things I wanted to discuss today, we've kind of already discussed that we all would like that. Because I'm not a pilot, I wanted to get some information from pilots to see if it's something they would want. I also went along that road and talked to all of the community members. The majority of the community members that live right alongside there, they did sign the affidavit that was brought up from Mr. Wilkinson, and they all knew the airport's there. They like the airport. Everyone I talked to says, we like the airport. We knew it was here when we were moving here. I think there's maybe a little bit of miscommunication on that, where I've heard some of the pilots say those homeowners hate us, and I don't think that's the case at all. I just think both are trying to be good neighbors, and I think maybe just a little bit more communication between the two, and that can happen. I think both want to have something that's good for the community, and that landscape buffer is one of those things. A lot of the pilots that I spoke to that are airport hangar owners now, some that are on the list to become airport hangars, all agreed and said, we think that's a great thing. That's a good thing for the airport, that's a good thing for the community members, that's going to fix some of maybe those negative feelings back and forth. I actually think there's a lot less of that than what has been portrayed, but I think this landscape buffer is a win-win for both. With that being said, what I wanted to discuss today was the pros and cons of tying the water system in with the infrastructure that's already been approved and the water that has already been allotted for that infrastructure, and maybe discuss, now that we can have a discussion back and forth, discuss numbers on that. After that, I have asked Boyd Kerrigan to maybe give us some information on how this could fit into that grant, or just financially how we can take steps forward to doing it. Kirk Miller, who is one of the gentlemen, I've talked to quite a few different landscape architects trying to get information on the cost of what it would be to do something there. I don't have a lot of background or knowledge in that, so I thought I would try to find a few professionals that do. One of the companies, just by taking the number, tried to get just a brief idea, throughout a number of 20,000 of what they thought it would be to get the vegetation and water system in there. That was just a very brief, not anything written down, that's just a number he came up with. He said, I think it could be like 15 to 20 depending on He also discussed the trees that one of the developers have purchased a tree farm in our area, talked about using some of those trees and also using some of the rock that developer is using also. And he said he thought the developer would be more than willing, because it also benefits his development, because people are driving by there, that he would be more than willing to do that. Kirk Millers was not able to be here. He had planned to, and then last minute had something come up. So he actually sent me a design for you to look at, just to give. This is not, he was actually very nice to do this. I know normally it costs quite a bit for him to even draw something up like this and to do all the figures. Because he's a resident of Mountain Green and thinks this is a really good thing, he did it just pro bono for us just to this point. But am I okay to give you guys a copy? I didn't have it sent to you just because I literally got it like a few minutes ago, but this will give you an idea of the water usage and what the amount of vegetation we can get in there for that amount of water usage. Because that's the big question that I have, and I know there's a few disagreements on the airport board of should this be tied in with the infrastructure water that we have, or should we wait on it? My opinion on that, and this is just my personal opinion, is it should be tied into it for a few reasons. Financially, if we wait to tie water to this, I've also, you guys have a few copies. We had our airport manager and our airport chair that are here today had a discussion with the water company about what an approximate cost would be. And there's an email that I've made a copy for you, and it states that another connection with source and storage would be about $20,000 through Gardner Development. That's something that they are able to do. Gardner Development, when I talked to Mike Johansson at the water company, he did say they're willing to do that. I feel like on that, we have a half of a, what do they call it, half of a residential use left in the airport from what has been approved and what's going to be used. With that half, finishing the berms and doing one of the hangars for 9 Line can be done with that. I feel like it would be a better choice to put that water to the vegetation buffer at this time, because if 9 Line's planning on doing the 2 hangars, doing those 2 separate on 2 different water systems seems a little silly to me. And also, if we don't run a pipe or something to that berm, once everything's filled in, and they're working really well. I mean, they're making a lot of progress on the development that they're working on right now for the infrastructure, that I feel like this is very time sensitive, and if we don't get a water pipe, Kirk had said it needs to be like a 1-inch line. I talked to Mike Johansson too, he agreed with that. One of the pages that I've also given you that just has a site plan, on that is just some brief notes that Mike had made that said, that is just giving you some information of what would need to be put to that point to run the water line. With the water lines that we're looking at running, there's not a lot of water in our community, and we need to be very sensitive to that. With what Kirk has drawn up and the amount of water that it uses, is a zero-scape, I don't know if it's called zero-scape plan, but he gave me, if you look on there, it shows that to water it for a 2-hour period of time, it shows 420 gallons per day. He said in his home, which is probably like a third of an acre, when he's watering his grass and his drip system, he uses 2,400 gallons of water, where this plan that he's drawn up, because he's done it with the minimal amount of water to be conservative, is at 420 gallons. When I gave those numbers to Mike at the water company, he was like, oh, I don't know if it's that kind of seems like not that much water. But I feel like Kirk, who is a professional who does this all the time, is pretty knowledgeable on that and pretty accurate on his amounts. He also has experience in doing landscaping around airports, and so he's also familiar with what you can and cannot plant, because airports have stipulations on what you can plant and what you can't plant on it. So, what are your thoughts on running that water to the buffer versus using it for the first hanger of 9-line? Pros and cons. I just wanted to have an open discussion with you, with the members here, to see what.
So from my perspective, there's questions about what are the available water sources. So Michelle's identified one. There are the 3 remaining approved connections, and they would take us through the hanger rows that we've approved, together with 9-line's first building. And 9-line's willing to pay the cost of the third one, which is previously allocated, and it's not the $20,000 number, because they've reserved some water for the benefit of the airport.
Is the third one that you're discussing the third one that has already been approved from the water board?
Yes.
For the infrastructure? Okay.
Yes. Or what Michelle is saying, have 9-line acquire their own separate connection, which would be more like the $20,000 number, because you need the actual source capacity and tank capacity and the same connection fee.
And one other thing that Bobby had brought up at one of our board meetings, and I know a few other of the members have brought this up too, just running, one of the members voiced, you know what, we don't want the same thing that's there now. We don't want to redo the same thing. And I agree with that. I feel like maybe there wasn't as much planning put into what is done now. And I know there wasn't a water system put to the berm now. And reading the contract, I think we've always referred to it as the berm, neighbor-wise, because that's what we've heard. Reading the contract and going through that, it's a vegetation buffer that's supposed to mitigate any negative aesthetic impact of the airport to adjacent landowners. I think the plan that we can make a plan to do that, and I think with some of the funds through this grant, and I know maybe even some additional funds, we can do that. With having to tie that in to purchasing a new water share would be pretty taxing on, just looking at the roads. We're so low on money on the roads there. I would hate to take $20,000 to do a buffer when we can tie the water into it right now with what's already been paid and allotted for that. Where I think with 9-line, I don't know where they are on the development process, if it's been brought to the planning, or if you guys have already voted on it. I don't think it has.
It hasn't been. So that's one potential water source. We can hedge our bet with respect to it if we want to use another one. That will cost us about $3,300 as a change order to run the line across in case that's not available. The other potential water source that I think the other members of the Airport Advisory Board have been looking at is a cistern-based system. There's a pump for the Cottonwood Mutual Water Company that is adjacent to the airport. It's, I don't know what that distance is, maybe
600 feet.
350 yards further up Willow Creek Road. Every time they start up that pump, which is at least once or twice a day, it will discharge water, because they discharge it, and it depends on how far the well's drawn down and how long that runs. And if they collect that water in a cistern and then gravity feed it down to the berm, if it's zero-scaped, as Michelle's talking about, that could provide the water for that berm. The way the Cottonwoods was set up, The water's delivered in two different ways. One is through the Cottonwood Mutual Water Company, which is culinary water, and there's a water amount allocated to each home. The Cottonwood Mutual Water Company, with respect to the Cottonwoods, does not provide water for people to irrigate their lawns. That's done through Mountain Green Secondary Water Company. That's a second other alternative that they could do is utilize Mountain Green Secondary Water Company system, which is really at the same location where the pump is. Well, that's where my house is.
Okay.
So, and I've got that system. So you would bring it down, in a 1-inch line, and you would use secondary water to run that. So that would have a cost as well.
Do we know what their share cost is?
No, but I could find that out. But that's an option as well. Have you already looked at that, George? That's the cost. That's the cost to receive the commodity. So the water. I don't know what they would charge to connect, and because there'll be a water allocation there as well.
Right? I mean,
Obviously, you're going to have to dig a trench and run a line for either the cistern system, but that's a different cost per foot than running culinary water. Now, Cottonwood Mutual does run irrigation water to the Old Worlds Hill neighborhood. You guys aren't on the secondary system, right?
The piping that was supposed to be done on there was never completed, and so that whole area past your house does not have secondary.
Yeah, and I don't know what people mean when they say supposed to be. I've heard people in the Old Worlds Hill neighborhood say that gardeners were supposed to extend the secondary water system into that neighborhood. I've worked for them for a long time. I never saw any such agreement or commitment or requirement.
And I think it was the developer long before that.
Could have been. And maybe they were going to put it into Fox Hill Hollow as well.
Yeah.
But anyway, so there's a couple of potential alternatives. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what George and Joe are going to talk about in the next item is one of the alternatives.
Zoom, I'm hoping that eventually we meet in person, because I think when we're meeting on Zoom, it's like text. You can't put feelings in text. You don't know what people are said, and I think there's enough. But yeah, I don't think either of us knew that the other was going to bring this forward, and so we probably should have been on the same page and just done it together. But I think we also difference in our opinion a little bit, that I feel like presenting and getting the information for the buffer was something like a line item that I was supposed to be taking care of, and so that's kind of why I'm doing this.
So I appreciate the drawing, and to me it's just a question of water source, and there's an argument to be made from my perspective with respect to 9 Line to say, you're doing something frankly different from my perspective than the other hangars in terms of coming in and doing a commercial operation. And then even the second building for the Forest Service is kind of different in type and kind, and say you can use this half-acre feet. That's a misstatement. Half a connection. I don't know what it represents in terms of acre feet. If it was a half-acre feet, then it would be more water than we needed to do a zero-scaped landscape buffer.
So don't we all agree that we ought to run the line while we're running lines?
Yeah, unless you said no for sure, we'd rather go with the cistern system or utilize the secondary water system. In which case, I'd rather put the $3,300 to that.
Yeah, I think to be smart, we ought to run the line, and if we have an alternative that ends up being a better alternative, at least the line is there.
But is that going to be off of culinary water? Because,
it will be.
Culinary water is an expensive commodity, and if we can use secondary water for a lot less, then why not do it?
Well, I think the point is, though, if we run the line now from the culinary for the $3,300, if for some reason the secondary doesn't pan out, at least we have the option. If we don't run the line while they're doing the infrastructure, to run it later on would be a lot more difficult.
Right,
Because then you're
we're
talking
tearing
about-
stuff
you're
up.
tearing up
Yeah.
stuff to do it.
And I don't know if we could
Just
even just sleeve it, you know, and put in a sleeve and then have them run the line, or just run the line but not set the meter and the yoke. I think the meter was $1,400 of that, did you tell me? So I don't even know that we would need them to set a meter yet, so we could potentially get that down. And as a alternative or backup, you know, I think it's a good idea to do.
I agree.
And just coming from my perspective, I mean, being in the meetings when, and I think this was probably when Dane was serving on the airport board, he was probably maybe a little bit before that, but watching it go forward and hoping that it would be complete and then having it all die, whoever was kind of supposed to water it or take care of it, and having that not happen, I just don't, and I think the community members are the same, we just don't want to be in the same boat 10 years later now, or there's a change of commission members and then maybe the next group decides this is something maybe that we shouldn't do. I just feel like when we're all on the same page, when the water's there to do it, when it's a less expense right now, and I know the contract, there's a question if it's still legal or not, but it was said in there that there should have been no building within 200 feet of the road until this was finished. And I feel like we should follow through and stand up on that side of the agreement and finish it before there's more development that goes on. I don't think this should be put on the very back burner when it was something that should have been done long before.
So I don't think it's been put on the back burner since it's been discussed recently.
Right,
and I think we have every intention of working on it.
Right.
The question now at this point is, you know, what's the best alternative to make it happen? Sounds like if we can run the line at minimal cost as a backup, and maybe our first and second choice would be to use the cistern system or the secondary water. If those don't pan out, we can use the culinary water if need be. I mean, I think that's reasonable. I agree. We don't want to invest $20,000 in shrubs and trees and have them all die. So certainly there's a need to make sure that we have the resources there.
Right.
And maybe, I mean, $20,000 is a lot to spend on that. You saw earlier the predicament we're in on other things, so we may have to cut back on what we can do there and do a little more xeriscape than not.
So that's another question I had that I wanted to bring Boyd up to maybe answer some questions. Discussing the water system, how we're going to get it there. The next question would be the funding, and can we tie this into the grant funding? What would need to be done as far as what we actually put in there? I thought he could probably speak to that a little bit.
So there is some funding available. If the council decides to proceed with this project, we may be able to reallocate some of the funding from the Cottonwood Canyon project. It's a 5-year grant. It's $300,000. But it needs a better plan. We need to know how much we have to spend. And we would have to show them that we're going to put vegetation in it that's going to be more fire resistant. So not a bunch of fern trees or big Christmas type trees.
So I think that takes out the tree farm idea. I think that's all just conifers. But
and I feel like that's something if Kirk and Boyd and I could get together and try to make a plan of what would work under that grant, which would be the least amount, I guess the best bang for your buck of how it's going to look.
Well, that's fine, but frankly, Michelle, I would appreciate if you'd work within the airport advisory board as well, and you guys communicate and look if there's some grant funding that we can utilize to help make that look better, and work to some of the funding. That's awesome.
Yeah, I would encourage the airport advisory board to have some in-person meetings. It's time. It's been 2 years. Let's get back to that and have some in-person meetings and really hash those discussions out, because frankly, it's difficult for us to make decisions when it seems that the group is not on the same page.
Right.
So I think it's important to get on the same page and then make some determination as to who should be the one to be the point on the project.
But in the interim, we'll make sure that the contractor installs the line.
Yes, I think that's a great.
Could we
So we need to change
do a
order.
decision on that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know we were under discussion decision. Can we do a decision on that?
So where's the water line going to be installed from where to where? Because there's an 8-inch line that crosses the berm area, buffer area, that we could pull off of. So what was the thought process?
Joe, do you know the details on that? So we'll get what we ought to do is get the definitive proposal in the form of a change order and then bring it back for approval.
So I guess in terms of decision, what we're saying is we're good with moving forward with the change order. We'll just need to get that change order so we can give an official approval on the change order to run the water line.
So basically, the main line comes in over to like a clamp on it, 20 feet over to the berm area, put a box, and 33 and allow for 33 feet.
Okay. And again, maybe we can get that cut nearly in half if we don't do the meter at this point in time.
Yeah.
And they cap it.
And the lights 380.
Would that increase it at all if you have to do the meter later?
No.
I don't know, I'm just saying.
It's time to put a valve on the end of it.
Yeah.
Or just valve it.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a concern I had when we were saying we have to do it now. Well, they can do it next week. It's not underneath any of the pavement or any of the work they're doing now, so.
Oh, okay. Right, for that.
As long as there's a way that once we do decide what water type is there, that we're not having to dig stuff up, that was my main concern.
Because if you did do secondary,
Yeah, if that's the
you're
case.
probably going through some of the
If it's
other stuff.
In that whole area.
Not
where we're
necessarily.
at,
You'd be running it right down the right of way for Willow Creek Road.
But they aren't going to asphalt that entrance?
But that would be you're right, that would be the one place. But you could potentially take care of any landscaping on 9 Line, and so that you're not drawing down on the culinary
I
system.
guess they can drill underneath it too.
We could sleeve it.
And looking at the number of culinary.
Yes, that's true.
There's no secondary in that area as far as neighbor-wise, and I was thrilled to see the numbers of the 420 gallons per day. I mean, that's a fifth of what our homes use because we have grass, and that's with doing a lot of rock work and that, with just the trees and bushes, not adding any grass or any vegetation like that.
Okay, so let's get the change order from Wardell.
The next item that was separate, that I had some questions on, and this would probably, on the creation, so the first 3 pages that I gave you guys, the Chapter 1, Airport Management.
You didn't give us, is that on her actual proposal in the agenda, the packet?
She just put it in your box, it's like this.
Oh, okay.
So right now, when we look online, and this is, the reason why I'm bringing this forward is because I do feel like we are pretty heavy on pilots versus if they're users or non-users on our board versus residential, versus just residents in the area. On the advisory board that's online, that needs to be updated. I don't know who's in charge of that. That's also a page I included on there. I just updated the 2 new members, which is, that were put in back in last fall. I don't know if it was September or November. George, do you have the date on that? Okay, I believe it was November because I know it would not have been October, but I don't think it was late as December. So I believe that was November when those changes were made.
It's George's.
I know even when I put my application in to serve on the board, there were 2 pilots that had also put in at the same time that the Airport Advisory Board had wanted them put on the board. A few of you had voiced that the positions that were opening were non-pilots and they needed to be filled by non-pilots. So one of the positions that was filled by myself was filled by a non-pilot. The second position was filled by a pilot but a non-user. One of the gentlemen that put his application in would have been considered a pilot non-user, but he's also on the list to get one of the hangars. And so I feel like on our wording, in section 10.2.1.
Michelle, whatever you're talking about in terms of language that you think is in front of us is not in front of us.
Is it not?
No, I thought this might be it, but I think this is George's information. So whatever you're referring to.
I don't think it's in the packet. It's not in the packet, so.
Let me go check in my room.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't like to have read it beforehand.
But is your basic point that you believe that there should be more non-pilot members on the Airport Advisory Board?
Right. So it states on here, and this was changed on October 4th of 2011. It looks like it was amended. And I think I remember the reason why it was amended because they were having a hard time getting non-pilots to serve on the board. So at one point, and just in talking to people who had served on the board when it was first put together, there's 8 members, one of the commission members, and 7 others that are appointed by you. In this, it states that 3 members of the board shall be flying pilots who regularly use the Morgan County Airport. 4 will be non-pilots or non-regular users of the Morgan County Airport. And I think the verbiage right there, where it says non-regular users, that I believe, and I wanted clarification from you, was the portion that was changed back in 2011. And I think with that being changed, you're not having a fair representation to the community on the board. I've seen that firsthand. I mean, I get texts close to midnight saying how much they disagree with me, which is okay. But I feel like there should be more representation on the board of community members that are non-pilots. And so I'm requesting that be changed. I don't know if that's...
So that would require an ordinance to amend our code. So that can't be done today because that's a legislative decision. And so, and if you want to do the research, you could probably, you would have to go to our clerk to pull the ordinance to see why it was changed. I don't know that that really matters because what's controlling right now is what's in 10-2-1. And so we either comply with the code or we can change it, and there's definitely ways that we can do that. You can reach out to me if you need.
Is that something I can reach out to you to get information on?
Absolutely.
I think if you even look online, there's an application for zone text change, or there's an application that could be filled out, and then you would just propose the specific language. With respect to the substance of your comment, I think that, or your concern, I think that it depends on what you view the Airport Advisory Board as. Is it a group of people to advise as to the use and development of the airport, which we're almost through the entire development phase entirely, or is it to speak to community concerns about that development? Because as a land use process, people have access to the board and commission with respect to whatever we approve that requires formal public hearings or so forth. Most of what we do with the airport does not. It's not. It doesn't require a conditional use permit. It doesn't require. It's like an application that somebody would do for a building permit.
And that's a question I had from a few community members. They said, why is there never a public notice on the airport when something's done at the airport? And I said, I don't know. And it sounds like that they're not under the same regulations as what a normal development would be.
Well, if we required a conditional use permit, for example, to put in a row of hangars, then then there would be the yellow sign that Andrea mentioned. But I don't read our code as requiring that for this. And so the changes that we've discussed have been discussed at the county commission and at the level they've been on the agenda, but they're not land use applications that have required like public hearings and the posting of the yellow notice and that sort of a thing. It's just like if you were doing a development of a commercial site and you wanted to pull the permit to run the road, it would take just a permit to run the road, but it wouldn't be. But so I mean, if you want to propose the changes, I work through it with Garrett in terms of the right application process, and we can certainly consider it. I think in terms of, like I said, I think to the extent that the Airport Advisory Board has been advising with respect to the development of the airport, we're essentially out of space with 9 Lines application. Once that's in, which will, come before the commission again, and that one may be a conditional use permit and maybe even a text change if he's proposing that commercial use. So we're going to have to consider that for his application. But otherwise, if it's as to the operation of the airport, I'm not sure that you want to put more community members on it that are non-pilots. I'm willing to listen to the arguments. I'm willing to listen to the arguments and the positions, but...
Well, because I think you need both to make, because this position that when the airport was signed over, all of this development was not here, and the airport was here first, and we all signed papers saying, we know the airport's here, we're not going to complain about it. With that being said, the county, our county government has, and it's just landowners' rights, has developed a big area that is now, I mean, even if we had an environmental impact study done 10 years ago, it would not be accurate now, because now you have more homes that are around it, which...
You've talked about the EIS on multiple occasions.
And I just have never seen one or know why we don't have one.
Well, because it's not required. One, they're painful to do, they're expensive to do, and they're done in connection with federal projects. And frankly, anytime I hear them mentioned, I'm like, good Lord, who wants to do that? I mean, and you'll pay we'll pay millions of dollars to do an EIS for that interchange because it's going to require federal and state funding to do it.
And maybe instead of having to do a big thing like that, you just have representation from both and people work together and make it a win-win for everyone involved. And I think
and like I said, I'm willing to listen to the arguments with respect to the composition. I'm not set on any particular composition. You're just going to have to make the approval. But like I said, and when you talk to me about the arguments, I'm going to be thinking about, all right, what do I want the Airport Advisory Board to be doing? Do I want them to be advising as to the operations of the airport? Then I'm like, it makes more sense to have pilots advising with respect to that. And is it even a space that we regulate? Meaning that the Federal Aviation Administration regulates the flight of the aircraft and traffic patterns and how high and so forth. That's something that, I don't want our Airport Advisory Board telling us how to do that because it's not even a space that we regulate. And I'm sorry that they fly over and that your husband, is occasionally awakened by the noise, but, in America, unlike some countries, private pilots are able to fly and utilize that airspace, and it's regulated by the Federal Aviation Administration, not by local jurisdictions. Now, are people always flying the pattern that's required? Are these pilots always flying the pattern for the approach? I'm not sure that that's always happening, and should they be required to do that? Perhaps. That's a different issue.
And that's just even more communication of, talking to our airport manager and saying, is that communicated to the pilots of what's expected of them? Because maybe there's a miscommunication there that they don't know what I don't know. That's even just a conversation. Maybe they do know and they're just not doing it. I don't know. Just bringing up conversation here.
So to clarify the code, if I can just jump in here, it does say that so it's an 8-member board. 1 is a non-voting member, which would be the commission member. But then it does say that 4 will be non-pilots or non-regular users. Then it goes on to say if no qualified person apply for the position, then it can be filled by anyone. And so I think just as a general request to the community or just to be knowledgeable on this, there's more investment that needs to be in there, like what you've done, to be there consistently, not only when there's something on the agenda. And the code already provides for a majority to be non-user, non-pilots. It's just a matter of whether people are willing to serve when the appointments come up. If they're not, then it allows anyone to fill that position. And
that brings me to my next question on if I didn't drop my kid off his class and just happened to be sitting in here buying time till he was done, I would have never heard about the opening of the airport board position. And talking to community members, everyone said the same thing.
It's hard to stay involved in civic issues. You have to actively want to do it. Those positions have all been noticed.
I'm just wondering if we could make it even a little bit, instead of just on the website. I mean, do we have I know this has been a discussion, a Facebook page or something where things are...
I don't think I don't personally want to create another mechanism to provide notice.
Okay.
I mean, it is harder in our community. We have a small newspaper that gets delivered on a weekly basis, and we could post it in there. I don't know how many people read that carefully to look at postings for any of the airport advisory board or the recreation board or any of them, because we don't typically get a lot of applicants for any of those positions. These were advertised, and frankly, if people want to be actively involved, they have to put out an effort. And I'm sorry that that's difficult to do, but that's kind of what's required, because we don't have the resources to send out a mailer to everybody to say, hey, by the way, we've got a position for the Airport Advisory Board. And it doesn't necessarily take everybody to do that. You're on the Airport Advisory Board. The next time that there's a position to be fulfilled, you could send out on that Cottonwoods website or whatever and say, there's an airport advisory position to be filled. We need a non-pilot member. Is there someone willing? And because we were going to appoint another pilot until you filled out the application, because those were the only 2 applications we had.
Like, to be honest, even after I had called a past commissioner and then I had to call George, I was like, where do I even find this? Like, it was hard, even when I was actively trying to get to it. And that's, a completely different subject, but it was hard to find.
Yeah.
It was hard to find, and it was...
I agree. I have to look at, and our community is not the only one where that's difficult.
Right.
I have to look at community websites all the time just to find their code. And sometimes it's like, holy smokes, where did they put this on the website? I know there's got to be a link somewhere. But.
Yeah.
So I'll put a plug in right now that might be helpful for the community. So if you're watching online or you're here, there is a Utah Public Notice website. All of our agendas go on that website at least 24 hours before our meeting. All of the planning commission notices go on that website, and any of our other boards that give notice put their agendas on that website. You can sign up, you go to the website, and you can sign up to receive email notifications. So every time our agenda posts, I get an email from the public notice website saying, there's a new agenda posted for the Morgan County Commission. You can do the same thing for any public entity in the state of Utah. All you got to do is go to, it's utah.gov/PMN, public, I don't know why it's PMN.
Meeting notice.
PMN is what it is, okay? Or you can just Google Utah Public Notice website, and it's the first one that'll come up. But there is a way to stay informed, but it requires effort. And you know, we hear that often, well, why wasn't I informed of this? Well,
you didn't look hard enough.
Because you didn't take the steps necessary to make sure that you're able to be informed. And if you really want to be informed, you might be informed of all of our meetings and only care about one a year, but that's the way to do it. So,
and we should make sure that the airport advisory board meetings are getting noticed so that people have notice of them.
I did have a comment on that. I had one community members say that they had asked if they could find the meeting minutes, and which I think Julie's now starting to turn in where we hadn't in the past.
So we have always tried to do that. It's always been difficult.
Yeah.
Let me just stand up right now and sitting. Yes, we have always tried to do that, and it has always been difficult.
So I think that should, let's send those
through. And see, I'm sure
through.
these are my airport board members. I don't know your names, because usually it's just a name. PM. Oh, okay.
Let's send those through Julie here, and she can help make sure they get posted. She has access to the public notice website. If you get those to her, she can get them posted on the state public notice website.
Okay. Yeah. So going on, just so I know there's so much more, so I will try to be quick. On 10.2.4, and this is a question I have, with looking at our members that we have right now, it states on here that we shall serve a 4-year term. It doesn't say anything about extending those terms. And when I look at our board, we have, I think at least 3 or 2 that have served and were put back on. And so I just wanted clarification on that, maybe from our county attorney on, are we okay to continue to serve consecutive terms, and how long?
Unless it's restricted.
Okay, and does it, like in that verbiage on the 10.2.4, is that, I don't think it says it's restricted or not, like it doesn't say one way or the other.
There were no other applicants.
Yeah, we do this on other boards as well. Our planning commission has the same situation where we will ask the board member who's leaving if they're interested in continuing. We'll also notice it publicly, and when there aren't other applicants, generally that person is and sometimes when there are other applicants, that person is still
so it's just,
put back in.
I mean, realistically, George could serve, not that he wants to, but he could serve the rest of his lifetime.
Well, I don't see a restriction in the code, but and while I appreciate the discussion, we're now into over 30 minutes here. If there are additional comments that you have on the code or questions, or if you would like to suggest a code amendment, I would recommend doing exactly what was described. You can request that amendment. We can come in and discuss the specific amendments and talk about the merits of those.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time. And glad. I guess as far as we didn't sum this up, the airport board will. The question I had on the airport board, just jumping back to that, coming up with a plan for the vegetation buffer, what steps do you want us to take towards that?
I would like to say something on that. I think you need to get together with your board. You need to sit down with them in a comfortable situation without fighting and go through all the options that are available and determine what's the best way to go. So, for instance, I know that Joe has been working with Weaver Basin Water District. They are providing different things with that. You need to be with the board, not with us. When you are done with that plan, then bring, as an airport advisory board, bring it back to us, and then we can go and make a decision, yes or no. That is the best way, and I'm getting low on oxygen, guys. So we need...
And I would add that based on the rough cost estimate you provided, we will have to do an RFP for the actual work when the time comes. So when the time comes, we'll have to put out a request for proposal and get proposals from at least 3 vendors who can actually do the work, 3 contractors.
The whole thing.
Correct.
The whole project.
So I would like to see a complete plan of what you guys want as an airport advisory board, as landowners around there. I mean, get together and discuss. Well, yeah, you can go to your airport advisory board. It's a public meeting. However, you're not allowed to speak in that one unless you are a member of the board. So it's like if you came to my Trails Committee, Trails Advisory Board, you can come in and you can be there and see what's happening. If we want to allow you to speak during that time frame, we can do that. And I see no problem with that. I think it's best to have community involvement. If you don't have community involvement in the airport beautification, which I want to see, if you don't have that, then we're never going to get anywhere. It's always us that are making the complete decision. I want you guys to come to us and tell us, what do you want? And then that way we can say yay or nay. And if it comes to money, well, right now it'll be nay. Other than the fact that there are some necessities which we need to do. And, there's enough things out there that we can do together as a community, but we have to work together as a community, and one way or another. And if we don't work together as that community, then we've defeated everything that we want to try to do. We become a dictator, and I don't want to become that. I want us to be a citizens board, a community area that is being citizen involvement in everything. Whether you're a pilot, a horseman, a cattleman, whatever. If you'd moved up to Porterville, I'm sorry, we'd be awake you might be awake at 11 or 12 o'clock at night because we've got lights and farm equipment going. And I'm sorry, you can't do anything about it. With respect, and that's what we try to do, is with respect to each other. And I think that's what we need to do, is work together as a community on improving our county. My 2 cents worth.
Okay. Mr. Souza, I know we've already discussed much of this. Come on up. You're good. And I think in the interest of time, let's hit on any items that you feel like weren't discussed. I think we need to go back to, let's get a plan together and discuss the needs for the airport. We do agree with moving forward with a change order for at least one source of water. We can look into the other sources, and it looks like you have looked into those, and that's great. I think, if you want to provide a recommendation now, or if you want to work with the airport advisory board and then provide a recommendation on the water situation, that'll be great.
We do.
Okay.
There's a lot to unpack with what was just said, everything that just transpired. I will be spending hours providing counter arguments to you guys over much of what was just said, and that's the issue that we face with somebody that's not working through the board, but working outside the board and presenting you information. And it's tough. It's very difficult. We really want Michelle to work with the board, and she just hasn't done that just yet. Regarding 45 airplanes, that's an aggressive number. I don't think it will be that high. I have sympathy for your husband, and if you get us the numbers, the time of day, and when it happened, we can look into it, and we can make adjustments. We can talk to the guys that might have done it.
It's like really close.
It was what?
It is really close, the planes are flying.
Yeah. Tell me where you live. Give us all the information, and we will do our best to resolve that situation, because that's what we do.
I don't want to disrupt this discussion, but we got to move this along, and we'll let you connect after the meeting.
Okay. So.
Because we don't have hours to have you rebuttal everything.
Blade's running out of oxygen up here.
I'm out.
Uh-oh. Okay,
so
get you a
we
bottle.
do have a
If
long-term
somebody can
vision
go
for
out and
the
get it for
airport.
me, I'd love
Started
it.
writing it down.
Is it in your car?
It's in my car.
Where's your car?
The Cavalier. Boy, but you gotta be here. I was thinking a customer. How about if I have Mauricio?
He is low on.
County. It's, I don't have it. Oh, it's in the back, it's in the front seat, in the passenger side. Yeah, it's in a green Cavalier. Out that way. Thank you.
And if it's not out there, it's out there.
No. I mean, I could have lost my mind right now too, so I don't know, but I do need the oxygen. I'm at 78. 79.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, George.
Okay,
Apologize.
so we have started to write down the long-term vision for the airport, because there is a lot involved. There's 9 line, there's the Forest Service, there's the FBO, two-way extension. It may not be as simple as you think it is, where we're at build-out right now, but for somebody that's only paid $5,000 or more, slightly more a year, we can't do that as an occupation and take care of all the airport requirements. So when you talk about, dissolving the airport advisory board at some point in the future, I don't see that unless you're willing to hire a full-time airport manager. Okay. So we've started writing down the vision for the airport. It will include all the issues that are known and that are faced by the airport. I'll be attending the Utah Aeronautics Conference on May 9th through 11th, and specifically the airport manager track, so that I can better help Joe and the airport community in airport matters. Regarding the landscape buffer zone, we recognize the need and the county commitment to beautify the area. We don't believe that all ideas have been considered. We seem to be focused on vegetation right now, and that may or may not be a good idea. That amount of water that was discussed is above the amount that Mike Johansson has indicated is available in that half-water connection, and it's probably also above the amount that's available through this cistern system, where we would tap into the pump that's sloughing off 40 to 60 gallons every time it starts up. And it may not be twice a day. It's more like, did I see 9 to 20 times per month? That's how often it starts up. So, however, the secondary water option is a very good option, and it should be able to supply all that necessary water. And it also gives us the ability to landscape the 9 line, the Forest Service, any other areas that need watering. We have the secondary water coming down in that line there. Water conservation is a big deal. The Weber Basin Water Conservancy District estimates 60%. Oh no, they're going to lower the usage of secondary water by 60%, delay it a month, culinary water by 10%.
Sorry. It's full.
He's out of oxygen again.
No, you got 2.5 hours left now.
Only once a week are they going to allow outdoor water. I don't know how that applies to a drip system. I am concerned about the 12,600 gallons per month that Michelle talked about. By the way, we've never seen any of those numbers before. That's the first time we saw any of those. Joe and I have been working on this cistern system. We're talking to Weber Basin Water Conservancy District on plants and trees. We're working with Darren Hawks, who's the principal of Aqua Engineering, and we're evaluating the ability to do this cistern system. At some point, we may get to the point where we want to explore that more, or at some point, we may say we need to go with the secondary water option. It's not fully explored yet. Let's see. There's a $100,000 grant that is available if we apply for it, and I'll talk more about that.
So the state Department of Transportation Aeronautics Division has $100,000 for each airport this year to be used for basically anything that the airport wants. Landscaping, signage, roads, whatever you like. That's the grants that are already out there that we already have for our 2-year runway taxiway stuff. This is a separate one, and I just found out about it a few weeks ago attending a meeting in Ogden. And it's possible we could use that $100,000 to beautify the whole roadway instead of just signage, other things, fencing.
Let us know how soon you get it.
What's that?
Let us know how soon you get it.
Yeah,
Available right now.
to me, that's a no-brainer if it's a 10% match from us.
It's a 10% match, so we were trying to develop a plan to best fit, itemize everything in order to see what,
So will they pay for the fencing and gate and
fencing,
all
gates.
Sounded
all
like
stuff?
anything that you wanted to put together.
All I know is all.
I think what they're saying is we should submit for the grant.
Yes, I think
Let us know when we have it.
that's
That'd be awesome.
And then if we put that together with the $20,000 that might be available through Boyd CARE grant, and I don't know if you can mix grants like that, but that's even more money. Okay, zero-scaping ideas, we haven't even looked at those. We would like to. We don't know the cost of however many trees and shrubs are in Michelle's plan. Have no idea. It would be nice to have those numbers. Landscape architects could come up with a better plan, perhaps. We haven't even considered using any yet. Maybe that's a good idea. And also, we want to point out that there's probably some value in spreading the word that Morgan County is focused on conserving water as much as possible. And I would be happy, and I would solicit other airport advisory board members' input on writing an article for any local newspapers that you would want us to spread the word to. That is not a big deal, and I would be proud to. Okay, trying to keep it short. I'm done. We're open to your ideas and guidance at this time.
So I think we were pretty clear on what we'd like to have happen in terms of everybody on the airport advisory board working together to try to come back with a proposal that you'd like to pursue, identification of the funds. Will, in the interim, let's get the change order to make sure we have the water connection. The provision with respect to the ship's already sailed in terms of what's moving forward first. We've let a contract for the work to be done. We've entered into lease agreements and collected the funds. But I think there's a commitment here to move forward with that. To the extent that my comment suggested I was talking about getting rid of the airport advisory board, I didn't think I said that, but if I did, that's not what I was saying. I was saying the focus will probably change as the development is completed. So I know there are some people who have suggested that in the past, but that's not my, that wasn't my
And I would like to be able to say
intent.
that's a good idea, but to at some point be able to say, we don't need an airport advisory board anymore. But the only way you can do that is if you...
Right. We'd have to be in a different situation than we are right now.
Yes. Do you have time for my comments regarding membership on the airport advisory board?
So I think they would be very valuable comments. However, that's not what we're really talking about tonight, and I don't think that that's where we need to be. I mean, if we do have an amendment suggestion come forward, then I think that's the appropriate time to talk about that. But until then, I would like to say I appreciate every member of the advisory board that serves. It is a thankless job. It's a tough job. We have a lot of committees and advisory groups that we struggle to find membership for. I mean, when we advertise for members of our planning commission, there's generally one or two applicants max, and sometimes not even that. Our fair board struggles to find members. Our airport advisory board, it's the same thing. It's difficult to find members. So I appreciate all those who are willing to serve, and thank you for your time and willingness to come and sit through long meetings and haggle on issues. So thank you. We appreciate it.
One quick plug, I want to add thanks to Kirk Miller and Darren Hawks for both of their professional input in this. I think it's very helpful for the county and helpful for us. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I really do appreciate it too. All the way around for everything you guys have all done. Even though I fought you in the past, doesn't mean I'm always going to.
Okay, let's move on to item number 4, Morgan T-Tab bylaws.
Basically what that was is we had a couple of amendments that we needed to make on that bylaws. And Garrett and I discussed it today, and I think what we want to do is postpone it.
Okay.
Okay.
So, are we gonna make a motion to postpone, or do you wanna just skip the item? Or remove it from the agenda?
I don't know what's best. What do you want to do?
I'll make a motion that we postpone the Morgan T-Tab bylaws discussion decision until
next meeting.
Till our next meeting in April.
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone item number 4, T-Tab bylaws discussion till our next meeting in April. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 5, Mauricio, discussion decision communication package for the website.
So, have you guys saw what we sent over to you guys, right?
Yes.
Do you want me to put it up here on the screen?
Yeah, it'd probably be helpful as you discuss it for others to be able to see it.
So, I'm going to show you guys what we've come up with, and then after we do everything, or at any time, just feel free to interject and ask questions. Okay, so this is one of the things that we came up with. Is one of the communication platforms, and this can help address some of the things that you guys were talking about, is how does the commission, not just the commission, how does the county in general communicate to its public? And one of the questions is, where is the public? So where are the current citizens in Morgan County? As many of you guys, I'm sure the majority of you guys have social media accounts, or you go to the website. Well, if we're not communicating to the public where they're at, then technically we're not communicating to them at all. So one of the things that we've done is you'll notice that each one of these has a border specific that has a different color onto it. The reason for that is it helps to train we do this with all of our clientele. It helps to train the people who are going on to social media what they're going to be reading about. So if they see something that's red, then they know it's going to be specific. If it has a red border, it's specific to county government. If it has the black border, it's specific to community events. Any general announcements, it has a different color. And I do not know the exact names of all these colors, but you can tell the difference with the color palette underneath. Blue for tourism, tan or brown for economic development. One of the reasons for this is, the marketing strategy for it is the informational text graphic content. It also includes images, and it's 2 to 3 posts weekly, depending on what the demand is for and from the departments in Morgan County to have it out there. The other one is the newspaper. I can speak on behalf of the newspaper because I am somewhat involved in the newspaper. And that goes to what was mentioned is the sponsored content, as the airport was mentioning, having an article written and in the newspaper to go out to the community. Well, we currently have about 800 subscribers. Morgan County has around 3,700 households according to the USPS. And we know that because when we do an every door direct mailer, that is what we get charged for. The other one is the website, having links going from social media directly to specific areas on the website. So if you see a post that talks about the next county commission meeting, you can click on it and it'll take you exactly to the agenda on the county commission. So that way you're not having to search, it takes you directly to where it needs to be. And the other one is alternative messaging. And by this, we have an example. So when the high school
when the high school is going to have its graduation, things like swag items or stuff like that from the county government that's given to the graduates that says a pen. You guys have seen those pens where you can pull out the side and it has like a list of meditations or stuff like that. Here, looking to kickstart your career, and you highlight the different job opportunities that are currently available in Morgan County. Because we all know that there's seasonal jobs, and there's some that can turn into more permanent. The other one, here's an example of what we have. So when we work with our clientele and we work with social media, we create a 3-month calendar. So this 3-month calendar, here's just some examples of what some of the posts would be. Detailing, the rec board meeting, historical site, and these are just dates that we put up here as an example of what can be done. Community events, general announcements, tourism, economic development, just the various different things that affect everyone who lives in Morgan County. Here's for May, June, July. So here's some numbers of where your current public is. Okay, so we went and looked at the 4 major groups on social media. Of course, Morgan Moms tends to be one of the biggest, but so does Morgan Classifieds. What we took, and so this is where the majority of communication should be happening when it's wanting to get information from local government out to the community. Because you want, and this is how you also can help control the narrative. Instead of waiting for gossip, instead of waiting for people to make insinuations about what a development is going to do or what the county commission has decided, you can actually put information out so that way you don't have to deal with rumors. Here are some of the posts, just to show you an example of what some of these posts would look like.
Do we have a rumor problem?
No.
Okay.
You have a what?
A rumor problem.
No, it doesn't exist. Here, and with everything that's going to be happening in Morgan County, like Michelle mentioned, one of the things is a lot of people aren't aware of what's happening. Yes, people do need to become more involved to know what's going on. And at the same time, there are things that can be done to get more information out to the public. One example is receiving the $5 million award for the EIS study is huge. If you go out on the street and ask anybody, they're not going to know what you're talking about. So here's the goals for this: is to establish effective disbursement of information to county citizens, be where the community currently absorbs their information, combine the different communication platforms so messaging is uniform, and provide both information and call to action items. One of the things that we do is when we put information on a social media platform, I mentioned before, we want to make sure it all links directly to the website. Because that is where we're going to get the best analytics. That's where we're going to get a lot of the information, because you can only put so much on a post before, and the human attention span is actually less than that of a goldfish. So if we want to get stuff out there, we guide them to where it actually resides on a platform such as the website. So here you guys have received what the cost breakdown is to do this. We also have, this is for the website, social media communications, social media management, posting, email communication campaigns. So one of the things that email communication campaigns does is if something needs to get out to the community, like if you mentioned having a way where currently the public meetings notification, that same type of software can sit on your guys' website. And actually it currently does sit on your guys' website. People can go in there, subscribe currently it's to get information or the newsletter, and then all of that information, whenever there's something that needs to be sent out to the masses, We get informed of what needs to get sent out, and then we send it out. So this is, one of the other things is the tourism website. We've actually built, so to give you guys some background of how your tourism website came to be, we were sitting in a CED board meeting, and your guys' website was being held hostage by another company, and it wasn't working the way it needed to. I was in that meeting. Somebody told me that they couldn't. It was about a year in the works, and what the cost was, and it was ridiculous, at least in my opinion. And so we took it upon ourselves. We're like, hey, just send me the link. I will have this rebuilt in a couple weeks. We had it rebuilt and out to the public, but the one thing I want to make clear is we did not put any creative behind that site. We literally took what was currently being made and we rebuilt it to fit the platform so that way you guys had a tourism website. And that's what's currently set there. So many times people ask, well, it's not updated, or, well, that's because we were not contracted to update it. We were just contracted to build it and leave it. With that being said, I want to show you guys this. I know I'm going really fast. Here's the current version of what we have built for Morgan County Tourism. You can come here, you can either discover, so let's say you want to explore more. Okay, things to know about before coming to Morgan County. And these numbers, we have to take a guesstimation as to what's available. Climate, temperature information. Here's this. So anybody who puts information in there will receive updates on tourism, the different experiences available in Morgan County. And if you click on some of these, cool, you go hiking, biking, and sightseeing and some of these. So all of these will be hyperlinked to different areas. And this, so we have a lot of this information as to what we need to be connected, where to go to, because we work and being part of the PTAP board, we have access to all the information that your tourism board wants to get out to the public, not just locally, but across the nation, across the world. The different dining establishments, camping and lodging. The only thing that we don't have on here is the camping spots that are within the county as far as the one up in Croydon and, as the Lost Creek one gets developed. But other than that, we have, everyone knows the hotel, the lodge, the resort, the state park, the River Bridge RV park, and the Run Valley Golf Course. People want to find us. The only way to get here is by car, unless they fly in, and that's a whole different. But here is what has been built for tourism, which I know is a question that has come up in the past.
So, is that connected to the regular Morgan County website? Is it just linked? Yeah. Or is this a...
No, currently this one's not linked at all.
Okay.
This one is one we built to show you guys what happens, what we can do for tourism. And this is knowing that Coraggio and Hub are going to be doing the brand development and the
strategic plan
for Morgan County, which, if they wanted to use this as well, changing it to their branding kit is very easy.
So I thought part of their contract was to do something like this. Is that not the case?
That I'm not one.
I'm not sure either.
Okay. Yeah. I know. So what they've done in other counties, from what we saw, is they'll go in, they'll investigate, they'll do all of the research, and then they'll create an entire kit, they'll create an entire logo, they'll create everything,
that can then be used in all the tourism articles, all the tourism, anything that's associated with tourism can carry that logo, can carry the brand, because, I mean, owning a business, thousands of dollars goes into brand development, logo work, stuff like that.
Do we know what this would be paid out of? Would it be paid out of the tourism?
At least, yeah, it should be paid out of tourism.
Right. You have two agreements that was submitted on these packets with two different amounts.
Correct.
Yes.
What's the difference between the two?
So one is the county website, and the county website, which includes the communication plan, the social media management, the email campaign portion, and we have somebody who is dedicated to the county 10 hours a week for anything that you guys would need. But this also includes training to come into each department and train how, if they want to do something, if they want to change something. Like a great example of this is the planning and zoning. They manage their own page. They manage their own part of the website. We can actually come in and teach you guys teach the different departments how to do that, if that's what they want. If they don't, that's what the 10 hours are for.
So we currently have you under contract, or is that to an end now?
No, we don't.
That ended last July.
That's why
That was July of 2020.
Well, then this is significantly more than what's currently being provided with just the website, right?
Yeah.
This is...
And I know one of the things that I've been talking with Jeremy is the search feature. And him and I are working on that, but we've also recently contracted a company that's actually going to be building a proprietary software that actually makes that all answer for us.
So which contract is the website for the county versus the tourism website?
So the one that's for the county is the first one. The one that's for the tourism is the second one.
Okay.
So you're saying you'd put the social media one, communications plan onto the regular website that we currently have?
So it's actually part of it. So the social media plan, the social media communication plan, and the social media management go hand in hand with the website contract. Because and you can go out there and you can contract anyone to do content creation and social media postings for you guys. I mean, they're a dime a dozen. You can go online, you can hit the search bar on Google, and you'll find a ton out there. The biggest thing is you want to make sure that everything is centered around a plan. Everything's going to one direction, because otherwise, if they're posting random information that has nothing to do pertinent to Morgan County or its citizens or what you guys and your departments need to have on there, and have it pointed directly to a specific page on the website, specific area, then you're just throwing money at a brick wall and hoping something sticks. And that's the one thing that with this, it actually points directly to, if somebody wants to talk to Garrett right now, so here's some of the information that I don't know if you guys are aware of. In the past 90 days, you guys have had over 22,000 visitors to your website. The number one place that they go is your homepage. The second place is planning and zoning. That's the second most visited place on the site. So you have a lot of traffic. In fact, you have a lot of traffic that comes not just from Morgan County. If Boyd was here, there's actually the fire department. Fire department has actually received requests from children that are out of state to just have a copy of the badge so that they can have it for their school project or their collection or whatever it is that they're doing. Business licenses can actually be applied for electronically on the website, and they get submitted to the proper area, and it eliminates somebody having to either fill that out, print it out at home, email it, or bring it in physically. It's just automatically done. So you guys have a lot of those forms available, and we're more than happy to make more, if not all of the forms that can legally be made into an e-form, more readily available. The only thing that we need is communication. we need effective communication from you guys and the department as what you want to have. A great example was last night, Julie sent us an email later in the evening about the dates being incorrect on the calendar. I was always under the impression that county commission meetings were every other Tuesday. I didn't know until she pointed out to me that first and third Tuesday, unless there's a fifth Tuesday, it doesn't count for the fifth Tuesday, but then it starts over on the first Tuesday. I had no idea. But as soon as she sent that to me, I was on my couch, saw it, that was an easy fix, went in, fixed it. If anybody goes onto the current website, looks at the county commission meetings on the calendar, they're all correct for the remainder of the year.
So this would have, you would manage the website under this contract, but in terms of the content, you're still looking to the county and so forth to get you the content. So, for example, if we wanted to do a summary of the county commission meetings that outlined the actions that we took, somebody would have to put that together, send it to you, then you guys post it to the website.
Proper place. Because the thing is, if we were to take those steps, if we were the ones to do that, the only reason we don't is because when it deals with government, things you have to follow certain procedures. You have to have, this is why you have somebody who records all the minutes, somebody who takes everything down and then submits it. Because if we were to do that, one, the cost would be a lot more, because we would have to hire somebody to come in and sit at every meeting, plus the tech that we would bring in order to record everything. So that would be an additional cost to you guys. But when they're done, when they're submitted, I know the airport, if they want to have their minutes on, all they have to do, and I talked to him about it, then there's a way on the website currently that all you have to do is go to the bottom, hit the dude, or hit the person. And then just click on airport, submit the minutes, however they go through, and then they're loaded. And then it'll be up there within 24 hours or less. So that's the one thing. All of that can easily be done, but we just need to know if we're going to be doing it or not.
So Mauricio, on the first agreement, which is just the current website hosting, as I understand it, you've got a build-out cost here.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting additional build-out to what's already been done?
No. So the additional would be for example, the HR department wanted to have an entire build-out for their department. Okay. As part of the website. Well, that entails a lot more. That's almost like building an entire other website within a website. So there is an additional cost for that.
Sure.
Same thing with, there are certain departments which we still have not gotten any information for. So it just links to a Facebook page. So, and with us, and with any website creation company, unless we get the information, we can't make it up. I mean, we could, but then we would be in big trouble if something's wrong.
And so as far as the yearly cost after this first initial one, I mean, we haven't paid you for 2 years, and you've been hosting us.
So the hosting has actually been covered by the CP board. Oh, okay. And that's like the smallest amount.
That's
$145
$135. Yeah, it's $143 or whatever.
So the hosting has been covered.
Yeah, the hosting's been covered.
Okay.
The question now at this point then is additional build out of the site if needed and what that looks like.
Right.
And I feel like we need to have a good way to manage that and not just department heads. I think that needs to go through our IT department. Right. We probably ought to have a conversation with Jeremy and talk about what that looks like, because it could seriously get out of hand very quickly if we had all department heads just come in and say, "Oh, I want to build this and I want to do that and I want to add this and I want to," pretty quick. And that's we could spend a fortune.
Talking with Jeremy, talking to him directly about some of the things. Like there was an issue with the precinct maps. I was always under the impression that everything that involved ArcGIS had to go through ArcGIS. And I'm like, so we don't touch that. And then he told me, he's like, no, we just need the link updated. Boom, it took minutes to get updated. So that's the thing, it's like, we can work great together, and if there's an issue, like the issue with the search bar. So the only thing that we just need clear communication. Because if we don't, and that's one of the things, if there's something wrong with the website, if we're not notified about what's wrong, we are not going to be able to fix a problem we don't know exists. But if somebody notifies us that there's something wrong, or there's some wrong information, like when you guys transitioned from a 4-day work week to a 5-day work week, we had some departments send us the information to change their hours. Some departments waited till later. But we're not going to guess what that department's hours are going to be until they let us know. Because then, again, you're going to have a citizen that's going to show up at like 6 p.m. thinking that, the recorder's office or something like that is open, but it actually closed at 5. So that's the type of stuff. We just need clear, consistent communication as to what the departments want.
I'd like to point out that when we did it, we had the same problem. And here's trying to get info on.
It's not a new thing, is it?
It's easier to collect complaints.
Oh, God.
And that's the one thing, like, so far, a lot of the citizens we've talked to have loved it. Like, they've enjoyed it. Finding information is easy. If they don't know how to find information, let us know. There's actually a form they can fill out on the website to let us know. So that way we can go in there and fix something. But if it's pertaining to a department, if it's something simple like, oh, the Morgan County building street address is wrong. Okay, we can fix that. We can find that on Google. But if it's something like, oh, so-and-so no longer works here, we don't do anything until we hear from either the IT department or from that department itself. Because we're not going to take guesses as to what goes on.
Okay. From my perspective, and Garrett, you correct me if I'm wrong here, but due to the dollar amount here, I think this would certainly fall under our purchasing policy. And if we're talking about adding additional services, I think it needs to go through that process. Would you agree with that?
That's what I've got right here is my marked up copy of our purchasing policy. And so, yes, under both or either 1-A or 8A-2B, because it does go above that dollar amount, it would require 3 competitive bids or quotations. Unless there was a circumstance not requiring a bid, which I don't think there's any that qualify.
Even though he's hosting our current one.
Right.
I mean,
Because he's not a single source.
For continued hosting, perhaps not, but for any additional services, I think we would have to go under that.
Right, that's what I was thinking, but for continued hosting and taking care of it, we've got to pay him.
Yeah, I would like to have some discussion with our IT department, and then I agree. I mean, we certainly need to pay for the hosting services and those services that are currently being rendered. I'm still a little confused on the costs here. Talks about build out $5,800 and adding pages, etc.
So we put the build-out cost there because if you guys wanted a completely new build-out, that's what it would cost. But your guys' current website would not require that unless you guys wanted that.
So to continue with the current services, what's our cost?
You'd subtract the $5,800. You would also it would all be the hosting and the management of the website.
So the website management, which is $45.22 per year, and the hosting, which is $143, is what we're talking about for for not doing anything in addition. Okay.
And the other costs that are to the side are if there's after hours work, if there's weekend work, so that those are things that you would just get billed as they happen. Same thing if we need photography, if we need video, if we need drones, so that we have all of that, but that entails us sending one of our employees out to capture all of that information. In fact, if you pull up the current website, you'll notice that the front image has already been modified to quite a few different images of Morgan County.
So, well, let me ask a question. Because if we just continue the existing services and it'll reduce the amount of the contract we'll enter into the agreement, then how do we do an RFP to collect 3 additional bids to do email communication campaign on a website that he's hosting?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe it does become a single source if that's the case. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if we extend the contract, I'm wondering if we could then just amend the contract to include whatever we decide to add in the future after you have the discussion you want to have with Jeremy. If Julie's proposing something, then we'd have to discuss that and decide, hey, we want to do that. Those might just be change orders to the contract. Now, I think it would have to be an extension of the existing contract to do that.
But we don't have a contract.
Well, we did. I don't know how you want to interpret that. The terms expired, and he's been continuing to provide the service on a month-to-month basis. And to be compensated for it, I guess.
He needs to be compensated.
I don't have any disagreement with that.
He does need to be compensated. That's why I asked him to come.
Have we been billed for the website management for the last?
No.
Nope.
Okay, well, I think that needs to be done immediately.
Okay.
I think you need to bill us for that.
So why is it taking this long, this discussion?
That's a good question.
That's a good question.
Who's got the answer?
Well, I asked him a while ago, and I said, "Are you being paid for this?" And he says, "No." I says, "Why are you doing it?" "Trying to do a service for the county."
It'd be interesting to see if the contract that expired last July has a provision in it, Garrett, that we can do an extension to it. I'm sure it does.
Yeah,
So let's look into that.
I mean, I'm not that inclined to change the provider because it's something that they produced, they've been managing, and, are there things that we need to continue to improve with respect to it? Absolutely. We continue to struggle with getting things posted, but that sounds like it's primarily a communication problem.
It's communication, and like, for example, what happened this past week with the agenda. So as every business is experiencing right now, hiring people. So we hired a couple new people, and they uploaded everything, but they didn't republish. So there's a last button they need to hit in order to republish. So then once I was made aware of the issue, then it was published within minutes. So that's just a learning thing that we're doing inside with our new staff that's coming on board.
Well, and particularly with respect to our agendas, I think, Julie, it'd be good to track it on our side. You send it, and I think you did. That's why he became aware of it,
Well,
but
a bunch of people are letting me know.
but it's like,
And
if we can get into a practice of,
I could have called.
we ask at 9 o'clock, you say within 3 hours it'll be done, so we check at 1, and if it's not done, we call.
Yeah.
Because I understand the public's frustration with not being able to find stuff. It is hard. And the one thing I would say, when I hit a button that says how to contact us, and I can't find the phone number for the department in the contact us, that irritates me to no end. Because I don't want to send an email. I want to call somebody on the phone.
Well,
this is why I have a problem with what you're doing.
So that's one example. If we know about that frustration, then we can actually create a field in there, so whenever somebody comes in there and let's say they want to contact the airport board, as soon as they click on airport from the drop down, then the airport contact information shows up, email, if there's an address, and phone number for the contact. plus, so that way, that's maybe all that they have to go to. Or if they want to send an email, they can actually fill out the
Yeah,
thing and hit submit.
it's no problem. It's good to have the contact if you want to send an email, because sometimes you do want to send it in writing.
But
So
we
I
can
guess,
have that feature on there. That's,
so what I would suggest then is that we look at doing this proposal as an extension of the existing contract, limited to the services that have been provided, and then consider amendments to it as just that, amendments to the existing contract.
and that's one of the good things, for example, the county grant for businesses. So we put that together, used the email software, sent it out to all the businesses that have been registered from whoever gave us the email addresses, where those were registered from. The only issue is that the majority of the people who have been applying for that grant has been word of mouth, because some of those emails either don't exist, they just don't check them that often. And that's where like the social media aspect comes into play, because if they're not checking their email, then how many people are really spending more time on social media versus just checking their email all the time? I know we had that comment from one specific business.
Okay. So I think we need to look at that issue and then potentially revise the attached agreement to reflect that as an extension, and then bring it back for approval. Does that make sense?
That's it. If you guys have any questions, and the one thing is, if you need to get a hold of us, email, phone, text, WhatsApp, social media, or I am almost literally parked at our business building, one of the three, more than my wife would like me to be.
Until his baby comes.
Yeah, so if I have to leave abruptly, we are 3 days past the due date, and we're waiting for the baby to be born.
So I don't know that that would require a motion, unless you want it to be
To extend.
a motion to table or postpone until we can look at that issue and update the agreement.
I think it'd be wise if we did that. Is that a motion?
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we table this issue until, do you think we can have that done by the next meeting?
We'll postpone it.
We'll postpone this, we'll postpone this until the next meeting in April, to be brought back with a extension of the existing agreement.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone this item. We'll review the agreement and bring it back at the next meeting in April. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Thank you, Mauricio, and congratulations on the new baby.
When it gets here.
Yeah.
I move
We're going to have a quick 5-minute break. We're drinking our drinks.
Yes, when he brings these things, they're more needful.
He just does that to make sure we're all on the same page.
Actually, it'll take me about 2 or 3 days to eat.
Yeah, me too. It'll probably take me 4.
and then I get hot, and then I take it off, then I get cool. Is that 70?
But I think for some reason it gets colder over here by the windows.
I'm usually plenty warm up here. Can we email our commissioner comments?
Yeah, we sure could. Trying to make it a little quicker.
You said it'd be a long one.
You want to get home before midnight?
Would you like me to postpone my 2 items? They're not that important to get into. They're quick items, but we can definitely postpone them.
It's up to you.
That was a passage. I should have known better. Put it all on there.
It's up to you if you get.
Well, the additional holiday
Doesn't occur
till June.
Right.
So we could just.
And the handbook of the organization, I
No.
need you guys to approve. I'm just trying to reorganize it.
That's what I read.
Then we're going to approve the handbook.
I think it was about, I can't remember how many.
I thought it was changing
Yeah, I wanted
the
to
zoning.
I was separating the sections at a time.
I thought it was. That's what I
Amend
read.
the law line from
But I
one
was
to.
going to try to get approval for different sections. But I need you guys about that. Okay, we'll postpone those.
Nope.
I'm not sure what you're doing. I didn't look at it. There's been previous work done. This is one. There's different versions.
See, and the interesting thing with this is I'm looking at this area only. I'm not looking at all this.
Wait, there's opportunity to think on those screens.
That's what I wanted to see.
What's it say?
Motorsports.
Oh, we need more green space, man. We need green fields for soccer.
Got this right
Guy in his soccer fields. Oh, no.
Just your brother was one of those guys.
You got more right here. This should be soccer fields too.
I think I'll just give this to Wasatch Civil to use. I mean,
So you're having an engineer
they have you got their contract with them? They have a landscape architect on board. And they said, not only that, they said they said park master plan in their proposal. It says that in there. Come on, Lance. Thank you. This is awesome.
How many motorsports arenas do they need? You've got 3 on there.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank you, Matt.
Indoor and 2 outdoors.
You know, you can see that with one eye. I mean, yeah, agreed.
It took me a minute. What's this one? This is some future planning that we didn't have, that I haven't seen ever.
Is this on the agenda?
No.
Master plan. This is just a copy of an example.
Oh, this is your further decision. Okay. Have we got that last?
But this isn't from what you did, right?
No, this is from many years ago.
So a long time ago.
We'll probably just forward this over to Wasatch Civil and then have them.
So when they're saying 25 grand, I'm like, what are they trying to? I mean, is that like a final?
Hey, are we ready to get started again?
Yep, I am.
Okay, we're going to call our meeting back to order and get started again.
The drone doesn't take that much. This is only a couple thousand. It's the meetings and understanding.
We're going to go to item number 7. Mr. Lance Evans, a proposed amendment to the Shady Hills PRUD subdivision, amending the lot line of Lot 2 from the west side to the south side of the lot.
Sounds shady.
From the west side to the south side.
This is Morgan Valley Drive, I'm sorry, Lance Evans, Planning Director. This is a request to do a plat amendment on Shady Hills, as you guys said. It's really quite simple. This is Morgan Valley Drive, here's Young Street. It's a PRUD subdivision that was platted years ago. So the key there is that they have to maintain the same amount of open space and cannot add any dwelling units if they do a plat amendment.
So, come on, your work. So the zoning is R1 in the front, A20 in the back. Obviously, it doesn't conform to the 20-acre minimum because it's a PRUD. They're simply taking this area that was part of Lot 2, in here, and this was open space, and they're swapping. This will become part of Lot 2, and this area will go to open space. And it's just a better configuration for the property owner's home and garage. It's pretty straightforward. I won't go into any more details unless you'd like me to.
So does it go into the upper part? Is that where it is, or is it just that weird-looking lot?
Well, it's this weird.
The whole lot.
Yeah, the current lot configuration includes the red and not the purple.
Oh, okay.
And they're swapping. They're adding this area works better for the garage barn that they would like to add. So they're swapping some of the area that's in open space here. So this will now, the red area will become open space. Nothing will be constructed on it. And then this area will become part of the lot.
Okay.
The applicant is here if you have any questions for them.
Seems pretty straightforward. Any questions?
The Planning Commission did recommend approval.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve Shady Hills PRUD subdivision plat amendment number 1, application 21.005, located on or at 166 South Morgan Valley Drive, based on the findings and with conditions listed in staff report dated April 5th, 2022.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Oh, sorry.
One question. I think you said 21.005. It's 21.055.
If I misstated that, I would agree with that. I can't remember that.
Let's not take time to listen to the recording.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. That was a long meeting to sit through for that. But we appreciate your
Sorry
patience.
about that.
Sorry, Rod.
Yeah, thanks for being here, Rod.
Okay. Item number 8. A proposed conditional use permit for a private recreational campground on approximately 160 acres located at 5450 South Highway 66 in Porterville.
So, obviously down Highway 66, the area is zoned MU 160, which allows for private recreational resort or campground as a conditional use permit, obviously the county commission level. The property owner is proposing something that I can't. This Highway 66 here, they have an existing drive that comes down off the property. Here that goes to an existing home. They would like to add a pavilion. It's 2 stories, 10,000 square feet, and then 15 smaller cabins. They're 704 feet each. Let's see, for a private campground. Let's see, we had some improvements that had to be made, and there's several conditions of approval. Just kind of clarifying what needs to take place. This is the first step in the process, is the land use review and approval. And they'll go to, still need to get the health department sign off on the water system and septic system, which is in process but not completed yet. So that's a condition of approval. We also have the fire department requirements that are conditions of approval regarding a 50,000 gallon water tank for fire protection. Also the improvements. There's several other, this has been a little bit of some revisions. They put in a 20-foot wide drive, and they've added a turnaround at the end so the fire trucks can get in and turn around and get out if they are down in there. I'm trying to think. It will be built to hold to the 75,000-pound apparatus. Let's see. There's some basic stuff. As the building permits come in, geologic issues will need to be addressed, and as well as floodplain, and those are conditions of approval. They have had the Reeve and Associates, their engineer has done some studying and feels that there will not be any impacts to the floodplain, which comes along in
encapsulates this lower area. This is a low-lying field. But their analysis is that it will not require any significant changes or anything to the floodplain, but we will require floodplain permits for each of the buildings to make sure we are verified with that. And similarly, stream alteration. They're showing a small stream coming through. I'm not sure the details of that. Anytime that they go in and modify a stream, they'll have to go through the state to get their stream alteration permit. So we tried to cover any upcoming issues with those conditions of approval.
And stream alteration includes Army Corps also, correct? Is my understanding.
Sure.
So what stream is that, Ron? Can we ask for him to?
East Canyon Creek.
That's the East Canyon Creek that you're going?
No, right down here.
Oh, yeah, I know, but I meant that blue one up above, because I don't remember that.
That's a current irrigation ditch.
Okay, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah, so we're not including anything new. It's existing, we're just rerouting.
Okay, all right. So, a question I have, if I may. So, the little cabins that you're putting in, or big cabins in my opinion, but if you've got these cabins that go in there, are you going to raise them above the flood level, or are they going to stay at the flood level? I mean, are they going to stay on the bottom, or are they going to be raised up?
They'll all be lifted. It's in a flood zone A, so there is no base flood elevation plane currently. Reeves has done the study, and so we don't believe they're a problem, but we will raise that to whatever Reeves tells us that will be.
Yeah, when Reeves evaluates it, they're going to have to submit it to FEMA and get their approval of how they've evaluated it. So it's kind of nice to have FEMA telling us that it's approved, whatever they do. And Reeves has done many of them, so I think they know what they're doing. But
yeah, the study. There is not really a study. They basically outlined that as a potential area. Anyway, Reeves has done all that and are going through the process. So there will be a base floodplain elevation established. There currently is not one now.
Okay. Now I have a question for Lance. Why do we have to have a 50,000-gallon water tank on this one and not on some other projects? I mean, like the Golden Acres or whatever up there, they only required 20,000.
The fire department stated that. I don't know why it's that much larger. I would think it would have to do with the occupancy and the location.
Okay.
The 20,000 for the Golden Hills subdivision would be multiple, and it's a much larger area. So they'll have multiple 20,000-gallon tanks in that area to service that subdivision. There's a requirement there. And there'll be individual single-family homes. So that equates to 20,000 gallons per single-family dwelling. This is multiple dwellings under 50.
Okay. All right. Just don't know why you can't use a pump in the river.
Any other questions?
They would if they had to.
Okay, we'll look for a motion.
I move to approve the Young Ranch conditional use permit application 22.007 located at 5450 South Highway 66, based on the findings and with the conditions listed in the staff report dated April 5th, 2022.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Here you waited all night just for that. Sorry.
thank you.
Okay, item number 9. Lance, we're on a roll here. Let's
I gotta let the applicant.
This is review of an agreement between Morgan County UDOT and the developer of Canyon View Commercial West Subdivision for traffic improvements on Old Highway Road.
Val, can you hear us?
the next item. Val, are you there?
There you go. I've got it.
Yay.
So this is,
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
This is a cooperative agreement between UDOT, Canyon View Commercial, and the county. Canyon View Commercial is a subdivision that has been approved and is at least partially under construction in up Mountain Old Highway Road in Mountain Green to the west of Trappers Loop. I'm sure you guys have all driven past it. Part of their improvements that are going to be required for Highway 167, which is a UDOT road, is that they will require a lighted interchange to be put for access onto Old Highway Road. So that traffic light requirement has been worked through, and Val, I'm sure, can give us more details, but the high level is they've worked out this agreement with UDOT that is willing to postpone the requirement for full installation of that traffic signal until it's warranted by the development. Because the timeline of commercial development can be sporadic, UDOT is okay. I mean, they're not thrilled with it, but they're willing to do this cooperative agreement with the county, which would allow the developer to put in part of the light and then wait until it's actually warranted. The traffic study submitted by the applicant's traffic engineer is that at that point would be 40% of development. The reason it's an agreement with the county is that UDOT's saying we can delay this, but the county is agreeing that we will not issue any building permits beyond that 40% traffic threshold. 16 lots, 40% is roughly six lots, so I believe we would be taking and looking at not allowing more than 6 building permits. Now that would change depending on what those building permits are. If it's a high traffic use, such as a drive-in or something like that, that may change. So we would have to look at each of those building permits as we go through the process to see when we get to that 40% threshold. We're moving, it doesn't seem like we're moving fast, but the county part of this is moving fast on this agreement, trying to get it moving forward so the development can be installed and finalized and move forward. Let's see, so that is why this is here tonight. I know Garrett has some issues with the current draft, and we'd like to get your issues as well, so that we can make any changes we need to this agreement from the county and what we actually need and want, and then we can do that to the UDOT and the developer to respond to and finalize the agreement. The final agreement would come back to your approval. Garrett, do you want to go through some of your issues? I think that'd be the best way to go.
All right. So on page 2 of the agreement, item 6, under subsection 1, it talks about developer designs traffic mitigation plan and installs underground conduit now for future UDOT use in the event the signal needs to be constructed. Upon recommendation of the county engineer, he wanted that to be done now, and my issue is it's not specific enough to tell us when now means. Is it going to be done in 3 months, 6 months? What, let's define that. It does talk about how this agreement can be assigned, and so, working with the current developer, there may not be issues, but if it was assigned and they didn't follow through to what the understanding was, I think being more specific up front is a best practice to protect not just the county but also the developer too. So similarly in paragraph 2 under section 6, it talks about 40% of the development has been completed, and so in talking with Lance, that's 6 of 14, but does that mean that we can issue 14 building permits, and when 6 of them are completed, then we have to put a stop order? Or does that mean that we won't issue more than 6 permits? it's also more related to traffic count, in my opinion, than building permits. And so if 80% is in one, 80% of the traffic is with one building, then how are we defining that 40%? Let's see. So I think that those are my main issues. I think in section 8 and 9, just adding and local government, where it talks about UDOT's prior consent, notice to UDOT, and then in 9, the indemnity. I think it should also include local government as well, as we're a party to the agreement. So those are my main concerns or suggestions for more specificity.
I would agree also. I would say 40% of the traffic count's not lots developed.
I think that's easier to track, and to understand.
Can I ask Val a question?
I think item 4, the developer must obtain UDOT's written, I think that 4 just doesn't fit in the sentence. UDOT's written approval of the traffic mitigation improvements. And then in item 7, the local government will not issue any permits to the developer after these conditions until the design and subsequent construction of the traffic mitigation improvements are commenced. That sentence doesn't make sense to me.
So that's one that we had talked about. I removed these conditions, and so it would read, will not issue any permits to the developer after.
I think you take after out as until the design and
subsequent construction of the traffic mitigation improvements are, and I put in completed. I don't know that commenced. If they're commencing it and then continuing, is there a timeline on after they commence it when it has to be completed? Because technically, if we don't change that to completed, they could commence and never finish and continue to get the building permits. So I think we need to be more specific there as well. Also,
could be commencing, right?
What is that?
Putting the conduit in now could be commencing.
Right.
Yeah, I that's a good point. I think I'd do that. And I think with respect to your time frame for the now issue that you raised, I think we should just talk to the applicant about what a reasonable time frame is for that. Is it 60 days or 90 days? Because what the county engineer wants is the design to be completed sooner rather than later, right?
And the installation of the underground conduit.
Okay.
So that's completed now, so it's ready to go when the signal goes.
So I think we just work with the applicant on what a reasonable time frame for that is, and then in the agreement, I agree we need to do that. On the indemnification issue, I agree the local government should be included, but that's a very broad indemnification. So, developer shall indemnify UDOT for any losses, damages, injury, liability, claim suits, and proceedings arising out of the access improvements installed by the developer within UDOT's right-of-way. So, 15 years from now, there's an accident there, and they sue UDOT. Is the indemnification kicking in for that, or is this supposed to be an indemnification relating to the design? It's just really broad. And we're not the party indemnifying, but that's broad.
So I had one question, Lance, or Garrett. In section 6, it says will not issue any permits. But my question is, what if they come in and want a excavation permit to move a bunch of dirt around? Do we care if they do that? Should it specify building permit?
Probably,
because we have multiple types of permits, I guess, is what I'm getting at.
Probably building permits for vertical construction.
Yeah, because, they may want a permit to put a parking lot in and on a lot before they build any building there, I don't know.
The other thing that I haven't heard you guys say yet is who's responsible to do the traffic count? Because UDOT's not going to do it.
we don't have the means or the resources, that would have to be the developer's responsibility.
What do you mean by the traffic count for what?
Traffic count to determine the 40%.
Oh, I thought we would use the
It's already
table.
stated, it's stated which buildings are constructed on which lots and what those are gonna produce. Is that gonna be different?
Well, I think
So,
what you're saying.
so yeah, I think you have a daily trip rate, AM, PM, and it's divided by the lots. And so I think you could say 40% of the total trip counts for the, and then it's going to depend on which one they move forward on first, right? Second and third before.
And I just want to note this in a public meeting, but the page before on page 23, it says the warrant analysis shows that existing volumes at Trappers Loop warrant a signal. We'll make sure that's noted.
It's interesting that UDOT would call that out. Oh, no, this is sorry.
Joe Farron, he's a transportation guy, so.
Transportation guy.
Do we want a signal here?
Is that,
Yeah, that's
is
the
it-
other-
is it a cost issue? Is that why it's a cost issue?
Well, don't we have a way to, with the sheriff's department, we have a way to actually determine the traffic now? If we don't have to, I mean, if we don't have the funds to do it, or if UDOT's not going to do it, we have a way to do it with those signs that we have.
So
That sheriff sign.
I guess the thought I have is when these traffic analysis are done, they're required to go out and take the existing counts. I believe, of course, we have another project coming up that's going to talk about this,
Right.
but I believe because of all the traffic currently
Right.
that they're counting, that's why that it actually warrants a light at this location. But this traffic engineer is required to take the counts to create the
Sorry.
study.
I just was,
already done it.
I was saying, just, he went and said that we don't have those resources to do it. We do have the resources to do a traffic count there with our portable signs that we have through the sheriff's department, because they did one up in Porterville for me. And it also tells you the speed that people are doing, and we can do that if we ask the sheriff's department to use that for whatever period of time we need.
Oh, you're talking about the counts coming out of the new subdivision when it happens.
Yeah, whatever, wherever we need it.
So can you show me where this is going to be in relationship to the other roads? Because this, what's attached here,
This is the one on the north end, right? Well, I guess it's not.
it's just, the picture's so small, I'm having a hard time. I mean, I know where this project
I
is,
don't know if it's the east.
I'm just having a hard time.
It's not the one that connects at Paul Drive, it's the other.
So it's the west one, then, the west approach.
Yeah, the west.
Yeah.
And for the record, looking at this map, this department has 22,000 views. This is the number of times you go into this map every day.
Yeah, here's the, it's that west approach.
I know it's an issue
So this is Canyon View Commercial.
I kind
You
of
start stopping people too, and it's going to be an issue.
And then there's 9 lots proposed here. This Canyon View Commercial West. This road's going to continue around and that comes out about in here.
So we're doing a traffic light for a T.
Correct? Well, and I believe actually, maybe I didn't.
It shows a four-way, doesn't it?
They're actually,
Well-
it'll also.
Yeah, it shows a 4-way.
shows potential.
So it's for future.
It's just a shame that that interchange isn't further along, because I think that would completely change the traffic count on this road.
Well, I'm sure Val wants to talk, but I'll say, that is kind of what Val conveyed to me, was that if Trappers Loop goes in, then this may never be warranted.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of money.
And you hate to spend the money for that.
Well, and I'm pretty concerned that if that's a red light in the morning when everybody's coming down that road, and that'll back up past Trappers Loop. I mean, I don't know.
It'll go in the afternoon, people coming off the.
Sure, whichever. It's a busy road.
even on Saturday afternoon.
So
I'd rather see it.
why did
drive if we were do it.
Why did Ebert? I felt like this could happen faster than
I will tell you what, Wasatch
2030.
Front Regional Council last week has it on the docket to be finished by 2030. It's in phase 1, it's to be completed, built, and everything by 2030.
But that won't help the subdivision.
No, it won't, but I'm just telling you that that's what's on the docket right now under the UDOT plans. It's been moved up to, it should be done by 2030. But that's still 8 years out.
The other thing that
we
we're
weren't
talking
even on the
about the
docket.
first stoplight in Morgan County, that's a big deal to me. I know that sounds silly, but it's a big deal for somebody who's grown up here, in a county that has no stoplights. That's why I live in Croydon, I guess.
Everybody moved to Croydon.
Okay, so we probably ought to hear from the applicant here at this point. Val, would you like to address us?
You bet. Can everybody hear me okay?
We can.
Yep.
Okay, as far as the now, the purpose of, that was something that we had proposed to UDOT, that we'll put that in before any asphalt or curb and gutter goes into that west access, so we don't have to tear it back up again. So, in answer to your question now, Garrett, it's this will be done as soon as we get approval on the final plat, which this is the last requirement that Mark had for final plat approval from as far as the county engineer. And so we can do that and then complete the road and then asphalt it. So by midsummer. And that's just so we don't have to dig it up and it's already done. So the 40% is a traffic count, and you see on the map there's an allocation based upon land use. So retail has a certain amount, storage or business condo or flex space has a different use, medical has a different use. So we can easily keep track of those things based on the lot, what actually goes there. This is our best projection. People don't necessarily want to sign up for things until they know that there's access granted by UDOT and their final plats there. So this is our best estimation of the type or land use that's going to go into each of those lots. And so I think it's pretty straightforward to say, if this is retail in this 1 acre lot, that's 10% of it. Second spot is retail, there's 20% of it. If the rec go, that's 24% of that. So we can keep track of it that way without having to be super specific about counting exactly how many cars.
Do you know
the... Had some, on, adding local government. I think that's something that you could agree upon tonight, not necessarily have to circle back around in order to make some word changes.
Is the intent for that road to become a county road, to be dedicated to the county? Okay.
Yes. Can you do a circle?
Okay, perfect.
It's all designed to that purpose. So.
Do you know the build-out sequence at all, Val?
I do not.
Okay.
I don't, the rec centers, it's not going to be first off the list. I do know that.
You would need it then.
So there could be quite a bit of the business condo and flex space up against the interstate that would not trigger, it's 1 to 4% of the overall traffic count because of the nature of the business. Whereas the retail would generate more, but you'd have to, get all of the retail along the old highway road, 4 or 5 of those lots to all go in order to meet that threshold. And
retail is something that's, looking for a certain amount of housetops to justify it, so. Any other questions for me?
I have none.
I'm not excited about putting a light here either. But this is what, we've redesigned this. It's the fourth redesign on UDOT, on my dime for UDOT. And this is the one that they'll allow in order to let the project go forward. And, if the interchange ends up beating us to the punch, I'm not going to be disappointed that the light's not going there. But if this is what's needed, the interchange, UDOT's position is still that the interchange is 20 years out. I think much of that is they don't want to put dollars into this signal. Even though it's going to create some gaps to allow traffic to come in and out of the different, Highlands Drive or Trappers or Whisper Ridge, they don't want to acknowledge there's any benefit to the traffic flow, even though the design engineer said there would be some benefit because it creates gaps for people to get in and out. That might be 5 years from now, might be 8 years from now. I don't know what it's going to be. It's tough to look into that crystal ball. So we just have to design it for today's use and say, we're ready. This development agreement is, we've acknowledged that we need to design it. Plans have been approved by UDOT. Everything's in order. This is the last thing that they need to feel comfortable moving forward, is that you'll participate on the back end, that you won't issue any additional building permits until that, once that 40% threshold's been met. Of course, that would not make a bit of sense for us to not have this in advance of that. So we'll be watching it closely, and if we say, this is what's needed, we're at 30% now, and it's a 6 month to get all the materials, and we project and we go from there.
So what do we need here? Do we need a motion to approve subject to the changes and modifications discussed? Or are there enough of them that we want to see it come back with the changes?
If I could just throw out, the final plat has to come back for approval. So if you have a tentative, you can look at the final draft of this agreement with the final plat. But I wanted to get this agreement in front of you before the final plat.
Definitely don't want to hold up the project with this agreement. The other thing that I think we ought to discuss, or potential addition to this, is I don't see anything in here that says that if traffic conditions change, potentially because of the interchange, this may not be required at all. And I think we ought to press UDOT a little bit on that and say, look, maybe this isn't the best place for a light if traffic conditions are different in the future. And perhaps if that interchange... No, go ahead, sorry, Val.
I did try putting that into the agreement because I wanted some type of a back door that says, hey, if the interchange comes in before, this hits that 40% threshold, then this isn't warranted, and let's not put the dollars here. And they made me take it out.
Because that's a dead end at that point.
They said, there's no connection between Trappers Loop and this project. So take it out or we won't let you go forward. So,
well, we certainly don't want to cause an issue with your project, but I think we ought to perhaps use our influence as a government entity to push UDOT a little bit on that and say, we as a county, being the guaranteed if the interchange goes in, this will become a county road. The state will not, they'll want it to become a county road. And if that happens, that may not be something that the county wants on a road that we own. So I think we need to talk to UDOT and say, we're happy to be party to this agreement and we want the project to move forward, but we need you to make some concessions here and maybe use our influence for that Is that?
I mean, we could always move the semaphore, although some of them are pretty specific to the locations that they're.
Yeah. He said we could always potentially move the light down the road if that were the case. I'm just saying, I think we can potentially help out and at least try to use our influence with UDOT. I know they can be difficult to work with as an individual or developer.
3.5 years difficult. That's how difficult they can be. That's how long they've been.
Hey Val, who have you been communicating with there at UDOT?
Jay General, Dave Alger, Terry Jacobson.
Got it.
Okay.
And, of course, my preference is that we move forward and get this done so they can see it, and you can put the things that you need on there for you to feel comfortable, but it would be disappointing to wait another 3 months because we're looking to add local government word change. I think that the heart of the agreement is solid, and let's ask them. It should be pretty straightforward to see, Dave and Carrie, this is what we're comfortable with. If the interchange does come in, do we have an escape route that we don't have to put the light there? Prior to that threshold, I had that in there before, but they didn't want to keep it there. You would have much more sway than I would.
Yeah, that would be my hope, that maybe we can press for that a little bit. But I agree wholeheartedly. We don't want to hold up your project trying to work on that.
Is there a way to get approval for this and do the final plat at the same time? Literally, this is the last thing that's needed to make that happen. And it's just been months and months in trying to get them to this point.
Well, I think, sure, but we don't have the final plat for approval on our agenda, so we can't do that tonight.
No, yeah.
No, I'm just looking ahead.
Oh, yeah, looking ahead. So what I think happens.
Run them concurrently, instead of having this be a separate issue, and then, trying to catch up with the final plat. Can we wrap these up concurrently?
Yeah, I think we can. I think, Garrett, do you have the direction that you need from us with respect to that?
And maybe if Jared could make some calls to help, because I don't have sway with UDOT yet, but.
The text has been sent.
Okay, so, yeah, I'll work with Jared to see if there's anything that we can add that wouldn't delay final.
Yeah, let's get the language changed and then, bring it back. We can approve it all at the same time, I would think.
Okay, that sounds great. So, do we want to have a motion to have it brought back along with the final?
Postpone or what?
Do we know when the final plat will be coming before us?
I'm not 100% sure, but next 1 or 2 meetings.
Okay.
As soon as we can.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we postpone a decision on this agreement pending the modifications that have been discussed this evening, raised by the county attorney and members of the county commission, and that it be brought back with the final plat for approval in connection with the plat itself.
Wow, I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, item number 10, Julie's asked to postpone those items in the interest of time. We will move on to item number 11, Commissioner Anderson.
I've actually discussed this with all of you, mentioned that this was coming up. Wasatch Civil has a landscape architect on board. They're currently our county engineer. In their contract, it says that they perform park development. We got a copy of a master plan. Well, I don't think it's a master plan. It's a drawing of what could happen from 2009. Was it 9? I thought I saw a date on here, but anyways, I gave all of you that. I think we can submit this to Wasatch Civil also. The amount there of $25,000, it's a time and material not to exceed, so I really think it's a situation where we can meet with them often and dictate what our plans are and what we're looking for in that area. So I don't know if
I have
any
some questions. What happened to the pickleball courts?
This was done many years ago.
Oh, okay,
So-
all right.
And this wasn't done by Wasatch, this is
Okay.
just a...
Some motorcycle guy did this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm liking it already. But where's the rodeo?
outdoor arena, rope arena.
Okay.
I was gonna say,
rope
where's
arena.
where's
There,
all
okay,
the parking?
And this is a
actually three.
fancy
There's-
diagram. I'll
There's
tell you.
2 outdoor arenas and a warm-up arena. So what's the funding source for this? Is that capital facilities, fairground capital facilities fund?
My recommendation, I was looking through, I don't know how much is available in the Fairgrounds Fund or Recreation Fund. So the initial recommendation would be from the general fund. Because of we just don't have a whole lot of funds available in recreation, and I don't know about the fair, but I don't believe we have much available at the fair either.
What we do have available, we'd like to use on a pavilion. We got bids for rental of tents for this year, and they're up another...
Substantial.
It's over $15,000 to rent tents for a week.
And they'll include the fairground area, but I'm not sure there's going to be a lot of changes in the actual fairground area. I think
We're talking more the expanded area.
Yeah, to the north.
So is this a single source thing, or what is this? Is we have a contract with them?
Yeah, so we currently have them under contract to do this work.
But
in their agreement.
do we have to? Can we send out a bid? Can we do an RFP? Or
I think
do
we can do
have to-
whatever we want. We just have them under contract to do the work.
It just seems like a lot, but maybe I'm just in another world too. Everything seems like a lot to me anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, if this is a not-to-exceed number and we're picking off the items individually, I mean, it would be, if you had a breakdown, so for example, development of the conceptual plan was $4,000, and we came in and looked at it and said, no, that's not what we want to do, because they're going to have to modify it or so forth. Then you could move on to the next step, and once you've found something that you liked, then you move on to the next step and have it priced out. And it's kind of the same way we move through the airport, we got a plan, and then do we want to do this? And then we got some rough estimates on cost. Do we still want to do it,
I think that's a good idea. I'd really like some input from our citizens on it.
Right.
To tell you the truth.
I agree.
Like they have, I think they estimated 3 meetings at the least.
Yeah.
So,
One of the things that our grant that we received from the National Park Service is that they will help us design different things around the county. And I don't know if they can cover part of this or not as part of their jurisdiction, because it's the Weaver River. It also has to do with tourism. So I'm wondering if maybe we ought to look at them, and that's not costing us anything.
Right.
And then they can help us at least get an idea of what we want to do
With
before
funding
we spend the...
or with plans?
With plans. And then, they can help us, and then they will direct us to different places that might be able to actually do the plan. And, or to people, it's just giving us another option that we could maybe save some money. Don't know if it will or not, but I know the NPS does not charge us. It's something that's been offered by the federal government for us.
I definitely think we need planning for the area. It looks like there was a plan put in place or made, 15 years ago. I don't know that we followed much of anything on that plan currently.
There's the bridge.
There's a bridge there, that's about it. But I think my biggest concern when we do any of these plans is I want to make sure that once we get them made, they're made available so that future commissions don't go through this exercise again, 15 years down the road.
Money.
And spend money to do more planning that's already been done.
I agree.
Yep. And I think that's easily doable. We just need to make sure that.
I like a lot of what's on here, but obviously we don't need 3 motorcycle areas.
Did Robert have input on this?
What's that? How many motorcycles?
Just the indoor one would be sufficient, wouldn't
I
it?
did not. I didn't know this even existed.
Yeah, that's the funny thing. None of us did until tonight. So, yeah.
So what do we need to do? Give us some direction, Chair.
Well, we need to decide how much we're gonna, if we want to move forward with some planning, what amount are we willing to spend up to, right? In my mind, that's kind of the.
And where's the funding coming from? And
yeah, and where would the funds come from?
I would love to know if the National Park Service will.
Yeah, I would like to
do
see
something
that.
for free. I mean, even if we got a conceptual where we could give them some input and have them draw up, it might save us a lot of money and just have them draw it up rather than if they would be willing to meet with our citizens and spend that time that's so expensive, It's worth checking into, I think.
That's what I think, is it'd be worth it to check into and see if it's feasible. And then if it isn't, then we come back to this original plan, the one that you're asking for. Because there's also more grant monies that we're working on. There might be something we can do. I mean, I'm not saying tonight might not be the night, because I know that there's so many grants out there that we can get that we may have a smaller matching dollar instead of $25,000.
Oh, we should be, if there's enough grants out there, we should be able to cover those costs with grants.
And I mean,
I'm not disagreeing.
There's just so many of them out there that are available, and we just have to go after them. Which I have been trying, guys. But
so who's your contact at this park place? I can call him.
National Park?
Yes.
Oh, I'd have to look it up. His name's Brandon.
If you want to send it to me,
yeah, I'll
call him and give him this proposal and see if they're willing to do it for free.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah. Might as well.
I don't, just to be clear, I don't think that this is an outrageous amount for what they're planning to do here. I think that's probably well within the realm of normal planning. And I think it'd be good to have a good plan, so. If there's an option to get it.
So where are we planning on getting the money?
His
Chair, did you have anything in mind?
So when we discussed it, we discussed the general fund balance.
Oh, okay.
Because I don't know if there's enough in recreation or in the fair, and possibly there's enough in, but I don't know if we could use it through tourism or any of those funding options or not.
I'm going to have to look. That's all I can do is look. I mean, it's a question. And not knowing exactly what we were looking at, I did not know.
I'm just excited to move forward on this piece.
Yeah, I think this is something we need to move forward on. We've got some things in conjunction with the fair that we need to have some planning on this area done so we can move forward with them as well. So. Okay.
Yeah, this one looks pretty good. I just think it might be underparked.
It's not very much parking.
I mean, there's more than you start looking around. There's here and here and here, but anyway.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion on this.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we postpone the agreement with Wasatch Civil for the parks master plan until a further meeting.
Okay. We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to postpone this item until a future meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes.
I think we should postpone this one too, personally.
Yeah, we could postpone it. The problem is the Morgan Valley Car Show may not be able to go forward until we decide to go forward with something.
Okay, we can probably address this pretty quickly then.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick one.
So, this is based on a previous discussion for insurance requirements. We need to have a board for events. Right?
That's right. That's right.
So are you just looking for a go-ahead to talk about establishing that, or?
That's what I'm asking for, is that so that we can go ahead and establish it, and then Garrett and I will have to get together on that and decide what we want done and how we want to accommodate that so that these nonprofit citizens groups that want to do these kinds of things might be able to do it on a volunteer basis, correct?
Correct.
And they would sign a waiver, so that way they would be covered under our county insurance for these events.
Not a waiver, it'd be a volunteer agreement similar to like the fire department, where they agree to abide by our policies and procedures and are considered a county employee for workman's comp, things like that, where if there was an injury, there'd be some coverage there. I did send an email, so I don't know if anyone had any questions about that or if everyone saw it, but the chamber events, for example, are not covered. Right. And I know that was something that was brought up in the meeting where we thought there was coverage. And as I was talking to Johnny Miller, who's the CEO of USIP, he said that there's been some miscommunications in the past with other county employees that they've had contact with, where they thought things were covered when they really weren't, and it was being communicated that things were covered when they weren't. And so I specifically asked about those things that came up in the meeting. And so the chamber, for example, would not be covered, and we would have to look at perhaps hosting that or taking more of an active role. They could participate but not be the person putting on the event.
And we need this committee in order to do that? Or that's just...
Right, it would be a county committee or board, and so all of the planning, the things that occur on the county property, all of those things would be covered. The volunteers that bring their cars, they would have to agree to abide by all of the county policies, which if they're outside the county policies or they're not choosing to volunteer under the direction of the county, then they wouldn't be covered if they breach that agreement. Additionally, something that I thought was an important thing to point out is what is never covered. So even if, like Dave Rich, for example, now he's got a county vehicle, but if something had happened when he was using a personal vehicle for county business, the insurance would still go to him first, his personal, if something happened. And so when these people bring their cars in, if they're looking, under the hood and then something falls and someone gets injured, it's still going to go to their car insurance first. It's not going to be covered by the county policy. And so a potential solution that I considered or was thinking of is we could, as a county, provide some sort of waiver that the volunteers, if they were doing something that could potentially bring about a risk. Someone described maybe making cotton candy with a part of a car, and if someone put their hand in, if anyone was going to participate in something that would be inherently dangerous, then they would have to sign that waiver, and then that would give the volunteer some liability protection as well. So there's things like that I think we can be creative in providing as much protection as possible, but as far as saying that it's covered or giving a false sense of coverage, USIP was pretty clear with me what's not covered, and I think we can clearly communicate that to our volunteers as well.
So it sounds like what we're talking about is potentially creating a committee that would perhaps serve as an umbrella planning committee to work with these volunteer groups to plan events, be it the 4th of July activities, car show, etc. I personally believe that these events are very important to our community. We need to have public events. I hate that we're such a litigious society that we feel like we have to cover our behinds at every turn. And those, frankly, ruin a lot of events because of that. People have stopped having events because they're worried about getting sued. So I think we need to do everything we possibly can to make these events possible. That means getting creative with some boards. Let's get it done. And perhaps you can work on writing up some simple bylaws that we can use to put together a board. Maybe that board consists of, 10 community members, and we ask them to come in and just help us be our board to plan these various activities. I don't know.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Any other thoughts?
I think it's a good idea.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's
I'm
make
glad
it
we're
happen.
looking into it, because we could end up on
On the wrong
chopping
side.
block.
Agreed.
So we don't need a motion or anything, it's just the direction.
And then once we have it
Then we
created,
can.
then we can bring it back.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Okay. Commissioner Wilson, transfer of airport lease, Foss and Hawks.
Okay, we have a situation where one of our lessees decided not to build within a few weeks after signing his lease. Maybe I could, Mr. Hawks, gotcha, don't know who you are, but why don't you come up for a minute? Why don't you tell us how everything happened, so I'm not saying anything incorrect, how that all went down?
Okay, so essentially this is how it happened. I'm on the list, as right now I'm the second alternate for a hangar space, so I was number 16 or 13 hangars. One of them backed out, so that made me the second instead of the third alternate. I was hoping that more people would back out because of the cost for the infrastructure fees and whatnot, but that didn't happen. And as it progressed, it looked more and more like it wasn't going to happen. So I had talked to one of the hangar owners, or one of the leaseholders, in actually DD2, a friend of mine, and I had negotiated an option with him to be a 50% owner and build the hangar with him. I own an airplane there at the airport, and I'm currently hangared in one of the hangars there, leasing a space. But I want to build my own. So anyway, fast forward a month or so after the leases were distributed, for lack of a better word, and I was just about ready to write a check to this other hangar owner to pay for half of his lease costs, the infrastructure costs, to establish a 50% ownership and then build the hangar with him. And I heard from the guy I'm renting my space from that James was considering not building a hangar at the time. He had just sold his airplane, his Cicada, and I had talked to him. I don't really know James that well. I met him a couple times. But he just sold a four-place airplane, and he was talking to me and saying, yeah, I'm looking at buying a Husky, little two-seat airplane to cruise around the valley and stuff. So it's like, I don't have an airplane now, but I'm gonna buy another one. Anyway, when I found out that he was considering not building a hangar, partially because of the cost of the hangars down there now, they're outrageously expensive. But as Commissioner McConnell mentioned earlier, it's built out. There's not going to be any more. I live right by the hangar, 2 blocks away, or by the airport. And so anyway, when I heard this, I contacted James and said, "Are you interested in selling your lease? Because I'm interested in building. I would really like to build my own hangar." And that's how it happened. So we negotiated the terms to buy out his lease. I wasn't aware of the requirement. I was the board chairman, airport board chairman for 5 years, previous to George. Served with George a little bit, but I had seen several hangars and leases, not just hangars, but leases of empty plots change hands. And we had recommended several while I was on the airport board. And essentially how it happened when I was there, it was somebody wanted a lease. They bought out the lease cost, which at the time was much cheaper, but they paid out that leaseholder and then went to the county and got it transferred, or Joe helped them. I don't know how it all transpired after that, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with that. So I paid James for his costs. And then that same day, I went and talked to Joe, see what I needed to do to get the lease transferred. Joe said, well, we need to talk to George and we need to make a recommendation. So I talked to George, and George subsequently sent an email out to, I think, Garrett and Commissioner McConnell and several others. And there was some back and forth emails, and they were trying to decide whether it was a reassignment or a transfer or what would happen. But that's where it got to, and then we're at this point now. So nothing was decided at the time, and obviously it needs to be approved by the commission.
So that's just what the agreement says, is it needs to come before the commission, and we need to make the final decision if we're kosher with
reassignment of the lease.
That's right. Correct. So, I mean, I don't think there was any hanky-panky or weirdness going on. I just think that's, we just sometimes in Morgan do things the way we've always done them and misstep sometimes. So, I mean, I'm fine with, I know he paid more than Fossen bought it for, and so I guess it's his money. I don't know as that matters to me. I don't think James went into the situation with the intention of, how did the price, did you just pick a price?
No, I mean, I was told what he was kind of thinking, and if he was going to sell it, that's what because he was still considering building a hangar. When I talked to him, he said, I'd really love to do this, but his personal situation and circumstances have changed as far as aviation goes. So he's kind of hot and cold with aviation, and that's basically what it came down to. When he saw the numbers to build a hangar, he's like, I don't know that I love
So you tempted him. Basically, you tempted him.
Yes, I called him and I said, if you're willing to sell it, I will buy it from you because I want to build a hangar.
Okay. So anyway, he was tempted. He was Adam. He fell. The whole thing. But anyway, I don't have a problem with how it's.
So Garrett, do you propose that we do this just on an assignment of a lease?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, a lease assignment. The issue that I have with it is it was a violation of the contract. It says very clearly in Section 4, lessee shall not assign this lease or sublease the premises in its entirety without prior written approval of the county commission. So they did it without prior written approval. It was at an extra expense, and the applicant tonight has talked about how he was willing to pay that. If he was violating the terms of the lease, then it would go to the next person in line. And so I guess it's however the commission wants to look at it. I guess I'm just expressing my personal views, but it's technically a violation of the agreement. And, if I had known that he wanted to buy it, I would have signed this and made the profit, and flipped it. But it's whatever the commission wants to do.
So, have you already done an assignment of the lease, or did a written document you just paid funds?
That's what I wanted to state. Technically, the lease hasn't been reassigned or assigned because it can't be without your approval. So there's been nothing that he's assigned to me. I've paid him some money, and that's about it, in hopes that the lease would be transferred or reassigned. So later in this same document, the same lease, it talks about if there's a hangar there, they can sell the hangar, and then the new owner has to go to the council and get approval to transfer the lease. I guess I don't see a lot of difference there. They still are, it's an after-the-fact transfer of a lease, which doesn't happen until the council approves it. So there's technically, a lease has not been transferred or reassigned anywhere.
So what pad site is this?
It's a 60 by 60 DD1.
DD1 or DD2?
DD1. I was originally going to partner with the guy who has DD2
Oh,
because
okay.
I didn't have another option.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion that we approve the assignment of the existing lease agreement for pad site DD1 from Mr. Fossen to Mr. Hawks.
I'll second it. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
How will we reduce that to writing? It has to be written approval, right? So,
correct. Well,
If they could present me a form of an assignment that would be helpful for me to not have to draft it from scratch.
and then we can just sign that.
I have a question.
that's pretty easy. Can you handle that?
Yeah, certainly. Is it just
It's just-
lease agreement?
No, it's an assignment of the existing lease, and then you'll just put a signature block on it for the county to approve the assignment from the assignor to the assignee. Assignor being Mr. Fossen, and you'll be the assignee.
So it'll need to be approved as to form for the county attorney and
And
then.
I can work with him to put all of that in.
Perfect.
So we're not gonna run into trouble? I say we will not run into trouble with the person second in line, or first in line.
Well, I mean, they could certainly complain about it.
I just don't know if we legal rights. That was my concern, even though I voted for it.
No, I don't think so, because it technically is an assignment. Probably, it should have come here prior to an exchange, because technically there's been consideration already provided, but it is what it is right now.
Okay.
So the commission could have voted to deny the assignment, and then it could have been terminated and gone to the next in line, but that's not what happened.
And I guess I would say, George and Joe, if you can be vigilant about making sure everybody knows this so we don't run into these kind of problems, you know?
Yeah.
I know it's been a little loose in the past, so.
Well, I'm not even sure that
But they didn't sign
line
the
of
agreement
people
in
line
their...
is necessarily a policy of the county. I think that's something that the airport advisory
They set
board
up,
has
yeah.
historically put together. And correct me if I'm wrong on this, but I don't know that there's anything in our code or our policy that says we're going to go to the next in line in case of a reassignment.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's probably rare, so.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, moving on. Commissioner Fackrell, item number 14.
I am going to request that we put 9:14 after the public hearing, if it's okay.
Okay,
So these people don't have to stay here if they don't want to.
we can do that.
They've been here for 4 hours now.
Move this
4.5.
down after item G. Okay, the moment you've all been waiting for, public hearing. Item G, discussion, public hearing decision. This is a proposed amendment to the zone map of approximately 5.38 acres going from RR1 and A20 to R1-8, located at approximately 5460 West Old Highway Road in Mountain Green.
With that, the location is 2 parcels of ground. This is the church in Old Highway Road. Church, Trappers Loop is just to the east, obviously, so this is Highland Road. The applicant is requesting to change these 2 parcels of ground, as you stated, from RR1 and A20 to R18, which would allow for lots with a minimum lot size of 8,000 square feet. The Planning Commission has recommended, after a public hearing, recommended approval based on the findings in the staff report, basically that it is consistent with the general plan, the future land use map, and this is an area that this size of lots would be considered. The applicant is online. During the public hearing, there were several concerns mentioned by the neighbors and concerned citizens regarding the density of the homes, potential density of the homes, traffic, roadway improvements. There's no sidewalks in the area. Concerns about drainage coming off of this property onto adjacent properties. And concern about the amount of traffic on Old Highway Road and how this would impact that. And then, concerns about how the Kent Smith Park does get quite crowded at times. There's a lot of parking on the road, and it becomes kind of an unsafe situation. A lot of these issues would be addressed at the subdivision stage where a traffic count could be taken. The access point for this, however this development may happen, would have to be significantly, analyzed so that it would be safe and appropriate. But most of those questions would be dealt with at the subdivision process. And so the Planning Commission recommended approval.
How much of the 5.4 acres is A20? Is it parcel 2 up there? Or?
Well, it's all the green.
All the green? Okay, so better than half of it.
Yeah, probably. But as you know, in this area, the zoning really is out of date. I'm not sure, we've never gone back and fixed all this A20 zoning. None of these parcels are 20 acres.
Right.
But that was the leftover zoning, and it's just never been modified.
And the subdivision to the west, are those R18 size?
Those are R110.
110? Okay.
So
Which
they're
means
smaller lots.
they're smaller lots.
8,000 square feet. Is that what that is?
No.
Or 10,000.
Yeah, they're 10,000.
Okay. All right.
So R18 is smaller lots, 8,000.
Yeah, I have to look, those don't look.
Well, some of those cul-de-sac lots are bigger than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're right close to quarter acre, 0.23.
The applicant stated in the meeting that he was proposing 8 to 9 lots for single-family homes on the 5 acres.
So this would fall under the small subdivision. It would not come back before this
If it was
commission.
under 10 lots, yeah. I think the configuration of this property and just the overall shape, it'll be very challenging to get some lots in there. So it'll be interesting to see where it goes.
I'm curious, it looks like Parkview Drive has been stubbed there, obviously with the intention of continuing on at some point. This particular parcel does not abut that. But it seems to me for planning purposes, that road ought to continue on if this area is going to be developed.
And I think that's one of the issues of roadway alignment. If it's rezoned, then this property owner in between may never want to develop, and we can't force that. We're not going to. But the opportunity would be left that, hey, there's a stub there. I would think we would line up a stub street on the other side. But that would have to be analyzed.
At the subdivision
Or,
process.
yeah, maybe. Or you just turn it and bring it down so that it matches the ingress and egress to the townhomes.
Well, coming out of Aspen Meadows, here's a street, so we probably want to have the access point directly across from that.
Right. And so you can either take it up and put a T in it and stub the other one across, or you just make that turn. I don't know if you've got old highway running that direction, if we need another road parallel to it that runs that whole distance.
It's a fairly short distance.
Because I guess it could go to the church.
To the church, so. But would we have an access point here, and we're talking conceptually, obviously, but, maybe there's a third one there. The challenge with the smaller properties like this coming in for development is tying them all together. It's very difficult.
I just want to make sure we don't get in the situation like we've got with Rollins Ranch and, it's Rome, right? There's a subdivision next door where there were stub streets coming out of Rollins Ranch that were later removed, which was very short-sighted. And now we've got a subdivision right next door and they don't connect. It makes zero sense to me. So I think where this potentially would not come back before the commission should it be a small subdivision, I want to state for the record that that's a concern I have, and I think it needs to be vetted properly, and the connections need to be available.
They haven't stated their intention or how, what it would be?
No, they've got to get over this rezone hurdle first and see where this goes. But I think they're looking at he has stated 8 to 9 lots.
Well, I was going to say, if they're going RRA.
Lance, this Lance, I'm online.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what are you thinking of doing, Lance?
Just 8 to 9 lots. You're talking about stubbing the road side?
Mm-hmm.
What are you referring to? I'm sorry, I missed the question.
How many lots and what, I guess eventually then it would come back to us, right?
No.
No?
If it's under 10 lots, it won't come back.
10 lots would be the planning commission.
Yeah, it's only 8 to 9 lots. That's all we would have going with that in that property.
And so you're looking at single family
homes, patio homes, new lots, 3 of them.
So 8 to 9, let's have acre lots.
If you talk an average single-family home traffic count, and it's 9 lots, you're talking about 120 trips per day. The average single-family traffic count in Utah is 13 and a half. So you're talking about 120 is the traffic count. The drainage issue, that's generally a common law issue. And if you can't accelerate the flow, you can preserve historical flow. So if it sheet flows historically to the west or to the east, then you could, under common law, you can continue to allow that much. But generally what happens when you develop a subdivision is you put in curbs and gutter and come down and tie into a stormwater irrigation system. I don't know what we have there in that section of the road, but that would be part of the subdivision design.
Other subdivisions on Old Highway have had to put in their own detention or retention pond.
Yeah, and that may be required here if we don't have the facility.
So I noticed on the applicant that there's only one applicant, yet this is 2 different owners. Is that normal?
No, it's the same owner. One's a trusted piece of property, and the other one's a purchase that was done years later.
Okay. And so I'm noticing a lot of overlap in the different areas up there. Has that all been cleared up? As far as...
I'm sorry, Lance, go ahead.
I'm just saying, is it all cleared up as far as lot alignments? Because, I mean, from just what we're looking at here, it looks to me like parcel number 2 is overhanging into another person's property. And, and I've seen this all over the county, that they are overlapping. So has everything been official? Because if we've got 5.38 acres here, and in reality we only have 5 because it's overlapping somebody else's, and now, so, that can make a determination also on how many we allow, or how many is allowed.
The title company has been involved. The survey has been complete. We're waiting on one of all the other adjacent owners have all signed off on the boundary correction. It's one other owner that's holding out until probably the further the progress is E&D Concrete, Dwayne Johnson, and he said he would sign once we have the warranty or the quitclaim deed completed to correct the boundary. That's all this is talking about. But initially, when I purchased the property, when they wrote the description up, they wrote the wrong. They made an error in the description, which transferred and confused the boundary line.
But also,
so it's just a matter of correcting the boundary line.
To be clear, the lines that we show on these maps, and if you go on the county website, before you can even see these, there's a big disclaimer that says these are
not
actual.
They're not accurate.
And they're not.
They're not accurate.
They're guesstimated by our GIS folks. So.
I know that. So that distance in number 1 between 2 sides, how much of a distance is that? Yeah, right there.
East to west, I would have to measure. I can do that. I guess when I'm looking that up, I want to say that the question tonight is, should we rezone this property and not how it's going to be subdivided?
Right, and that's what I'm trying to determine if I want to go and say yay or nay.
About 130.
130 feet lands.
Okay. So there's basically not going to be any homes in that area.
Not likely.
What we're here discussing tonight is whether the property meets the I guess, the future land use map designation for rezone. We're not talking necessarily about the future plans for the property, although that's helpful. It's not really part of the discussion. So, any other questions for either the applicant or staff before we move into the public hearing?
Not right now.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead. Did you have more, Lance?
I'll move public hearing. Go ahead.
Okay. I do want to just acknowledge that we have received some emails from landowners and residents near the property. Thank you for sending those emails, those of you who did. Be happy to hear from you as well during this meeting. With that, I'll look for a motion to adjourn the public meeting and convene a public hearing.
I move that we adjourn public meeting and go into public hearing. Is that the correct way?
Second. Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn the public meeting and convene a public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. We are now in public hearing. We'd ask that you please come forward if you have anything you'd like to discuss regarding this item. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes if possible, and please state your name for the record.
You said 30 minutes? My name is Carl Abbott. That's my yard right there. And I'm also a volunteer firefighter. By the way, if you put a traffic light down there, just imagine I gotta come save your mom when she's having a heart attack, and I gotta sit at that traffic light. Traffic lights are garbage. All they do is stop 75% of the traffic all the time. Traffic circle lets 100% of the traffic move all the time, maybe a little bit slower as they try to get through the circle. But, and by the way, my private vehicle that I use to get to the fire department, I don't have lights and sirens. I can't run that traffic light, even if there's no other cars coming. I have to wait. So just imagine that. No traffic lights ever. Traffic circles, or put a cop out there to direct traffic or something. Okay, we've talked about traffic. It's miserable. It's dangerous. I think it's white noise at this point to your body as far as the commission goes. But some things right here, there's a little bit of rise in the road, and those of us that live in the area, like what I put on my turn signal early, because this car is he's already speeding, he's already going 60 miles an hour because the state does not patrol this road ever that I'm aware of. And of course, it's not the county's road, so they don't patrol it. So he's coming 60 miles an hour. I put on my signal now because by the time I get here, he can't see me. And so when I'm stopped here to make a left turn into my driveway, but I gotta wait for oncoming traffic, he's coming at 60 miles an hour and he can't see me till he hits this dip. And to put more cars, we've already got all these families coming out. Let's see, they come out here and here. You got the soccer fields. It's white noise. You guys heard it 1,000 times. It's time to stop approving any more developments in this area until that freeway interchange is done. It's miserable. It's just miserable to live here anymore. And yet, every time I turn around, there's a new Rome or new condos or apartments or something going in. And by the way, as a volunteer fire department, we're going on almost twice as many calls as we were when I first joined the fire department only a few years ago, because there's twice as many people living there now. We had to buy the ladder truck for the school. Nobody said, hey, fire department, what do you need to respond to this school? They just built the school, and now we had to buy a ladder because we don't have the apparatus to respond to that kind of structure. I'm not sure what's going on in the commercial development here, but the same considerations matter here. Stop improving these developments until you have a plan to move these cars through here. And I don't really know what y'all say now, but your predecessors always said, we're absolved from doing anything because that's a state road. And I say, stop building in this area unless you got a plan to move these cars. And right now the plan is to wait till the state to do something, then wait for the state to build that interchange before you build anything more in this area. And as much as I don't know the applicant, but I know his dad. I love it because Dad was one of the first people I met when I moved to Morgan County. And I want the family to make profit off of this and that kind of stuff. But smaller houses mean, smaller lots mean more people trying to use this road and that kind of stuff. I would like one big mansion to be on there. And hopefully you can make the same money off of that, but I hope you understand where I'm coming from. So thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Doug Cox. I'm an adjacent property owner. I'm downhill in two different directions, and I'm the one that was concerned with the drainage issues. And I understand, I appreciate your clarification on existing drainage and how you can't change that. My concerns, I sent an email, and I appreciate those of you that have read that. I am concerned about safety and the drainage, basically. There's also an issue that I don't think we've talked about with the steepness of this area right here. And I know that in past county commission meetings, somebody said that they shouldn't have even built this up there because it's so hard for the plows to do their thing up in that area. But anyway, just appreciate what you do and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
My name is Mike Muncie. We are on the right side, adjoining the property. This is our property right here. And we basically have some of the same concerns, mostly safety. Traffic is a serious problem. The park for soccer games and other events fills up completely. The overflow will not go in. There's no place to go in for them, so they park on the edge of the state highway. And the cars coming from there, coming through there, are typically 60, 65 miles an hour. And you have people parked on the side of the road, on both sides of the road, and they're crossing with little kids to play soccer. And that kind of traffic is what they're parking in. And we've seen a lot of events, multiple wrecks, and obviously multiple close calls with kids crossing the road. The sidewalk there, or the sidewalk that continues from the subdivision, is on the far side of the road from the entryway into the park on this side of the road. So, and there's no crosswalk. There's no real place for them to cross. And kids who are walking from various places up here come down and they end up diagonaling across that state highway because there's no crosswalk, there's no appropriate place to cross, so they're crossing wherever they think it's safe. There are oftentimes, you'll see them down there, there'll be two or three of them together, and they're looking and watching for a break, and one of them will run this way and one will run this way. So it is a difficult situation the way it is now. By adding more houses and more immediate traffic in this site here anywhere, there's already 4 or 5 driveways besides the park and the second street into the subdivision. So our concern is that we're already taxed to the limit for safety, and putting more in there will only make it worse. I think the interchange certainly will improve the situation, but I'm reluctant to see more houses put in such a close area, even if they were down the road a ways. One way or the other, it wouldn't affect the safety as much as it will, I think. So that's my thoughts on that.
Thank you.
I am Dixie Muncie, and I live the same place that Mike does, right adjoining that site. I'm hoping that you all received my email that I sent today, and so you all know the points that I'm concerned about. I realized that that land would be developed someday, and I do not want to stop him from doing that. I just want to make sure that the decision is made to keep it, well, it's not safe right now, to make it a safe place for the community, and especially the children. There's already been one child killed on that road, and I don't want to see any more. So I believe the best solution right now is to postpone until that interchange comes in. And thank you. I appreciate your service. I appreciate your dedicated hours. Thanks.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll look for a motion to go out of public hearing and reconvene our public meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn the public hearing and reconvene the public meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We are now back in our public meeting. Item G, discussion and decision on a proposed amendment of the zone map of approximately 5.38 acres from RR1 and A20 to R1-8.
May I ask one more question?
Absolutely.
Of the applicant?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, if this were to be zoned, how soon are you looking at building?
Well, I would think as long as it goes to the concept plans, I would move as expeditiously as possible.
Okay. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, any other questions for either the applicant or the staff?
So, not necessarily a question, but
comments,
just by way of explanation of the way that I try to approach these things. Because I know a number of you, and this is in my district, I want to explain the way I approach these issues. So, to postpone and to just say no to applications generally requires what's called a moratorium under Utah law. And we could vote to put in place a moratorium, but they're generally limited in duration by the state statute to 6 months. This is a legislative decision, so we have a fairly large latitude to say no. But when I try to make all of the decisions on the basis of the same principles. And when someone seeks a rezone application that is consistent with the land use element of our general plan, then that's the condition, that's the standard that I'm seeking to apply. And in this case, that's this is consistent with our general plan. I'm not unsympathetic to the traffic concern. I don't tend to see it as readily as many of you do because I drive Old Highway every day, but I don't live on Old Highway.
You don't want to go in 60, right?
No, I don't think so. I probably should answer that and say it's not true that I've never gone 60 on that road because when I come home from the airport at 2 in the morning, I probably am going 60 on that road. But generally speaking, particularly on local roads, I try to keep the speed limit, which is 50 through that area, right?
45.
Is it 45? And I have seen people, and you know, you get in a lineup driving down that road and somebody gets ready to turn left or right. If you're not paying attention, you know, there's not a lot of room to go to the right. There's not a lot of room to go to the left. So you have to pay attention as you move down that road. And I'm sure there are some people who speed. I've never seen in one of the emails or letters, you know, somebody using the path along the side of the road as a passing lane, but I wouldn't put it past them, you know, and that can certainly happen. So those are kind of the general principles that I use to guide my decision making with respect to this. I just wanted you to be aware of them because that's the way that I approach all of them, and I try to approach all of them in the same way so that I'm consistent in making the decisions on the basis of those principles as opposed to the people involved in the decisions.
Any other comments?
You know, I know it's not time for the public to speak, but I do want to point where they pass on the right. They leave the roadway and pass on the right, if I can. So everybody's turning left to go into the park right here, and these guys will just leave the roadway and pass them right here. And sooner or later, the reason this car is stopped is because a kid is walking across the street from the park, and he's going to cream them. And I can't believe it hasn't happened yet. And like my neighbor said, if you want, come over here and look. You can see the tire tracks where it's for them. That's part of the roadway now.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't put it past somebody to do it.
Yeah, so
I don't know what we can do in the interim with that being a state road, but I mean, I have seen people park along the road and on both sides, and I have seen kids crossing. So again, that's something I've seen. I don't know if there's a way to prohibit parking there where it's a state road.
There's already signs there.
Perhaps we need to look
for no parking.
For no parking.
And you know, we could certainly improve enforcement. I don't know if there's an area in the park where we should expand the parking so that we don't have that issue. I can't think of it. I'd have to look at the boundaries of the park to see if we could do an additional parking area, even if it was just.
That would be nice.
This is a dirt or grass parking area. It seems to me like that is something we have control over potentially and could do something about it.
I want to share what my thoughts are on the situation before we make a motion or vote, but I also try and make my decisions based on what Commissioner McConnell just said. However, I think timing's an issue too for me, in that I never want to deny anyone the ability to improve their property, make a profit on things that they would like to do and see done that is acceptable in our community. But I think timing is an issue in this one for me, so that's just my own feelings.
Well, and I think I'll add to both what Commissioner McConnell and Commissioner Wilson said, but I'm agreeing with the ability for property rights. I mean, people just need to have the right to be able to do what they want with their property within code. But I think we can do, as a commission, we have what can we do? And we kind of discussed it a little bit as far as parking in the park area. in a previous discussion just an hour ago, we talked about communicating with UDOT, and this will be another communication I'll have with them is the issues we have on this road. I think we can put in a word to Highway Patrol also. We've just got to, I actually do some work for the sewer district, and without traffic, just a normal off-hours traffic, I still have a hard time getting in and out of there. And that isn't at a busy time. It's a mess. I don't think, and I don't mean to say this in a bad way at all, I don't think 8 lots it will add. It's a mess right now. If nobody comes in, if we stop development right now, which we can't per se, it's still it's a mess there. The traffic is horrendous, and I think the discussions need to be had with UDOT, with Highway Patrol, and seeing what we can do in that area.
Well, and the fact that it's a state highway doesn't prohibit Morgan County Sheriff's Department from pulling somebody over for speeding on that road.
Of course, they don't have much room.
We don't have a high level of sheriff's deputies to patrol any road in the county.
Sounds like we need to get some no parking signs placed right where they tend to leave the road. Maybe several of them along there on posts. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments?
No, I just think it's not the time yet. I personally just think it's not the time yet to make a zoning change. I agree with property rights galore, but it's just the fact that I'm not sure that we need to make the change right now. With everything that's happening, with the general plan coming out, I would like us to first get everything accomplished and then revisit it after you've talked to UDOT and see what we can do, or see how soon it might be before we get some alleviation, because I remember, and that's why I still go down there, but it took me 45 minutes to get out of Mrs. Warner's house, Ralph's house, driveway one afternoon, and it's not fun. And trying to cross, even from Highland Drive, turning, making a left, you can't do it. So, I'm just telling you, I think we've got a problem down there, and we need to work on the problem before we rezone.
The traffic circle's an interesting idea. I just got back from Italy, and they do that a lot.
But in Syracuse a lot too.
It's a wild time. Going in and out of it.
If people obey the law in a traffic circle, it works well.
If people understand what they're for. Some people use them as a four-way stop.
Okay, if there's no more comments, I'll look for a motion on this item.
Since my voice is going, you guys do it.
Well, I'll make a motion that we deny changing the zoning on, what's the address?
Approximately 5640, I think.
5460.
5460 West Old Highway.
5460 West Old Highway Road, that we deny changing the zoning at this time.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the item. All those in favor of the motion?
Are there any findings or conditions that you're basing that on?
Yeah, safety. Safety. I'm not willing to put our citizens at risk in this situation. We've approved and approved and approved. We can't continue to just put people down there and have accidents and liability issues. That's my feelings. That's what I was trying to share before.
We're talking about 8 lots. It's not going to make or break traffic flow.
Yeah, it will.
Well, we have to stop at some point. That's just my motion. So
no, I understand. I just wanted there to be findings for the record.
Yeah, I guess I can jump in just a little bit. This is on page 179 of the packet. Talks about approval standards under subsection F. And this is a legislative decision, as Commissioner McConnell pointed out. So a decision to amend the text of this title or the zoning map is a matter committed to the legislative discretion of the county council, which is commissioned now and is not controlled by any one standard. However, in making an amendment, the county commission should consider the following factors: whether the proposed amendment is consistent with goals, objectives, and policies of the county's general plan, whether the proposed amendment is harmonious with the overall character of existing development in the vicinity of the subject property. Third, the extent to which the proposed amendment may adversely affect adjacent property. And fourth, the adequacy of facilities and services intended to serve the subject property, including but not limited to roadways, parks, and recreation facilities, police and fire protection, schools, stormwater drainage systems, water supplies, and wastewater and refuse collection. And so, to Commissioner McConnell's point, maybe you're basing it on subsection 3, the adversely affecting adjacent property. Just list what the findings are, so that we can have a record of why the decision was made, because this is a legislative decision where you do have discretion. You can take public input. We're not just checking the boxes of like an administrative decision would be. So I know it's been discussed, but you can summarize and articulate the findings of fact that you found tonight, so that there is a succinct record on why the decision is made one way or the other.
Okay, so do I need to elaborate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Just summarize it. Just summarize the reason.
It seems like 3 and 4 is where you're focused.
Yeah, 3 and 4.
I would also say because of 1.
To the extent to which the proposed amendment may adversely affect adjacent properties and the adequacy of facilities and services intended to serve the subject property, including but not limited to roadways, parks, recreation facilities, police, fire protection, schools, stormwater drainage, water supplies, wastewater, and refuse collection.
And I'll still second it.
And you find, so specifically, so those are your guidelines, and you find that...
I find that if we change this and we add more properties to this, it's going to adversely affect this and the safety of fire protection, police protection, and the safety of our citizens.
And currently the general plan.
General plan's contrary.
Doesn't matter, in my opinion.
No, in the general plan, it stated your higher density is requested in that area.
Yeah, but that's in agricultural zoning. And in my opinion, agricultural zoning means no homes except maybe 1. So if it's different than that, please educate me.
Well, the future land use map does show that this area is...
Don't we have to finish my motion?
Yeah, so point of order, there is a motion.
You finished a motion.
And I seconded it.
And you've seconded it. Okay, any other comments on the motion before we proceed to a vote? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
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 Okay, motion fails.
Do we need to keep commenting?
Well,
I don't
if
even
you
know how
want to make
to...
comments, this is a tough one for me. I guess I'm the only one that hasn't made a comment on it, so I will make a quick comment. I agree with the concerns. I'm also struggling because I know what we've done in the past with rezones in terms of if they agree with the future land use map, we've generally moved forward with those rezones. And honestly, that's where I'm at right now on this. This is what's listed in the future land use map. Okay, Lance, you have it up there. It says village residential, 3 dwelling units per acre.
I mean, if
my motion wasn't based on that.
Yeah.
My motion was based on the protection of our community and we have approved every time we've gone and done this and done this and done this. We haven't even finished out the projects we've done down there yet, and we're wanting to add more projects to this road. It's ridiculous as far as I'm concerned.
Well, and I guess the thought is if the thought process is safety and traffic, we've got a big issue here anyway. So, I mean, to exasperate this all throughout and say, okay, we got to deal with this now. I'm not necessarily against that. When you have 8 lots compared to the 1,000 that exist, not discounting where their location is, because that's a big deal. That's hard. I worry about the risk that we might carry by saying we've let everybody else do it, but not.
We have this discretion.
Yeah.
It's a legislative decision.
Agreed.
And what are we going to do? The next one's going to come in and we'll go, it's only 5 more.
Yeah, it's only 5.
It's only 20 more. It's only 10 more. Just keep on going.
If he doesn't rezone, Lance, he can come in and put some lots in there, correct? He can do something with that.
Along the frontage there.
I mean,
Probably do 1 in the A20 and 2.
maybe 3.
There are one zoning in the lower portion that allows me to potentially
Put 2 or 3 lots.
So maybe possibly 3, because you could do the one in back possibly versus 8.
He's got to have 1 acre in R1.
Okay.
And 200 feet of frontage for each of those lots.
Okay.
And then he could put it anywhere on the 5 acres. Effectively, I don't think so. I think he can give maybe 1.
I think there's ways to, this is obviously, again, it's a state highway, so we'd need to work this out with UDOT. I mean, if they're already saying that they want a traffic light, then I don't know why they wouldn't want or agree to some stop signs along the road. It's a hassle, for people that are just commuting through, but maybe we need to talk to them about it, putting in 2 or 3 stop signs along that section to slow people down.
We just heard Val say he worked with them for 3.5 years. How many more projects are we going to see in 3.5 more years?
Well, but, I mean...
To get a stoplight.
The way I'm not talking about a stoplight, because those are expensive, and frankly, I don't know if we get the interchange accomplished and done, then I don't want that road lined with, 4 additional stoplights.
Stop signs are going to be horrible down there. They're going to be a disaster.
But if we have a legitimate traffic concern now because people are not abiding by the speed limit and they're ignoring, where the lanes are to pass cars on the right and so forth, one measure that you can take to try to prevent that from occurring is to cause them to stop. And I don't know if it's 1 or 2, or we can ask them to reduce the speed and up the enforcement to the extent that we can at the county. I mean, I don't want to discount the safety issue, but...
Well, we just did it. We just discounted it, totally.
Well, we discounted it by adding 184 lots a year ago.
I agree. I totally agree.
But now all of a sudden 8 comes, whoa, hold on, let's stop.
Well, when do you stop,
I don't
Jared?
know. I don't know, man. I don't know.
You got to stop at some point. You can't just keep doing this.
Well, the motion failed, and I'm just going to preface here. The motion failed for us. Can we redo a different motion at this point?
You can make any motion you would like.
I would like to move that we postpone this until 2 months from now when we find out what UDOT will do for us.
I'll second that.
Okay. We have a motion and a second, postpone for 2 months. So are we talking the June?
June 1st, yeah. See if UDOT's going to do anything.
When you say what UDOT to do for us, are we asking the applicant to go talk to UDOT to see what their suggestions are?
I'm asking you to go talk to UDOT and see whether or not there's any mitigation we can do to slow down that road. Because when they were up here the last time with me, and with all of us around this table, they asked us, what do you need? And we says, we need the interchange. Well, when we went and got the interchange, before that, they says, well, we can go and try to do this on that road. And we said, no, we want the interchange. So if you remember back to that conversation, they told us, what can we do to help you to mitigate this? So let's see what they will do. That's all I'm asking for.
Well, maybe we have them come talk to us in the next meeting or two when they can and discuss what their plan is, because...
Yeah. But right now, I still won't vote for it.
That's not why would my lot be an issue for a holdup when you have to discuss with UDOT yourself? That's a state road.
We have such a problem down there. I guess you have not driven on it or been on it. And I'm sorry, I am upset. And if I don't want to discuss it with him.
Worse now.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
No, I don't.
UDOT is a different conversation what I'm proposing, that I'm asking for.
I don't want to rezone it.
I'm going to put a stop to this. We have a motion on the table. I'm going to call for a vote, and we'll move forward on it.
So I'll just ask a question on it.
Yes.
If we're going to contact UDOT, who's going to be our point of contact?
At UDOT?
Well, from the county.
I'll call Rob White. I don't care.
Whoever. I just think we ought to, if we're going to move forward in this direction, then we ought to have somebody responsible to reach out to UDOT to try to see what they will do, so that if we come around to the first meeting in June, we've got the information. They may tell us nothing. They may tell us we can do something that will at least be helpful.
I actually think that both Blaine and I, let's tag team on this and sit down with them and figure out what their plan is. And I don't want to discount what the applicant is saying, but we've got to do something.
I agree.
The horse is out of the barn, you guys. This happened a long time ago.
Just point of order, there is a motion, and
we got a
it's a
motion
legislative
on the table. We
decision.
appreciate your input, Mr. Hassel, but we're going to ask you to please refrain from speaking.
There's a spot there.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, we're going back to item number 14, Commissioner Fackrell and Commissioner McConnell awarded the tourism DMO contract. Before we move into this, I just want to preface this discussion. We did put out an RFP for applicants for a DMO tourism contract. We received 3 applications for that. We did, at a later point, receive a 4th. However, after reviewing and reviewing with our legal counsel, we determined that application was not received in a timely manner, so it will not be considered. In other words, we're discussing the 3 initial applications that have been received. Garrett, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I'll just cite the code for the record. 1-8A-5 talks about advertising for bids. Subsection E talks about late bids. And it is mandatory that they shall not be opened if they come in after the deadline.
Okay, thank you.
So we're in violation of that.
Well, it didn't come in sealed. It was just an email.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So we've all had a chance to review the applications and to discuss and think about those applications. We did interview all 3 applicants and asked the same, if not similar, questions of each of those applicants. they were three different applications, very different approaches from each group, and each had their strong suits. So with that, look for any discussion or a motion on the item.
I will start for an initial, and then I might say some more. In the RFP, we basically asked for many, many different things. We've got 3 applicants we can choose from. The one applicant that I like, they live here in Morgan. They know Morgan. Their group knows what to do. I mean, they know, they're the contact person, and how better can we serve our community by having members of our community be the ones involved in our development of this county? And that's my biggest thing right there. Besides, he's got a good group of individuals that are willing to, not willing, but they are willing, they're going to be doing everything that was in that RFP. And I hope that you had read the RFP, 6 pages long, of everything that was in that, so that you know what we've asked for. And in the long term, I think we're going to have money in the coffers of our county because of the decision we make tonight. I think we can both go and get, any of the applicants will probably increase our revenue. All of them will. But what I'm trying to do is to get it to where the citizens of this county, whether it be a citizen in a paid capacity or a citizen in a volunteer capacity, where they are the ones that can help this county improve what they want to see. And sure, we need help from UDOT and a few other things. We need help from different areas. But all I'm saying is I'm for the one group. I don't know if you want me to say the names, or if you want
Actually, I was going to say, for the record, we probably ought to state the names of the entities that did make application or provide an application. One was Vista Works, Cowboy Ted, and Davis Tech.
And so that it's Vista Works is the one I agree with. That's my choice. You guys have your choices.
Any other comments?
So I think, Cowboy Ted Hallisey.
Cowboy Ted Hallisey. Thank you.
I think in terms of application materials and the submission, I tend to agree with Blaine that Vista Works struck me as the most comprehensive in the approach and their ability to address the tourism issues and satisfy the requirements of the DMO and to advance it in the way that we're looking for them to do it. They are also more expensive than the others. But I don't know that it's by an amount that causes me to be hesitant in that regard.
Any other comments?
I think each of them offer unique opportunities each. So I think they all have their different strengths, and it's a tough decision, to be honest. I don't know. That's all I've got for now. So
I guess my thought is, personally, I loved the enthusiasm of Cowboy Joe, or Ted.
It's getting late.
It is getting late. I loved his ideas. I think he would do a great job. I really do think he would. And the price, I think, is better as far as the RFP and covering all the bases. I think there's one area that he lacks most in, and that's getting grants, and that's a concern for me, because I think the right grants could make up a big financial difference to us in who we choose and how we pay for them. So I would have to say, I would have to rate them in that order: Vista, Cowboy, and DATC. I didn't feel like DATC was, I don't even know if they had read through the RFP, because I didn't feel like I got a whole lot of, it was almost like pulling information out of her of what they could do for us, is how I kind of felt.
It was a little more focused, I think, on the Business Resource Center and that connection, and I think that's a valuable connection, but it left uncertainty as to what is going to happen in terms of the DMO because of the hiring process that they have to go through in order to satisfy it.
By the way, they hired her today, hired Anissa as a part-time today. She called and told me.
For the Business
Resource Center.
Does that mean she would be the representative for the DMO?
No, not necessarily. No,
okay.
Whoever we pick would be.
Right, I understand that.
No, if we chose DATC.
If we chose DATC, she would be it, but she'd be still under our direction, not Davis Tech. If that can happen. Well, it can't, because it was under that fourth RFP.
Well, except DATC responded to the RFP.
Right. So if you did pick that,
the advantage there is the continuity, then, assuming that it becomes a full-time thing.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, look for a motion.
I move that we contract with VistaWorks for the tourism and DMO of the county.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to add to that motion, subject to a review and approval of a...
Subject to a review and approval by
us.
Yes, I agree. At least we can start the proceedings.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes. Okay, Commissioner comments. In the interest of time, if you have anything vital, let's perhaps talk about that. Otherwise, let's do email. I want to make one comment. I noticed our packet, there's not a lot of backup information to many of the items. So I'd like to propose that if on Thursday or maybe Friday of the week prior, we don't have backup information for an item on the agenda, we remove that item.
I agree.
Now, I think we perhaps will make an exception for commissioner-added items, because sometimes we have last-minute things that are important, but particularly from items from the public, if they're not adding any backup information in advance so that we can review that, I'd like us to remove those. So unless anybody disagrees strongly with that.
I think we ought to put the time by about Thursday.
Yeah, getting that the day of, it just makes it difficult for us. And reviewing the packet, there was a lot of information missing. I had no idea what it was about. Had we known in advance, we probably could have sped the meeting up a bit too.
So can I go and ask that we go and make that by Thursday or by Wednesday?
Do you want to say end of day Thursday?
Yeah,
actually, she needs to submit it by the end of the day.
Thursday afternoon.
Okay, so
before we were doing agenda requests by Tuesday at noon and agenda materials by Thursday at noon.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Seems to be the best.
And I think that's still fine, just as long as we're going to start cracking down and culling out those that don't.
Would you also like me to send out a note to everyone who applies outside of, our people, and give them a little bit of etiquette on what needs to be done at the meeting? Like, they should only take so much time, and
I think that would be helpful. We've had a lot, I mean, it asks for time requested on the application, they need to have a time set and they need to respect that time amount.
But if,
Now, we might go longer in questions.
No, I'm just wondering if, I don't know what Michelle put down this time.
She didn't put anything.
I don't see a time listed on very many of these.
They put a spot on there that says
But if they
hours
don't
and
put a
minutes.
time, we need to tell them a time.
Yeah.
so I'll get better at.
Or Julie can tell them it's an incomplete application, and until they complete the agenda request, it won't be put on.
Yeah.
Complete it fully.
It needs to be complete.
I think my request too is if there is a contract, that they reach out to me prior to putting it on the agenda, or if they're talking about code, because we were going through the code, but that would be nice to know what the questions were, because we didn't have to do that in the meeting. That could have been done in my office.
I don't mind asking people to put a time, but you guys started when you first came on by saying we're kind of in the service business. So let's just help people get the application done and complete. I believe that with respect to anything that's being submitted. It's like, I agree, if they don't have it, they don't have it. But if it's simply, you didn't fill in the time requested, I need to put that in, then let's just make sure we ask them for the time and get it completed. I don't want to make it a gauntlet that people have to.
No, we need to make it user-friendly, but and then we need to respect them, and they need to respect our time also. So
I know it's late, but if I could have 10 minutes for a closed session.
Yep, that's just fine.
To discuss the disposition of real property and the competency and character of an
I think Lance has one
individual.
item he wanted.
I just want to get your signature.
Oh, okay.
And while, one thing I want to say is don't forget, if you want to hear anything on the 9 Springs tomorrow, Mountain Resort,
every 2 hours.
they've got a thing, Mountain Green Middle School tomorrow at 6, in case you are interested. Yeah, 6 o'clock. Do we need, no, we don't need to do it yet.
Are you talking about me?
Me.
I've still got about another half hour before it drops off.
It's a good thing to show.
Of course, I'm down on 1. Start to get finished.
It's frustrating.
If it was anywhere else on the road, than that spot, I would say 8 houses doesn't mean a difference. They're hill beans.
Yeah, so now it's a test.
I've gone
She can
over that.
attest it in 40 seconds
see
rather
that.
than going through a 5-hour meeting.
Chairman, can I just say one thing? Just real quick.
Absolutely.
I just, in lieu of what we were discussing earlier with our budgets and everything, I talked to Jared about this, but I really think we need to put our 1/8 of a percent back on the agenda, and I just...
Our sales tax.
You mean the
items.
1/4%?
I just think we got railroaded on that, and I just don't believe that they would leave over that. That's my personal That's my personal opinion. I talked to the city about it when they did theirs. Ty did a lot of numbers on that deal, and he shared them with me, and they told that they went the same song and dance with them, and he said, I've tracked their sales have only gone up. And he said, they just don't want to deal with it, which is kind of weird to me, because you'd think they'd want to help our community have good roads and stuff.
I'll put it on the agenda for next.
So
They just agreed.
Next meeting.
I'll just renew the motion. I don't mind having the conversation, but I don't know if Jeremy's still around. I'd like to get the camera turned around so we go rather than later.
We had a motion to go into closed session.
I'll second it.
We have a second. This is a roll call motion.
Aye.
Commissioner Fackrell, Commissioner McConnell.
Aye.
I vote aye. Commissioner Anderson.
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioner Wilson. Okay, we are moving into
And the
closed
reasons
session.
for previous